Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so sorry that I am late. There's 18 people in the chat room waiting for me for 45 minutes. Today's meeting is actually an opportunity for victims to speak out. I didn't think I'd have anyone in the waiting room, and I didn't think I'd have any victims actually wanted to speak or voice their commands, I'll be honest. So I'm really pleased to see so many people actually wanting to have an opportunity to speak. And I hope there's some brave individuals that will actually come on stage, and I'll open the stage up in a few minutes. There's some big things that have happened today, and I can't even put it together. I haven't had a chance to go through the information. But I think it would be fair just to go through a couple of things. Now, the Sentinel newspaper wouldn't take my credit card, so I couldn't actually buy a subscription for $1 for 365 days of news. So I've had to ask one of my Avengers to give me an article. Now, we did have our own content about Christopher's release. For 1 minute there, I did think that Christopher was actually standing in the courtroom talking to the judge wearing a pair of glasses like that. And I was going to say, boy, that is incredibly rude. But I did hear that he didn't. So I did actually make up an image of Christopher in the courtroom using ChatGPT, talking to the judge, negotiating that with his lawyers, which I don't know what lawyer would represent a man like that. But anyway, let's not go there today. And basically stating that he's not a flight risk. Now, news to hand, I've got some breaking news. We've actually heard from some sources where I wouldn't actually give this announcement unless I thought it was from a reliable source. Now, I think a lot of people now are actually wanting to see Chris in jail, and we want him to see him breaking his bail conditions. Well, I had a very reliable source tell me that they believe there's more than up to 100 Rolex watches in Dubai. And there's a very expensive Rolex watch worth $1 million that Chris hasn't got on the list of assets that he's claiming that he's handing over. Now, this is a very far out and a wild guess, but I'm going to say what I'm thinking. I believe that they may be actually, instead of putting money in crypto, which people might think they're doing, and they may have done, I believe that the money is tied up with these Rolex watches. And we've got a very good source that claims that he's hiding the assets. So just imagine today, when you look at the court case here, I'm going to have to read some of this. But they've bought vehicles for every person known to man worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And now the courts believe that Christopher isn't a flight risk, and he can walk out and basically go back and live in an $8.5 million mansion, which is just absolutely incredible. Sign into the chat. Something's gone wrong with my chat room here. I'm also getting attacked at the moment by people who meaning they're trying to bring me down. So my system has just told me that I've been logged out of my YouTube channel while I'm broadcasting live. So I'm just going to have to fix that while we're talking. But
Orlando businessman Christopher Delgado, formerly the CEO of Goliath Ventures, leaves the Orlando federal courthouse after a hearing with attorney Morris Johnson. On Thursday, March 5, 2026, he was arrested February 24 for allegedly operating a $328 million Ponzi scheme, and is out on bond. Ricardo Ramirez Buxeda / Orlando Sentinel.
Yeah, so my life's pretty interesting at the moment because I don't know if you know this, but we've been blowing the whistle on this since the 1st of September, and we will have we will open the floor soon. But I'm continuously receiving denial server attacks. I've had my Facebook account gone, my Instagram account gone, my TikTok account gone, my Reddit account gone. My LinkedIn goes up and down like a yo-yo. I had 2 months worth of denial server attacks against my website trying to take it down. I've been accused of all sorts of things to keep my content offline. I had to find a new host because somebody was trying to claim that I caused them to have a stroke and provided fake documents to my hosting provider. And would you believe they actually believed it? And right now, I've just been told that I've been kicked out of my own YouTube channel, which I'm assuming I'm still broadcasting live. So I'm frantically trying to get back in there. So the people who think they can stop us, there's a mighty team of Avengers out here, and we are vulnerable sometimes, but we're very strong. But if people knew how much effort we actually go through to keep my content live, you would not believe it. And right now, I'm trying to find a super encrypted password so I can log back into my own YouTube account. So you'll have to wait, and then I'll explain exactly what's going on here in a minute. I can't even find out how to get back into my own account at the moment. It's exhausting. It is so exhausting doing what we do here. And I'm not making anything up. This is just the way it is. So you'll just have to wait so I can log back into my account and not compromise who I am. So sorry about this. We go on, of course, disruption to other YouTubers, other scam counts every now and again. So every now and again, they do come back at us. So I'm just logging back in so I know that our broadcast is safe. I will continue with that button. I will use my fingerprint to log into my account. But whoever's doing that, that's good. Really funny, really funny. And hopefully we are back online. And we are. Right. Well, that was a bit of an interesting saga. All right. So I'm back online with my chat room. Thank you very much. Now we'll get back into the heart of the story. So this reporter here has published some interesting about his luxury cars.
The luxury cars, watches and other extensive possessions of the Central Florida man, accused of operating a $328 million cryptocurrency Ponzi scheme, will not be surrendered but instead will be frozen while his court cases proceeds, in part because some of those assets are in the War Act Mideast, a federal judge ruled Thursday.
Right, so Christopher, so just our news, Avenger News, is saying that there's $100,000 worth, up to 100 Rolex watches. Now, we've got people who have said they've seen Christopher with watches. One of them is Arabic. What have we got?
Charlie Delta Sierra.
No, an Arabic dial watch. Now, does anyone know what an Arabic dial watch is worth? I did a bit of a search just before we went live, and I tried to find what an Arabic dial watch actually looks like. Rolex do make one. I was told that it could cost up to $1 million, but when I did a look on ChatGPT, I couldn't actually find an Arabic dial watch worth $1 million. But we do know that somebody has seen him flaunting it. He may have sold it. Who knows exactly what we're trying to say here? But what we are trying to say, if you have any evidence of assets that Christopher had that he hasn't put on the docket list, so to speak, we would like to know. The other one too is we know that Christopher has been providing intel to the investigators for weeks before he voluntarily handed himself in. And we've been told by his neighborhood that they had these Brinks trucks coming and going from his house, where we believe he could have actually already hid or taken some of the assets. Now, I don't know that the Brinks trucks may have actually been from the investigators taking assets from him when he was cooperating with him. We do not know. But if you live in the neighborhood and you remember the day when these Brink trucks were coming and going from his Ellsworth property, and you think you have some information, then we would like to know about it. Because what we're trying to do at the moment, there is no crypto company here. This is a straight Ponzi scheme. He's just using cash from one person to the other. Now, let's just say the assets are where the money is. I'm now going to show you something that, well, first of all, let me stay on target. Let me finish the Sentinel's article and let's just read what they reported.
Among the items are 18 ultra-expensive watches, including 10 Rolexes and 5 Swiss-crafted Audemars Piguet timepieces, and a dozen vehicles including a Ferrari, Lamborghini and 2 Rolls-Royces.
Right. So I've got my own version of this story as well. I won't tell you how I got our intel, but
Delgado and his attorneys did not oppose the prosecutor's move, but U.S. District Judge Leslie Hoffman Price did not approve the surrender of his property. One concern she had was the logistics of turning over property currently in Dubai, where Goliath had an office, given the Iran conflict.
All right, so we've got some interesting intel as well because we know that Tomo, and I'm putting everyone's name out here, and I'm theoretically putting out a risk saying their names, but we know that Tomo has been going back and forth to Dubai like it's a morning commute to work, and I do believe that they have been trying to move the money over to Dubai, and I do believe that he is trying to sprinkle a little bit of assets over the investigators to basically look like this is where the money's went, but it doesn't add up.
I think the embassy over there has more important business than watches, Price said. The U.S. consulate in Dubai was closed as of Wednesday, due to the threat of armed conflict, according to its website.
I mean, yeah, okay. So, yeah.
Price said she was surprised to see such an extensive list of assets and had reservations about whether that much property, some of which is registered to Goliath or to Delgado's family members, could be turned over in a timely manner. She was also concerned she would be exceeding her authority if she ordered the assets surrendered at this stage of the court process.
If anyone has any knowledge on the watch that, because what we would like to do is we would like to provide photographic evidence to the investigators, which I have on my phone, and show them the watch that Christopher was showing off that he hasn't put on the list of assets, and any assets that you know he has that wasn't on the list. And remember, you can go to my website. I'll show you where you can find the list of assets.
Prosecutor Hannah Watson argued the surrender of the items was necessary to prevent their destruction as they were evidence of money laundering, one of the charges Delgado is facing. The purchases were traced to money from Goliath, Watson said.
Yeah, so you got to fight to get this stuff, and I'll just try to get the rest of this story into the system.
Federal investigators say Delgado lived a life of luxury. His recent property purchases include several multi-million-dollar homes in Central Florida. By misappropriating his investors' money, Delgado has not yet entered a plea, and he and his attorneys didn't answer reporters' questions as they left the courthouse. Watson said the surrender of property would also ensure Delgado's cooperation and prevent him from fleeing with the items, but the judge wasn't convinced.
I can't believe the judge has actually let him out. I've actually been speaking to investors today, and they are gutted that he can just go back to his $8.5 million. I mean, can you prove any wealth of Christopher before he started Goliath Ventures? So every single bit of wealth he had is all Goliath Ventures money. In other words, he's living with stolen people's money.
To ensure cooperation when he's already cooperating, Price asked he's out. He's here. Where's the flight risk? Price issued an official order later Thursday afternoon that would bar Delgado from selling or transferring any of the assets on the list. Delgado's attorney, Sean Schechter, said repeatedly during the hearing that Delgado was supporting the request to surrender the assets because he wanted to assuage prosecutors' concerns and comply with Price's earlier order about his release conditions to turn over certain property. He said a willingness to surrender the property was not admitting guilt.
Oh, it just makes me absolutely fuming. So if you go to my, a couple of things you may not realize about my YouTube channel. If you go to my post, you can come down here and you can read my version. I actually published that before the Sentinel's paper come out. But yes, last night we had a closer look at what this actually, what he was actually in the courtroom for. And it's actually quite clever because I did ask ChatGPT for a hand, and it actually broke down, and this is to give you some comfort. It looks at the numbers of the court case, and this is what it says, which is good news if you listen to what it explains.
626 MJ 01240 LHP1. Federal case numbers are not random. They actually reveal quite a lot about the stage of the case. Breaking it down. 6. Orlando Division of the Middle District of Florida 26. The year the case was opened. 2026. MJ, Magistrate Judge Case LHP, Judge Leslie Hoffman Price -1, the first defendant listed in the case. The key detail here is MJ. That means the case is currently a magistrate judge criminal complaint case, not yet a full federal indictment. In federal criminal proceedings, cases often begin with a criminal complaint, which allows investigators to make an arrest and begin court proceedings while prosecutors continue preparing the case. At some point, prosecutors must either present the case to a grand jury for indictment or dismiss the complaint. When an indictment is filed, the case number usually changes from MJ to CR, indicating a full criminal case.
Yeah, so they're going for an indictment, and this is actually a long way down the track. And we'll just do this last paragraph before I get into a couple of other
Why
things.
this hearing is important. The fact that the government is already discussing pre-indictment forfeiture of extensive assets suggests investigators believe significant funds may be tied to the alleged scheme. It also suggests authorities may already be tracing money flows, accounts, or assets connected to the case. These kinds of hearings often happen in large financial fraud investigations, when prosecutors want to make sure funds cannot be moved before the case progresses further.
Hope Susie's going to jump on stage later on because I've got lots of things in today's meeting. Look, guys, what I'm trying to do here is obviously get the victims together and give them some sort of hope that we can stop something. There's a couple of real big things I want you guys to look at on my YouTube channel. When you go to youtube.com/Dehek, DEHEK, you will see here that I basically have Ponzi schemes and scams exposed for other YouTubers on my YouTube thing. So this was actually him leaving the
Man
corporate.
accused of leading a Ponzi scheme in Orlando was back in federal court today. Investigators wanted Christopher Delgado to turn over jewelry and luxury cars like the Rolls Royce you saw in video only on West 2.
West 2's Christina Watkins tells us why the judge says it could be difficult for him to get some of his assets.
Wearing a blue suit, red bottoms, and an ankle monitor, Christopher Delgado and his attorneys did not say anything leaving.
And I'm looking at this with anger, and I can't imagine how I'd feel about looking at this guy walking around like he's allowed to be a free man. They get a good shot of his ankle bracelet. I know Christopher's watching me at home if he's allowed to watch TV at the moment. I know your girlfriend has still got $1 million worth of assets that you've bought her with stolen money. And I'd be so upset. So I'm not trying to dramatize this, but I want to empathize with the people that have lost money, because watching this is making me angry, and I've just been investigating this guy.
Federal court in Orlando. The Justice Department says the 34-year-old scammed investors out of $328 million through his company, Goliath Ventures. The Fed said Delgado would get people to invest large sums of money, promising them monthly returns from what they called cryptocurrency liquidity pools. He's now out of jail after posting a $1 million bond. We talked to Jordan Shaw, who represents some of the people suing Delgado's company.
Almost all of his net worth was wrapped up in this business, and now not only is he suffering tremendously on a financial perspective, but his friends, family, colleagues are kind of blaming him.
Delgado was back.
His friends, family, colleagues, and blaming him. That is a load of rubbish. I want to show you something you haven't seen before. I was late. I actually thought I was going to be streaming at 2 o'clock. I didn't realize it was 5 o'clock. But we have been preparing this document to show people. So brace yourselves, people. But this is our list of people. These are co-conspirators. These are people that we know have handled millions of dollars for Goliath Ventures. Every single person in this image has handled millions of dollars for Goliath Ventures. So these are the people who have got your money. And you guys, the purpose of this video today was to actually get people to come on stage and speak as victims. As I said at the very start, I didn't expect to see anybody here because the victims are not speaking. The victims are you going to be your own demise. If you don't start speaking up about your interaction with these people, you are never going to see a cent of your money, because these people are claiming they are victims, but they are co-conspirators. So this list is our first list. We've spent since September the 1st, 2025, we have been monitoring every movement of these people. We have gone through all their social media. We have found their wives, everything. We found out where they lived. We have checked out their companies, and we know these people Tomo, for example, has been going back and forth to Dubai like a morning commute to work for months. We believe that, I will say it, that Christopher potentially has 100 Rolex watches hidden over in Dubai or somewhere else. He may have even been paying these individuals with Rolex watches. Now, there's $1 million Rolex watch out there that wasn't on the list. So you need to look at these individuals. And Matt Burks he is now meant to be starting up his own crypto company, apparently. He has been involved with another company that we've started an investigation on called the Onyx Reserve. He was in operations. People have been reaching out to me who said that like he buys the neighbor's house because it was at a good price. He's buying real estate like there's no tomorrow. These guys, Pierce Curry, Jason Newton, we know that originally he was the first one that we knew brought in over $120 million. Jonathan Manson, Money Mike. There's people in here that have got criminal records. Like Steve Davis, the fireman, claiming that he was a fire chief and he isn't a fire chief. They all got their own networks, realtors. Michael Hernandez, Nick Petrillo. So we haven't got time to catch up with this, but what we've found today is there was a discontinuance filed with the courts in Broward County, and we haven't even had a chance to read it. But there is, so this is really weird. Okay, so I just want to get this off my chest at the start. I don't think we finished that. I'll just finish this
Back in court Thursday for another hearing. U.S. attorneys said they wanted him to give up several expensive watches, jewelry, and multiple luxury cars, such as this Rolls-Royce, as part of his continued pretrial release. This is exclusive video West 2 captured last week before that Rolls-Royce was seized. When it comes to the jewelry, the defense argued it could be difficult to get some of it because it's in Dubai. And with the war happening in Iran, they said it's unclear when the consulate will reopen to help facilitate that transfer. After discussing for about 30 minutes, both sides agreed to speak privately, and they decided to freeze Delgado's assets for now.
Look at the logo on the car. Yes, so Susie just said something that I really want you guys to think about. They want to stay silent. That's how they win. You need to be loud. Silence is the best friend for a criminal.
Meaning no transfers, no transactions. Delgado was charged with wire fraud and money laundering. He faces up to 30 years in federal prison if convicted. Covering Orange County in Orlando, Christina Watkins.
So Bernie Madoff got 150 years because they actually went after retirement funds. And that's what Christopher's done as well. So don't be surprised if he gets more than that. But he'll be trying to bargain at the moment to get this away. So the first thing we're going to do here, guys, is we have these cases that you see. So what they've done is they've put a motion in to dismiss Nick Petrillo's $40 million claim against Goliath Ventures. Now, Nick Petrillo is claiming that he is a victim, okay? So he's a victim claiming $40 million worth of losses because Christopher didn't pay him the reward money in the contract that he had. The rewards are coming from people he threw over the cliff. So these guys, we've heard that Tomo was getting $500,000 a month from Goliath Ventures. Can't verify any of these facts. Do your own stuff. So if Tomo was getting $500,000 a month from Goliath Ventures, these other people in this photo that we know have co-conspirators. And we are putting our reputation, everything on the line, like we have from 1st of September. The other one too, if you're on my website, you come down to, you can click on Goliath Ventures at the top, because I've created a whole area for this Goliath Ventures investigation. We do other investigations as well, guys. And we are open for hire if you want to hire the Avengers to go after somebody like a dog with a bone. But in here, you go to the bottom of all the stuff that we've shown you, and you can actually see that we've done articles on each of the events that have happened. So we've got the United States criminal charges. We've got what else we got here? There is one in here where there's a federal court case filed. All right, so I'm just going to go in here, and I want you guys to know that we've got articles on all this. So here's the court case filed against Christopher initially, and then we also list all the other documents for all the other court cases. And there was a court case filed, a civil court case, Nick against Goliath Ventures. They have put a motion to dismiss. They also had 2 other court cases filed at the same time. We haven't seen any motion to dismiss those 2, but now we see there's a 4th case, and we see that they've turned that into a class action lawsuit. Is that right? Class action lawsuit? And now they're putting Nick's case underneath that. I don't know how to describe it anymore, but there's some things happening that we're not happy about, and we're watching this game of chess unfold. These are the men that have stolen your money, and if you're not willing to speak up about it, then you're going to have problems getting your money back, and I'll mark my words. Now, I'm going to open up the floor. We would love to hear from victims, and if anyone's naughty, we'll kick you out. But there is a link in the chat room where you can actually come online, and I've just put a link in the chat room, and I'm going to pin that to the top. Now, anyone can get in here and speak. Anyone can have a theory, but I'm going to dominate the conversation because it's myself and the Avengers that have been following this since the 1st of September. And we can't have theories. We need evidence. For example, if Chris has got $1 million watch that isn't on the ledger and somebody has seen a photo of it and they give it to us, we can get the guy put in jail and his bail will be over. And that would be a victory for a lot of the victims that are angry at the moment. And I think what I would find, which I'm just going to open up another document here, is yesterday we prepared a nice document which is helping people come to terms with potentially losing their money. So I'm just trying to see if I've still got that here. Let's see if I can find that document. What did I do with that? It should be here. 1 second, please. Delgado. Last opened by me. Introduction. 5th of March. What's the date today? That was yesterday. Maybe it's that one there. Here we go. All right. So this is the document that I thought was quite good yesterday, and maybe we can reiterate what goes through it. What questions have you got in the chat room? So let's have a look in the chat room for a start. So if you've lost money and you have questions, I put together a guide of what you can do next. And if you're reading this because you believe you have lost money in an investment that now is under investigation, you may be experiencing a mix of emotions: confusion, anger, fear, and grief. As you may also have many questions. What happened? What should I do right now? What should I do right now? Should I report it? Can I recover the money? How can I cope with the emotional and financial impact? This guide is meant to help you navigate the steps both practically and emotionally. So first thing we're telling people at the moment is take care of yourself. I've gone and taken my dog for a walk. He's fast asleep under the desk. And I went down to buy myself some spinach so I could have a nice cooked lunch. And then I was about to cook lunch. I got a message from somebody saying, "Aren't you meant to be live?" So it is now 16 minutes past 2 here in New Zealand in the afternoon, and I haven't had breakfast. I haven't eaten a dime. Now, that's not looking after yourself, but I do know when I'm on form, it's normally having a can of Red Bull and having breakfast first. So make sure you look after yourself. Discovering financial loss and fraud can trigger a deep emotional response. Victims are often experiencing shock, disbelief, anger, betrayal, shame, embarrassment, and anxiety about the future. Strain in family relationships. I know that wives have left husbands because of Goliath Ventures. Some people experience severe emotional distress or severe, even suicidal thoughts when the loss feels overwhelming. So if you are struggling, please remember you are not alone. Many intelligent and successful people have been victims of fraud. The emotional impact is real and very valid. If you're feeling overwhelmed, thinking about harming yourself, please seek support immediately and come to me. I'm very approachable. In the description of this video, or maybe yesterday's video, I did actually put my Signal. I have got a whole lot of people contact me at the moment on Signal and WhatsApp and email. Please don't use email unless you're really old-fashioned, because it's the very last thing I look at, and I hate reading emails. If you do need to get help and you're just feeling distraught, I have seen people shaking like this telling me their story. I don't want to see that. I can't see that from here. You can ring up numbers in America like 988, Suicide and Crisis Lifeline in the United States. Tell people, talk about it. And that's what we're doing here today. I really want you guys to talk to us. Tell us your feeling. Speak up. Tell us who got you into it. Tell us those stories. If I put you all in a WhatsApp group like some silly lawyer did, what will happen is you'll get contacted by people trying to tell you they can help you recover the money. And people get scammed twice. So we don't do that anymore. Talk directly with me. I will put you in a private room with somebody else, and I'll introduce you to somebody I believe can help you. We've got all sorts of people available. A licensed counselor or mental health professional could be somebody that you could theoretically talk to, or a close family friend. Tell them what you're experiencing and they can guide you to the right person, hopefully. Financial loss is painful, but your life and well-being matter far more than money. So I want to do that. I want to do everything today. But as you can see, people don't want to talk. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to answer these questions for people who have put questions in the chat room. You can see me moving the chat room up and down. What are the odds that Nick Petrillo gets away with this? Well, not on my watch. And that is actually the purpose of the Avenger window here. This is the co-conspirator list of the Avengers. Now, I currently have 175 people that have either invested or promoted Goliath Ventures. We've got a profile on each of these people. We normally have their phone number, we have their businesses' names, we have everything on them. This is our list of people that haven't been sitting here investing passively, but have going out and getting some of this loot while it was on the table. So if I believe that there may be a reason why they put a motion in dismiss for Nick Petrillo's case. So Nick Petrillo filed a lawsuit, civil law case against Christopher and Goliath Ventures for not getting paid the rewards that his contract said he was due. So he's the only person that hasn't invested in Goliath Ventures who decided it would be a good idea to do a lawsuit against Christopher and Goliath Ventures, claiming $40 million worth of losses. Now, he recruited, rumoredly, 900 people. We've got Prudent Shaw, who we've heard has recruited 500 people. So let's say Nick's claiming $40 million worth of losses. Doesn't mean he wasn't getting paid before the money stopped. Understand that? He could have already been paid millions of dollars, and then the money froze up. And I remember hearing rumors that they were telling the partners that they were not to pay themselves before they paid their downline. Because why did they want to keep paying out the money to their downlines? That's because they want to keep the illusion alive as much as possible. Now, people like Jonathan Manson and people like Jay Newton were actually offering higher monthly returns than other people were getting, simply because they were trying to get money in to keep paying the old investors. And that's how Ponzi schemes work. Now, if Christopher has been buying Rolex watches, and we've got really good intelligence out there, you would not believe the phone calls I get in the morning from people that have been providing us A-grade leads and intel. Well, I got one of those phone calls today, and this individual was telling me that he believes they have 100 Rolex watches in Dubai. And he was also saying there was one watch that they can verify that he was showing off that was worth $1 million. So one of my Avengers says, I can't find a watch like that, needs to keep searching. So if you are familiar with how much one of those watches are actually costing, please let me know. And I'm having a look at some other stuff here. I don't want to blow anyone's cover. there's some stupid comments you get from some people. No offense. Somebody asking me if I want to invest in crypto. Do I look like somebody who wants to invest in crypto? Just say no. All right. So what's the chance of Nick getting away with the Well, we were. People asked me, right? The people said to me, what's the chances of Chris getting arrested? And I said, well, when I was dealing with the IRS last time, they told me if everything went really, 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 really well, it would take 2 years before they see somebody indicted for a criminal thing. So this one's happened in about 5 or 6 months, which is a world record, but he still hasn't been indicted. He's only been criminally charged. So they go after the low-hanging fruit first. Obviously, Chris is an easy victim. Everyone's looking at Chris, but no one's looking at these people. How many is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're 9. Oh my God, 18, 27 people. Is that right? Am I good at my maths or what? Let's just do that again. 3, 6, 9. 9, 18, 27. 27 people. Here, we believe every single one of them, let's just say every single one of them has handled $1 million worth of your money. That's 27 million. Let's say 2 million. That's 52 million. Let's say each of them has handled $4 million. That's over 100 million. And Chris, well, he's probably spent $50 million on shit and boozing away in nightclubs and hookers, I'll say, of your money. All right. So we need you to speak up. And obviously no one's coming into the link. Can you not see the link? Does no one want to come on stage and tell us about their experience? One lady said to me today, she's too scared. And I said, what are you scared of? What are you scared of? What are you scared of? Are you scared that Christopher is going to come after you financially? Christopher's been helping with the investigation. Christopher has handed himself in. Christopher theoretically has given over $6.7 million worth of assets from a $328 million Ponzi scheme. Do you really think he's going to go after people that start talking about how they're upset that they invested and lost their money? So you've given a criminal your money, and he promised you with a contract that was written by Eric Clayman, who was also an investor of the company, who was a defense lawyer, not specializing in financial contract law, and he wrote up a contract. And now you're scared that Christopher is going to come after you. Okay, so you're embarrassed. What are you embarrassed of? That over 2,000 people got tricked out of their money. And you might be embarrassed. You might feel a bit silly. How did 2,000 people get tricked out of their money? How does 2,000 people not want to talk about it? The one investor that has talked about it gave me the shirt off his back. This shirt is actually worth $800,000, but you don't know that. Everyone's saying it's worth $720,000, but I know it's worth $800,000. This guy gave me the shirt off his back because he wanted to help other victims. He was shaking like this. He had a watch on his arm, a sports watch similar to mine, and it was vibrating because his heart rate, while we were sitting there having lunch, got to 115. He said, I put a marker on my watch to vibrate when my heart rate gets above 115. He said, when I start talking about Goliath Ventures, my heart rate gets up to 140. I'm a runner and I run 5Ks. My average heart rate when I run is normally between 145 and 155. This guy's sitting there talking to me. His heart rate's going off the Richter scale. He's emotionally upset. He's distraught, but he spoke out. He led the charge, and he's a friggin' hero. Now, you guys have been defrauded by Christopher and these 27 individuals, and you don't want to speak out about it. I didn't think anybody would come on stage and talk to me about this, and I'm right. And this whole day is me showing you that you guys are too scared to speak up about a criminal. Well, you are Christopher's best friends. You are. You're Christopher's best friends because that's exactly what this criminal wants you guys to do. And because you've been brought into the opportunity with one of these individuals that you thought were genuine, these guys are selling their assets we had Nick Petrillo's cars, the license plates were being switched from one Lamborghini to another Lamborghini. Just 48, whatever it is, 3 days ago. And you guys don't want to talk about it. So what do you want me to do about it? That's the question. All right. There was this dude, his friends who has trying hard to recruit me to join the liquidity pool. Well, there was no liquidity pool, so that's probably why he found it really hard. Goliath isn't, I'm just going to put these up as we go through them. Isn't this supposed to start 30 minutes ago? Well, you were correct. Danny normally does his lives at 2 o'clock New Zealand time, but I did set this one at 1 o'clock because I thought I would give it a good afternoon bash of people. Now, I'm still looking for somebody to come in here and talk to me. The room is open. Glitter Toast. Thanks in advance to any Goliath victims brave enough to come forward and speak. I think it will help a lot of people and knowing that they are not alone. Okay, next one. When is this starting? Well, I'm very sorry about that. Violet, hello, Violet. Hello, Glitter. I nearly met some of these people when I was away, which is really cool. I just got done messaging Danny. He misjudged the time. That's right. I became a member. Oh, thank you very much, Joe Burns. That's very, very lovely. That is one way of supporting the work that myself and the Avengers do, is joining us, which is very, really nice. All my faves have been online today. Oh, that's really nice. Thank you very much. Everyone's greeting each other in the chat room. Afternoon, Admiral. Hello to everyone live in the chat. That's Susie, one of my top Avengers. We can still chat, Danny. Well, that's good that I provided a chat room even though I wasn't there. You know, it's absolutely mentally exhausting. When I went to America, it was about, I think I left on the 12th of February and I got back on the 23rd of February. And I walked through the international, I basically come back through domestic. We have domestic airports here in New Zealand. And I walked through the doors, I met my partner, and I just burst into tears. And, it's a massive toll on me fighting these guys. I mean, the threats that I've had, they've filed a discontinuance on the lawsuit that they filed against me, even though they didn't have any jurisdiction. It still hurts. And it is absolutely heartbreaking, the amount of energy that we put into this. I talked to two of my top Avengers today, and they have people coming over for dinner, and another one has family commitments. And I said, I'll give you girls an hour and a half off. I said, I'll give you girls a couple of hours off, and then, they're here helping me again. It just goes on and on, guys. It depends on what model of dial, what do they call it? Arabic dial? Is it Arabic means the, I'm just seeing what we've got here. So it all depends on what sort of watch, what do they call it? I'm just trying to have a look. What watch? Yeah. So I'm just having a wee quick looky here. I'm just going to keep that open. So is it Rolex, wasn't it? Rolex. Alrighty. So these are, I think they're counterfeit ones. But we couldn't really find, I don't know anything about Rolex watches, but just imagine that Christopher has been paying everyone in Rolex watches. And just imagine he's got 100 Rolex watches. Then just imagine every one of those Rolex watches is at least worth 100,000. What's that worth? What's that, 100,000? Is that 100 million? And then he's bought himself, well, we know he's got these we know he had $3.5 million worth of Rolex watches. And we did hear he had 18, but if he's got 100 and he hasn't had them over, he's going to go to prison, isn't he? Okay, American Transport Company. So Brinks have been in and out of the neighborhood. Would love to know the timestamps on those and how many trucks they had and what they were dropping off or picking up. Would have been really good. There would have been a ledger for those trucks. Maybe we could ask one of my Avengers. I'm going to put a funny video on, which you guys can look at, which I really want to show you. One of my Avengers, when I went to San Antonio, picked me up at the airport in his 18-wheeler truck. And an hour after he did that, we had this experience that I have to share with you.
We're still going.
All right, so this is Richard. We're coming out of the car park.
We were trying to get some Taco Bells. And then we've gone into a parking lot and Richard says,
hey, you making a recording of it.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you how to do this all over again,
right,
just like by the hotel.
And Richard says, we can turn around. Now there's yellow things here, Rich.
So I'm going to speed it up a bit. Yeah, I'll just see what.
No, wait. What are you doing? You're going to back up.
There we go.
I thought you were. I was going to say that's impossible. Mathematically.
So Richard was backing up the truck, which I thought was very impressive.
Right.
But he may know the next driver.
That's what's happening.
That's why I always send pictures of the sunrise and sunset, because it's the most simple.
How do you know where the trailer is?
I'm watching the mirrors.
I can see the same mirrors. I don't see the trailer.
I don't know how that big truck
Yeah,
is.
because you're on the wrong
18
mirrors.
wheels.
Okay.
You're not even looking at my mirror.
Right.
What's this place? Brevity Coffee. You want to just park here till they open?
That was great.
Right now, I'm going to find you something to eat, man. I tell you, they don't open.
I just had a slice of pizza all day long.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
So I was
Listen, I got
hungry,
deep
and I
dinners
said,
on
John,
every
can we
morning.
find
Yeah,
somewhere
they've
to eat?
got
But
that meat stuff.
we need to find somewhere.
And look, we've even got a hello, Mr. Comfortable.
So there was a policeman on the right-hand side here, and this was after an hour after I'm in town, right?
Oh my God!
Look at his hat.
Look at his hat, yo!
It's like,
Oh, Denny's is open? No. The only Denny's in the whole country that's not open.
we've got one Denny's in
Right, so you watch this policeman in this picture,
Christchurch right up.
They might act.
and he's just pulled his gun on a guy, and I'm going, welcome to America. And what happened is the guy, we found it afterwards, but the guy pulled his gun on the police officer. So the police officer pulled his gun, and then
Oh, he's got his gun. He just took off.
Whoa!
Wait, take the video.
Whoa, we got that on video, dude. Well, let's sit right here.
tell him
Move
Richard
your
move his head. Move your head.
How cool is that?
We got that on video, dude.
I know it. Look at this guy. And look. And the guy's taking off. Here comes the cop.
I'm gonna back up.
Yeah, so they.
Totally got that on.
So then we decided that we would go. So I did a whole video about my whole trip, but we decided that we would go. We carried on. So if you come down here and there's a video called Danny Uncovers Florida.
Plans. The big
And
plans.
This is
And nothing
inside
that happens.
Goliath, officers, by the way.
And
But anyway, when I got down to, I documented my whole trip. But after that happened, we dropped down to the truck stop to get some food. We drove down the road. What's this?
I'm gonna stop it and we'll.
Okay, so then we got to the truck stop. I had my high chair on. I met these two guys.
Now, we just saw a gun pulled. Somebody fled from the police, and then we dropped in to get some food because I haven't eaten for 24 hours.
Yeah, you use documents.
And the two officers here were the same officers that were chasing the bad guy.
Wow.
And we've turned up in the supermarket. Well, is it supermarket?
It's a truck stop.
Truck stop.
Stop and rob.
Stop and rob. I mean, the chances of that.
Wow.
And that's the Avengers.
We're gonna take you across the interstate.
We got a little bit.
Yeah, but when I got home, you know, the emotional toll on me and what we'd all been through was, this is a photo which I don't really like, but I'm just...
And it's connected to Goliath Ventures. Stay tuned.
Yeah, so I just sort of cracked up when I got home, but it's...
Hey, Pixel.
But-
Pixel. Did you
My
miss
dog
that?
was happy to see me that sleeps
See?
under the bed. So what I'm getting at, guys, is this is a journey for all of us, and I'm trying to yell at all the media people who are just reporting on Christopher, and I'm going, for God's sake, can we find some real reporters that want to start investigating these other individuals before they lose all the assets? Christopher, you know, there is no money gone into crypto. It's been a straight Ponzi scheme, you know? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. But anyway, let's think. Well, I'm just going through these questions. Canadian victims, what do Canadian victims need to do? We have submitted the questionnaire on the IRS website, but do we need to report it to Canada as well? Well, I got told that when the government the government gave that warning. They put an email address, and I said to the head investigator, I said, well, what do I tell Canadian people? And they said they just need to submit the information to the same area. So unfortunately, if you were to buy something on Amazon, you would get a ticket. But I don't know why the government doesn't use a ticket system, so that at least you know that once you've sent that email, you get a responder back. But anyway, so I know that's a bit hard to tell people, to do that. Does no one want to? Does no one really want to come on stage and talk to me about their investment? Are you kidding me? I think you'll be helpful to speak. I think it'd be helpful to speak to your story. Is being public just too scary? Get loud. You know who that is. Say their name. Why are you guys protecting these people? Because you've gone to school with them? Ponzi schemes grow but through friends and family. And these people profiteer from being friends of yours. Nick Petrillo, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Mike, this one here, what's his name? That guy there. He's devastated apparently. He left Canada, moved to Florida, and we did a video on him yesterday. Now, the big house that I showed yesterday isn't actually his house. He rents it. Now, I don't know about you, but I can't afford to rent a mansion that looks like it's worth $20,000 a month. That looks like it's probably, I don't know, $5 million, $6 million house. So some people reached out to me and said, he's really a nice guy. And I said, well, that really nice guy is now living in Dubai. And if you go and watch his Instagram account, you'll see that he's now giving advice to people, young people, about crypto. So these guys haven't given it up. These guys aren't showing remorse. And also, he's had 3 Ferraris. I haven't had any Ferraris yet. I've got a Suzuki Swift. But these guys had no money before they met Chris. So you're telling me this guy is not guilty? Punit Shaw, his best mate, is helping him with his lawyer stuff. Matt Burke, buying houses left, right, and centre. No one's stopping him. Being scrubbed from his local church, a parish, giving advice to people about, Piers Curry. Both these guys are not registered financial advisors. This Piers Curry, Matt Burke's resigned from his company to pursue his dream working for Goliath Ventures 3 years ago. And they're not even registered financial advisors. Jay Newton, he used to get in here and berate us until we found out where his daughter went to university and put her name up on the screen. Money Mike, Canadians. This guy's got a criminal conviction against his name. All these guys have been co-conspirators. Gary Rice, he was the videographer who was doing all the filming. The last 6 videos you saw of Chris, he's done them for Tomo. He's done them for Christopher. Who hasn't seen Doug Shankman in a video? I mean, this is how stupid it is, isn't it? So you go in here. So you guys want to protect all these guys. Is that what we're hearing? I'm just going to go to the bottom of the chat room. Any questions I've missed that I haven't answered, please put them in there again. But if you go to my shorts and you go to, let's see, whereabouts, is it Christopher? What? Yeah, so have a look at these photos. So there's Christopher standing on stage next to Jason Derulo, who has, if you go and look at Jason Derulo's Wikipedia page, he's been associated to a lot of pump and dump crypto opportunities. We believe Christopher paid $30,000 on the 9th of December to stand next to him there. There's another $30,000 you'll never see again. Why don't these people get their money clawed back? Because no one speaks up. Okay, so that was one of them. This is Christopher. This is the party that they threw. There's Tomo in his white suit. There's some people who innocent investors thinking they're having a great time at a $5 million party when everyone's money was already frozen for 3 months, for God's sake. I think we're playing music like Jason. Yeah, the drums, they swing low, and the trumpet. Yep. So we've used Jason Derulo's music all the way through these. That's another scam. That's me at the Avon. So here's Christopher here. What's he say?
Method and model that's been tried and true through some of the biggest crypto collapses in the industry, bigger than the stock market. So for us, we've gone through every battle, we've won every war. We invested $8.5 million in downtown Orlando, purchasing almost 13,000 square feet in the Chase building. And we're excited because it's going to be a hub, not only for our partners to come and enjoy and be with the team, but we're excited to open up part of the office to our different stem cell partners that we're going to be partnering with, or entrepreneur partners. We're in talks with UCF right now to build an entrepreneurship program there, which will just drive further community impact and something that speaks to my heart. So we're really excited about our new global HQ. And we're going into 2026 with a crypto-friendly administration. This will be a massive year for us. We have a proven method and model that's been tried and true through some of the biggest crypto collapses in the industry, bigger than the stock market. So
now we know this guy was just lying through his teeth. This video was put online for 4 hours and then taken off. We nabbed it. This one's a bit funny. Donk. That's how you should treat scammers. There's Mike in his Ferrari. So some people were saying, I saw at Reddit Tomo was involved in a bit more than financial fraud, allegedly sexual assault. Now, I've just messaged Romy, RIMO, and this is a guy who rang me up, all upset that who was being thrown under the bus. I've got photos of him arm in arm with the Alexander brothers, and they have had 30 women come forward complaining, I don't know if you use complaining, about sexual assault. And why I'm saying that is he denied, and he said, no, nothing on that. And I said, but you're hanging around with these guys that have been accused of these other heinous acts. Then I'm getting messages from people that have worked with him or for him, saying that all sorts of shady stuff's going on. If you go through Reddit, Romy's theoretically, they're selling their businesses and everyone's saying it's because of Goliath. But the guy rang me up and he basically said, I've got nothing to do with Christopher. And I said, but I've seen you in a plane, a jet, going to Mykonos. And he goes, oh, he just had a spare seat. And I said, we didn't offer me a seat. So these guys, in my opinion, we've been going after them. And then we've been hearing other stories, but we've got no real verifiable information to prove it. And when you talk to these guys, so I've just sent Rimo, is it Rimo, RIMO, a message. And I said, are you free to talk? G'day, mate. If you are available to talk, I'm running a meeting, but it's a good opportunity for you to tell your side of the story because people are still accusing you of stuff, and there's nothing better than hearing it from the horse's mouth. So if you want to ring me back, you will be live on the internet. It won't be an entrapment. It's just basically you can vent your side of the story and clean up a lot of people talking about you. It's just an opportunity. Now would be a good time to talk. So I send these messages off to people. There's probably a very slim chance he's going to ring me back. Yes, that's right. So what are we meant to do with this information? What is the point of the Avengers sticking out our neck for you people when all you're really doing is protecting the co-conspirators? What is the point of me running this meeting to make it available for victims to speak when no one wants to speak? What's going on? Do you not want to talk about Eric Clayman, the guy that I've corresponded with before, who is the legal counsel, or the person that was representing Goliath? Their officers for Goliath were the same officers as Eric Clayman. Eric Clayman is an investor in Goliath. Eric Clayman wrote the contracts that you guys all sold. Eric Clayman emailed everybody in Goliath like he was part of the company. Eric Clayman now doesn't want anything to do with Goliath Ventures because he claims it could get him disbarred or he could break some laws. It's just unreal. Okay, so Petrillo, no one wants to talk about Petrillo, who's just decided to put a motion in to dismiss for his action against Christopher and fallen under another class action lawsuit. Tomo, who's we've heard rumors that his businesses are failing. He's spending more money than he makes. Does that not make alarm bells? Do you guys not want to tell your story to investigators? David, I don't even know what David Pensack is, but every time I see his face, he's always smiling. So he's, Steve Davis had bought himself a publishing company who's been ordered by the courts to move out of his premises where he's living at the moment because it's theoretically owned by Christopher or you guys. Alex Bianco, who's got a lovely grey Ferrari. Is it Ferrari? No, Lamborghini, I think. Who's a fitness trainer that all of a sudden can afford to buy, Lamborghinis. Christopher's brother, Hunter, meant to be a very good-looking young guy, apparently. What do they call him? There's a name for a guy like that. No, the man from Borneo. Actually, where's that video? I want to play that video. I'm going to play a video. You guys will have not seen this video before, but we get threats from these individuals, and I've got one that I'm going to find if I can find it. It won't be a second. This is a video here. I want to see if I can bring it up. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I'll see if I can get this on screen. 1 minute.
Yeah, I just wanted to say.
All right. So these are the type of people that reach out to us, and this guy's going to be famous one day, and I can't tell you why, but he will be. Right. You ready? Let's see if I can bring this up. Where is it? There it is. Let's see if I can do it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say.
All right. So some bad language about to be here, but this guy is one of what? So I have seen what they have done to Danny. I don't want that done to me. But they have not done it anymore, have they? They filed a discontinuance for me. They didn't have any jurisdiction. And why if you go into the link that's in the chat room, which is pinned at the top, and you can just have a voice. You can talk like this if you want to. You don't have to talk in your real voice. But this guy here, this is what we do. This is what we do. We get this stuff coming in all the time.
Say that you're a fucking loser and you hide behind your little phone in your other country like a little fucking faggot. I'm not hiding. My name is on there. My phone number's on there. I'm right here. I'm in Welland, Ontario, Niagara. I got nothing to hide. Nothing to hide, buddy. Just you and Danny are butt buddies. You guys love to give each other up the ass. And I see that now. Everyone sees that now. You guys are frauds and scammers. All right?
Isn't that lovely? So I wonder how he's getting on with his investment these days. But that's the sort of shit that we get sent to us from these people that are trying to protect these people. Why? This is ridiculous. In fact, I tell you what, I'm probably going to not turn this live off for 12 hours. And I'm going to let you guys just sit here and look at these individuals. And if you do want to talk, I will hear it ringing, and I'm going to go away and cook myself lunch. And when I hear somebody who wants to speak, I will come back to the computer and turn the frying pan off, because I think, yeah. Do I have his phone number? Suze, I think I do have his phone number. Can you give me his name in my screen? Because that would be funny to ring him now. I think I do have it. I've got his name. He's on the screen here. So that guy, is it that guy? Have I got that wrong, right? Is that him? Is that the same guy? I know he's he works in a car shop. Is that the same guy? Yeah. Well, before I go away and cook myself lunch, he's super homophobic. I know. That's why I don't know why people do that for. I mean, like, you abuse me, but you're just going after a whole culture of people, aren't you? Anyway, what I will do is I want to go through this. I just want to go through this document. I did it yesterday, and I'm going to read it really quick. But I don't want it to feel like we don't care about people, and we do. And if you are scared, it's valid. If you are concerned, that's valid. But if you want your money back, you need to speak up. And if you don't speak up, you're not going to get your money back. If you're going to let these individuals here steal your money because you're too scared to speak up, they win. And that's it. It's like Full House. They've got the aces and you say nothing. So pause before taking action. Well, there you go. When a fraud is discovered, the instinct may be to act quickly. However, rushing can sometimes create problems. Before taking major actions, gather your documents, organize your information, avoid confrontations or public accusations. Accusations, is that the word?
Accusations.
Yep. Avoid paying anyone who promises to recover your funds. Now, please do not do that. Never fork out any more money once you've lost money is always the rule. Take your time to understand the situation, your option. Number 3, document your story. Write a journal. If you're not ready to speak now, write a journal about what actually happened. Tell your story. Start writing down your experience. Include how you first learned about the investment, who introduced you, meetings, calls, or presentations you attended, dates and the amounts invested, payment methods used, withdrawal attempts, and response you received when you couldn't get your money out. They are people controlling the narrative, MSB laws, audits, excuses, all this sort of shit. Creating a timestamp helps clarify what happened. And it's like if you go from A to Z, start with A, put Z at the bottom, and then put M in the middle and start writing your story, and then fill up the stories top and bottom until you get the whole story planned out. Clarify what happened, support investigators, and I'm an investigator, I'm an independent journalist, investigative reporter, that's what I do. Assist attorneys or financial professionals, gather important records, collect and safely store investment agreements, bank wire confirmations. People often tell me they're an investor of Goliath Ventures. The first thing I say is, how'd you pay the money? If they paid it through a bank like JB Morgan, then there is a chance the bank may have done something wrong with your money and the bank could be liable. So always ask that question. If you pay via crypto, normally that's the worst thing, but not everyone has in this case. Crypto transaction records, email, text messages, WhatsApp, Telegram messages, screenshot them before they delete them because that's what they're literally doing at the moment. Marketing presentations or pitch decks. We received some pitch decks just recently that we hadn't seen before. Screenshots of returns or bank accounts. Helpful tips: organize your documents by date. Save screenshots before messages disappear. Back up the files securely. These records may become important evidence. Consider reporting fraud. Victims often ask whether they should report what happened. In many cases, reporting helping investors understand the scope of the scheme and identify additional victims. Now, for God's sake, guys, I mean, please, please, please look at these 27 people. Each of them, every single one of them would have received $1 million. Here he is. Oh, he did ring me. There he goes. Oh, hello. G'day, mate. How are you?
Hey, buddy.
Cool. Now, did you hear my voice message?
Yeah, I really don't want to talk. I don't want to get involved with it.
Okay.
Someone with someone, and it obviously is a bad look, but man, I don't even want to get involved.
Why
The more
not?
I say, the more people think. Just
Yeah.
because I learned to stay away, man. There's nothing that can come from being involved with him. I wish I never went on the trip with him. We only met in the end, in the back, right towards the end. The only reason we even heard about this was from your thing right when we got back. I don't need to defend myself against something that I didn't do or part of.
But you must know investors who invested in Goliath Ventures.
I know one. I'm the one that told him to call one of the lawyers.
All right. Who's that?
Ben Bolt. I'm the one that gave him my lawyer. Yeah, he called me. I'm like, man, he saw the thing.
Yeah. All right, mate.
The only one I really know, and I'm the one that hooked him up with the lawyer who's the one that started all this, Alfredo Zamora. I gave him your info. I'm helping everybody because whoever's asking me that I know, I'm pointing him in the right direction.
Right. So you're just sort of hoping it's all going to go away and wash itself under the bridge.
No. But for me to sit there and say I went on a trip with this, I was invited on go on a trip that I had no clue anything about his business. I just saw him as a wealthy guy. He would just spend money, and then so no one saw anything crazy. I never heard of anything wrong. He did this. You just hear crypto guy living in Orlando. You would never think that this guy's walking around the way he's walking around. You know what I mean? You saw him everywhere. He was just everywhere.
I know.
You know, he was a magic, this, charities. I mean, with the biggest people. I'm not, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And Isaac is the one that invited us. That cool and invited us, and that's it. And that's how it all started.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
For me to sit here and be like, no, you know, people are not going to believe it. People are not going to believe that me and Chris have maybe had 4 phone calls outside of like, all right, be here at this time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know where I'm coming from, or
no,
you know what I mean? Like,
no. I would just try to. No, I'd just try to help. What I would do if I was you, mate, I would go to the investigators and just say, can I help with the investigation, and tell them everything you know. And if you don't know nothing,
I really don't know nothing. The only thing I know is all the guys I was on the trip with. I know their names.
Yeah,
but
that's
you know
that.
what they do?
Well, it's date and timelines and all that sort of stuff. So, I mean, if you want to help in the investigation, clear your own name, then
I am giving my friend who's a lawyer whatever I know. So he's the lawyer again.
Why wouldn't you talk to the head investigator and tell him that you traveled?
Call him.
Yeah, well, he won't. No, I'll give him your info and say that you're willing to talk and you went to Mykonos with Chris for a joyride.
Sure,
yep.
It's no problem to do that. Not at all. But
yep.
You want to send me their info also? I mean, I'll call them whenever. There's nothing to hide, so I have no problem to say anything. Like, hey, because whatever I saw could help him, sure. If whatever you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, good. Well, I'll do that. How's that sound?
Yeah, of course.
All right. No worries. Thanks, mate.
But for me, I don't need to say here like I am not involved. Why am I defending that? I'm not involved. Like,
yeah, okay. Well, just tell them that you went for a joyride on a Learjet, and you went to Mykonos, and you were with. That's all people want, mate. It's all. It just helps with the investigation. No one's trying to corner you.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm not at all. 1,000%. So sure, if you want, you can give my number. I can get everyone that was all my friends that were there on the thing. Will tell them because they're all just there for everyone was invited. Like no one thought any of this.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep. That's right, mate. All right. Thank you. You're awesome.
Cool.
All right, mate. See you, dude.
All right. So he'll call me, I guess.
I'll give him your phone number and tell him that you're willing to talk and help with the investigation. That's awesome. Can't ask for more than that, mate.
Cool.
All right, mate.
But yeah, look, I'm pretty sure it was. It's a crazy in Orlando. Everyone's talking about it because
I know
he was a popular, like he was a figure here. I mean, it was a business, like whatever you want to call him. To the naked eye, no one knew.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like even when you were saying it, still people were like, nah, and nah, there's no way. Like even you're screaming it from the top of the hills.
Still am. We just can't get any victims to talk. They all want it. We've got 27 co-conspirators sitting.
What's a victim? Like someone who put money in? I know.
No. Well, a victim who's invested and obviously thought that they were going to get 3 or 4% return per month.
I know someone who will. My friend Ben Bolton. I mean, he's not my friend. I know from back in the day from college. I wouldn't say my friend. He called me because he saw. But I'm pretty sure he'll. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll talk to anybody. Yeah, he put money.
Yep, no, that's cool. That's what we're looking for, and we're actually more going after the Nick Petrillos and Tomos and Stephen Davis.
I personally only know from the trip was Nick, was the Indian guy.
Hey, can you wait a minute, please? Won't be a second. Wait a minute. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah.
You know Steve Howe. Steve Howe told me he spoke with you. Steve, my friend Steve Howe from here, he said he's the one that posted a bunch of stuff.
No, I don't know. Look, we'll have a yarn.
The only reason why I'm being associated with this is mainly because the video you made. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of the only thing really tying me into it.
Yeah.
It's it's the only thing really tying me in, other than I was on a plane with the guy.
Yeah.
And there was never anything like You know what I mean? There was no money talks. There was no things like that. It was just he had, you know what I mean? It was just like him taking out his Poon was his name. It was like a specialty thing for him for doing so well and for him being a really good worker.
Oh, Poonit Shaw.
Yeah. So we were there along with, and like when he would make speeches, like everyone being there, it was about for Poonifer or whatever, doing really well.
Was he on the plane? Poonit Shaw.
Yeah, he was on the plane. Yeah, he was on the plane.
Well, that information is priceless, mate. That's brilliant because he brought in 500 investors. So
he was because he did so well, and then we were just there. We were like, all right, whatever, sure, cheer, clap. We don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm seeing that, and we're just the four guys who came along who got, in a sense, free rides. Like, you know, we just. Sure.
Well, what's the other four guys? Because I'm looking at a picture of you at the moment in the airplane. You've got the guy that keeps
Zaxby's.
Yep.
My friend whose dad owns Zaxby's, and another friend of mine, Daryl, and then Isaac with the bottle.
Right.
And everything for Isaac. Right. The one that.
So how come those other three guys got to go in the plane then? Was that all part of it?
No, they just Isaac's the one that befriended Chris.
Right.
And got kind of all of us to come.
All right.
Yeah.
Was Punic on the plane as well?
I'm 99% sure, yes, man.
Oh, you must be.
I'm pretty sure because I never met him. That was the first time.
Right. Yeah. Well, at the moment, he's trying to get a lawsuit going and claiming he's a victim.
Brother, they all work together.
Yep. Thank you.
I know for sure he works together. I'm pretty sure Nick. I'm pretty sure Nick was there. They were talking like. They would talk like get mad at Chris because he's like, why are you paying for the singer to be there and paying for all his brothers to be there? Like, and then so Nick was getting mad at him for that. And we're just there like, hey.
Well, Nick's trying to sue Christopher. Well, they've just filed a motion to dismiss. But Nick's trying to sue Christopher for $40 million because he hadn't been paid the rewards for signing up people for the Ponzi scheme.
That doesn't kind of make sense. It's kind of backward.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. He's the only person that's claiming he's a victim who actually is hoping to get his hand out for victim money, not receiving victims' money, commissions. That's ridiculous.
I'm sure everyone's going to leave this high and dry now. It sounds like it. That's really what it sounds like. But they're all part of it. They're all making money. So
well, you hit the nail on the head, mate, and that's why we want you to speak up, because if investigators realise that
from going on a trip with them, and it was a fun trip. It wasn't like a business trip.
They didn't have any business trips, mate. They're not doing any businesses. They're not doing business. They were just taking money out of it.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. It's just hard to watch, mate. That's all.
Look, if the guy calls me, I'll gladly tell him everything I saw and everything I know.
Brilliant. And that's what we're asking people to do, mate. And that's really cool. I mean, there's rumors going on.
Remove me from the video with Chris and connecting me with him. I mean,
I can't at the moment, mate. Got too many eyes watching me. But the idea is that we're just asking people to tell us what they know. We're not trying to implement everybody. When we see you in a plane with the guy that stole all those millions.
When I went to you that the first time, I was thinking like, what is this guy talking about? I'm literally just I'm so like my oblivionness of everything was like, I'm just on here I'm just here for fun. What do you know what I mean? That's why I was like, what is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, what? We would never even think this.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how you can say that in a way, because the guy's got no verification for income. You're a businessman. You've got lots of properties and stuff. This guy's never on the phone talking about business. He's just pissing his money away all the time. How many business?
It was you know what it was? He had a personal shopper. He had a personal lady who did all the bookings. He had all these people doing everything for him, where it was almost like, how is this not real? You know what I'm saying? Like, it was all just set up too good. It was all set up. Everything was set up. You get here, it was like an itinerary. You get here, it was all set up. There was no like, so it's like, how is this fake? How is this person doing, you know what I mean? It was too, it was too real.
Yeah, it's all right, mate. All right. Yeah. All right, mate. Just leave it with me. Thank you for talking to us, and I do appreciate you talking and saying that. But I'll give you a phone number to the head investigator, and he'll give you a ring. How's that sound?
Cool.
All right, mate. Have a goodie. See you, mate.
You too, brother.
Bye. Now, in full transparency there, I did send him a message telling him I'd like to speak to him. You heard me record it. I don't think he listened to it, and I don't think he knew he was live, so I weren't trying to entrap him. Now, there are messages in there, and somebody said this is why we don't want to come on the stage and talk live. I mean, can you see the type of intel that somebody like that can actually help us with our investigation just by saying they know nothing? But then he starts telling us how they've got a travel director who organises everything. How Nick and Chris were arguing about who to pay. The trip was, I never knew until now that trip was to celebrate the amount of money that Punic Shaw had made. And it obviously got to a sales level. So they take a Lear jet. All these things come out when people who say they know nothing speak about nothing. It adds up to a lot of intel for us. And he obviously has verified the fact that these guys are not innocent victims who didn't know what was happening. Obviously, Chris was running a real slick operation, but he wasn't running it by himself, and that's why we've got these co-conspirators on here. So I don't know what to do with you guys who don't want to speak. And if are you worried that you're going to be implemented in this? Are you worried that you're going to have your money that you've made clawed back? And so I can't do all that. So yeah, what have we got here? So I'm getting messages coming in now. So that wasn't really how I like to do my investigations, I'll be honest. This meeting was all about more about victims having a chance to speak, but no one wants to speak. So sorry about that, guys. Don't know what to say about that. What's this? You've got somebody in here saying that Mark Najame, the Orlando lawyer hired to run a smear campaign. Danny is a professional scammer and extortionist. So what proof do you have that that is legit? I can promise you that no Mark Najame has hired me. For God's sake, you're really going for low-hanging fruit. So you reckon that someone's hired me to do this whole campaign. Now, when Christopher was filed a lawsuit against me, he actually sent people around to my house. They staked out my neighborhood. They found out where I lived. They knocked on my door. And they wanted to offer me $150,000. Originally, they wanted to offer me $150,000 to take down all my videos. They wanted to know who had been they wanted to know who had hired me to do a smear campaign against Christopher. And they were willing to pay me $150,000. All I had to do was hand over that person and write a Dear John letter to say I was misinformed and obviously delete my videos. And they were going to give me $150,000. So we told them to stick that up their backside where the sun doesn't shine. And they put that in writing. And it's on my website. I've documented everything. So the next thing that happens is about 8 weeks later, I get two men knocking on my door, and they're here to offer me another deal. And they said, we're from Goliath Ventures. We've been hired by their lawyers to come and talk to you. And I said, I'm not talking to you guys. Fuck off. And I said, well, if you want to, I said, what do you want to talk about? And I said, well, if I can record it, I will talk to you, but I'm not agreeing to anything. And they said, no, we're not going to talk to you on camera. In fact, we won't let you talk to us unless we have, unless you don't have your phone on you. So I told them, I started recording, put the phone in my pocket, and then these guys wouldn't tell me unless I didn't have my phone on me. So I just yelled at them and told them that they, it was quite amazing. I would put the recording online, but it does show where I live, which I'm not going to do, obviously. But they were, actually what I can do is I can actually play that recording so you can hear it. That would be quite good. I think I can do that without doing it. So you can actually hear the recording of what actually happened when these guys come around. And it won't be too clear, but you will get the idea. Let's see if I can find it first. Private investigators. Yeah, here we go. Have a listen to this.
Danny, we're not going to entertain it if you're recording. Okay?
Oh, what the fuck? I mean, come on, guys. I've got
Yeah,
bad
well,
language, by
why
the
don't you
way.
hear what I have to say first? We leave the phone and hear what we have to say first.
No. You want to talk to me?
Yeah, we
might do. You come or don't come.
It's not on your terms, Danny.
Oh, well, fuck off then. Just go away. I mean, what the fuck? You fucking fuck me off.
Okay.
You know?
Just, Danny, calm down, all right?
I'm not. I mean, you fucking come here offering me a deal.
Yeah.
But I've got 6 government agencies working with me on this.
Yeah, okay. Well,
you don't even know what the fuck you're doing.
Okay.
And you... the comment in here with Jane flew you to Orlando is incorrect. I did not get any money from anyone to fly to Orlando. And that is just fishing for information. I mean, why would he do that? I mean, you're idiot. Even to make an accusation like that without no claim. But anyway, carry on listening to these guys. So what I'm getting at, these guys come to offer me a deal, more than $150,000. So if I was out for the money or a free flight to Orlando, why would these guys offer me a bigger deal than $150,000? And even though I refused to listen to their deal, they still wanted to know who was bankrolling me. And they can't get it through their thick head that no one's bankrolling me. I've just about gone broke doing this. My visa was, at one point, my visa was maxed out and I was $50,000 in debt. And I managed to sell one of my websites for $50,000 and wipe out my debt. And that was all happened at the beginning of the year. And then since then, I've been going backwards every month financially, fighting this scam for people who have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars on my own dime. I'm not doing it for the money, and I'm not doing it to get a free flight to America. I'm doing it because I fight international scammers who run large-scale Ponzi schemes and scams, and my Avengers don't get paid anything for it. In fact, when I went to America, which my whole trip is documented on my own website, for God's sake. When I went to, my first night was actually in Washington, D.C., and one of my Avengers actually picked me up and took me out for dinner, and we overlooked the White House. And it was amazing. I hadn't been to America since 2000. So 26 years later, Danny turns up in Washington and have a look around, and I had a nice time. But I don't get bankrolled for this. And even to come here and make up stupid claims. I mean, why the hell would Mark Najeebs pay for me to go to Orlando? Anyway, this is the voice from the video, which I'll play one day. Come in here.
I just wanted to have a discussion with you. That's what I've been asked to do.
Okay. Some fuckwits.
Okay,
who
well, I
are
mean, that's...
stealing people's money for mum and dad investors.
Okay.
And you're here to give me a fucking deal.
Danny,
well, you're fucking soft cocks. That's what you are.
Okay. All right. Just relax, all right? We're not here to cause you any harm.
You're causing me harm by knocking on my fucking door, you cunts.
Hey. Just keep...
You're fucking you're knocking on my fucking door, invading my privacy.
You're winding yourself up at the moment. There's no point in... we're not here to... We aren't the big picture. We are...
You're here because you're trying to save a company that's running on the biggest Ponzi scheme in America.
We have no...
If you don't have any idea, you shouldn't be offering me a deal.
Well, that's not really the purpose, the engagement.
Well, you want to shut me up. You've already offered me $150,000. Go shove it up your ass.
Okay. Well, I mean, clearly nothing's changed. So if you don't want to...
Well, you offered me $150,000.
I'm here to have a chat with you, that's all. And I'm not going to do it on...
All right, fair enough. Give me a chat.
I'm not going to do it while you're phoning.
All right. Well, you stalemate me. What do you think, I'm stupid?
No, I don't think you are.
I mean, what is this person in the chat room doing here? Look at Danny trying to be tough. For fuck's sake. What the fuck are you in here for? You are in here, you've set up yourself in a YouTube account that's been put together today, and you are anonymous in here in my chat room, telling me, look at Danny trying to be tough, and you're anonymous. What the fuck are you, you piece of shit? I mean, really, do you think that you're trying to aid Goliath Ventures by your comments? Do you really think that someone has hired me to chase down Goliath Ventures, and it just so happens that we've managed to get this company investigated and we're about to get Christopher indicted? And people now realize that he has stolen $128,000 from mum and dad investors, stolen people's pension funds, gone into firemen and managed to get them to mortgage their house and invest. And you're in my chat room telling me that I'm trying to look tough. Well, I'm vulnerable as anybody. I've got my weak points, I've got my weaknesses, I've got my strengths. I'm not actually trying to be anybody. But if we want to flip it and look back at you, you're in here in an anonymous person throwing mud at the wall like it's going to stick. Really? I mean, you're just an idiot. And that's the truth of it. So listen to these men, and anybody who knows me will understand that this was a very real threat. And Steve Davis, who we interviewed, actually talked about how they sent these men around to my house. There was another person, we've got correspondence from another individual, Nick Petrillo, also stating that he knew that they sent these people around to my house. And in the meantime, you're listening to, watching all these people say that these other people aren't victims and not actually co-conspirators.
Not at all. That's not what we're saying.
Do you have any ideas what you guys are involved in?
Okay. Like I said, we're the small fish that have just, because we're local.
I'm busting one of the biggest scams in the world.
And because we're local, we've just been asked to come here. Nobody's flowing over from anywhere.
Yeah. You come from Auckland, you said?
Yeah, I've come from Auckland, yeah. But nobody's come from overseas. We're just been...
door you come.
Hey, just, that's enough.
Well, you
that's
are
enough, Danny.
Oh, my life is threatened here, and you've knocked on my fucking door.
Hang on. Have we been
Where did you get my address from?
Have we been remotely threatened to you?
Well, you're representing Goliath, who's threatened me with my life.
No, we're not representing Goliath.
You're representing their lawyers.
Messengers.
Right, they were not representing Goliath. They knocked on my door, which I live in a pretty secure location, and they are just messengers, and they're not threatening me at all. Okay.
Right, I don't represent them.
All right. Well, where do you want to do this meeting? I'm just going to the private clubhouse.
Yeah. Well, we can do that, but we're not doing it with phones.
Oh, all right. Can I take notes?
You can take notes.
Yeah. Well, just tell me.
Well, without your phone.
Well, you guys so fucking dumb that you don't think a guy that's a podcaster wants to record something. I'm dyslexic. I won't even remember what you say. Have you written down anything? So what you come here with a deal for me to shut up? That's what the deal is. Is that what you're saying?
No, there's more to it than that. It's not that simple, Dan.
Well, you're going to prove to me they're not running a fraud?
I'm not. That's not my job either.
Well, if it's not your job, then you haven't got all the facts, and you shouldn't be coming here offering somebody when you don't know the whole facts. Okay. I've got a team of investigators. I've got Homeland Security running this with me.
Yeah. Like who's backing you?
Did you hear that? So these guys knew that they couldn't talk to me. They knew that I wouldn't negotiate a deal, but they wanted to know who was backing me. Well, listen here, you motherfuckers. No one's backing me. This is what I do for a living, and I get paid peanuts for doing it. Call me mental, insane, or whatever you do, but if you're sitting here looking for someone else to blame, look at me, and I'm telling you that no one has bankrolled me into busting one of the biggest fucking Ponzi schemes in America. I've done it with my team of Avengers. We've been doing this for 5 years, and we go after anyone that's running a large-scale Ponzi scheme or scam. We actually name and shame individuals. That's what we fucking do, you pieces of shit out there that want to support these fucking heroes. And these guys were there to intimidate me. And it wasn't nice, but they had no right in doing it. And we have currently got things happening. We found the company they sent around. We've got these individuals, photos of them. We've got everything. We know everyone involved, and there's going to be a bit of a cleanup. Let me just say that. But let me carry on listening to this.
With all of us. No?
I'm talking to Chris's girlfriend at the moment, Ty, this morning. Do you want to see the messages? So Chris's girlfriend's feeding me information, and she's in Dubai at the moment with him. And somebody else suggested that I've got people bankrolling, and you're going after the people that you think are bankrolling me.
No, I'm not going after anybody.
Fucking hell, you guys are desperate. You're fucking desperate, guys.
I'm not going after anybody.
You're talking about something.
If you don't know the facts, you shouldn't be here, should you?
No,
you're fucking representing a scammer.
Contrary to that, it's a simple task.
It's not a simple task. You're here as messengers offering a plea deal with one of the biggest scammers in America. And you fuck me off the fact that you'll take money from anybody to do so. I think it's so unethical. What do you think I do it for? Do you think I really do it for the money? Do you think somebody's bankrolling you? I lost 2 people in my family to suicide through to religion. I bust scammers. The first scam I busted, 11 people died by suicide. Yeah. People will lose their money and they kill themselves because of this type of activity.
Sure.
And this is what I do for a living. And you sit here and you come here and you want to know who's bankrolling me?
Nobody's we're not in your...
Unethical, fuck it. That's who you guys are.
Hey.
You are.
That's not the case.
Well, what are you then? A couple of Jehovah's Witnesses here and my door preaching me about God.
I think. Thanks for your time, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Well, okay. All right. Come on, you going to give me the deal? Hey, you soft cock. Fucking soft cocks. Working for the fucking...
We tried to be reasonable with you.
You didn't try to be reasonable.
These private investigators flew 1,100 kilometres, staked out my neighbourhood over a week because the neighbours told me, then walked in here expecting that I would bend at the knees when they offered me a deal of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then claimed they didn't know anything about Goliath Ventures. And I told them they were running one of the biggest Ponzi schemes on the planet, and they decided to still be the messengers.
Well, you're working for Goliath Ventures Inc. You're trespassed from my property. If you ever come back in, you'll get arrested. Do you understand?
So now I'm walking them off the property.
You fucking softcocks working for the fucking Goliath Ventures guys. And you're private investigators. Do some research before you try and do this stuff. Now you're running away like a couple of
So I've got the camera on their face.
These 2 guys want to talk to me about a deal with Goliath Ventures, and they don't want it recorded on the internet because they are working for one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in America. And they've come here to talk to me off record. Get off the road, you fucking dumbass.
It's not very nice when I'm angry.
I'm not showing my colours. I work for... You're working for scammers. That's who you guys work for. Well, who do you work for then? Private investigator taking money off criminals. How do you sleep at night?
Danny, we were just here to have a conversation.
No, you're not. You're here to offer me a deal, but you won't let me record it, where you want me to go away and shut up because I'm recording. That's what you are.
I think you need to calm down.
I am calm down. I'm a precision instrument.
A what?
Precision instrument.
Okay.
I do this for a living.
Yeah.
I watch people cut their wrists with razor blades because people like you are trying to buy.
You possibly should have stopped them rather than recording them.
Oh, they got smart ass in.
Stop who?
You're saying you watch people slashing their wrists with razor
I did
blades.
stop them. You wouldn't know anything on what I do.
Hey, you're a hero.
Oh, fuck off, mate. What are you? Working for fucking criminals. You realise he's lost all the money, don't you?
They listen to...
He's lost all the money. The funds are all frozen. They're saying it's an audit. Okay. He's got no money left. I'm just about to jump on a video now and talk about how Andrew Tate did level trading and lost the whole lot. And I've got pictures of Christopher on his yacht from 4 weeks ago.
Danny, we've tried to be reasonable.
Oh, you haven't tried to be reasonable. You tried to offer me a deal to shut up.
We haven't been aggressive. We haven't been in your face.
Well, I'm aggressive because you're in my house. No,
well, we're not. We're now walking down a road, Danny.
Yeah, good on you.
And you're the one following us.
Yeah, that's right. And tell Goliath Ventures to stick it up their ass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you get the idea, guys. Now, all jokes aside, it was pretty intimidating. But these are the private investigators that they sent around to my house. That's not the one. That's the one there. So this is one of them here. His eye shut when I took his photo, and then we had the other guy here. Ironically, I actually managed to find this guy drinking at a pub a couple of weeks later, and we videoed him. We found out he was wearing the same shoes, same watch, and same guy. But that's very real. You decide what. So I've had a lot of things. Obviously, we've had a lot of hate in there. This is why investors stay silent. We just are insulted simply because I said, read something wrong. Why are we? We're not insulting people, are we? Like, we're not. I mean, let's just put it down really clearly. Anyone that's invested in Goliath Ventures will do anything we can to help you. We can't guarantee we'll help you get your money back, but we can certainly point you in the right direction. And we're trying to point people in the right direction. Think about this. On the 1st of September, we started this investigation. Ever since then, we've been getting backlash from Goliath Ventures, lawsuit threats that don't apply. My saving grace is probably that I live in New Zealand and it's difficult to stop somebody in a different country from reporting the truth. Now we're telling you guys that you need to actually go after these co-conspirators. You need to go to a lawyer and say that the guy that introduced me was Nick Petrillo. And you need to file a lawsuit directly with Nick Petrillo. And forget about Goliath Ventures and Christopher. At the start of this, I'm glad you said that. Thank you, Susie. I'm starting to think I was doing something wrong there. You need to go after these conspirators. 27 of them here. This list is well thought out, well researched. We can tell you that every single person here has made millions of dollars from being associated to Goliath Ventures. Millions of dollars has been made, spent, pissed away, whatever you like to do. There's a lot of people out there who think their information isn't useful. It's not helpful. Well, it is. We just had somebody ring up. Whether they knew that was being recorded, I do not know. I did send them a message asking them to ring me and explain that I would like to hear directly from them, and they rang up. So that's their Dewey. But what I'm getting at there, guys, is no one wants to speak. And all these guys here are going to get away with your money, which is really hard case. Allow your comments. So Danny needs to not curse either. Danny needs to not curse either. Do you know how hard it is not to curse at people? Like, I'm not a violent type of guy. I'll use my tongue to fight my arguments rather than my fist. I've never punched anyone in the face in my whole life. Well, actually, I lie. I did do it once at school when a kid punched me. I punched him back, and it was quite funny. But what I'm getting at is I'm not a violent guy. So the only way to, when I get angry, and I don't know if you're allowed to say you get angry, is to use my words, but not to curse is not something. It shows I do not curse normally when I'm doing my YouTube things, because I think it is actually a valid thing. It does. I think with people who curse, you lose professionalism. But in some ways, I'd like to say that actually what it does do is show how much this affects me. Now, why does it affect me? I haven't lost any money. I haven't taken any money out. And I haven't given it all over to Chris and watched him piss it away. So why does it affect me? Well, it affects me because I put everything into everything I do. That's my entrepreneurial spirit. We found, Susie's got a comment, and we found these guys in about 15 minutes, and they didn't think we would. So we found the company behind this that come and knocked on my door. We are very good at researching stuff. Also, I still send texts to the guy that knocked on my door. I should ring him up now, shouldn't I? Because he's in New Zealand. I'll ring him up and see if he wants to talk to me about why he thought it was a good idea to knock on my door. Should I do that? It's Friday afternoon. Ask him. There he is. Mike, his name is. So let's ring up Mike, the guy that knocked on my door, and see what he wants to talk about. Let's go, Mike. See if he wants to talk. Mike's the guy that knocked on my door. going to answer your phone, Mike? So Mike will probably get some criminal charges against him.
Mike Gillen, Operations Director at the Investigators New Zealand. Sorry, I can't take your call right now. Please leave a brief message with your contact details. Otherwise, email me on mike@theinvestigators.co.nz and I'll come back to you right away. Thank you.
When you've finished recording, press hash for more options or just hang up.
G'day, Mike. Danny D. Heck here. Look, I was wondering if you guys want to tell us what offer that you were going to give me when you knocked on my door from Goliath Ventures, now that they've been charged for criminals for running a $328 million Ponzi scheme. Could be a good opportunity for you guys to come clean and help us with our investigation. Now you realize that you were working for a criminal network of people. So why don't you give me a ring and tell me why you thought it was a good idea to come and present an offer to an investigator who's reporting the truth when trying to tell people to stop investing in a large-scale Ponzi scheme and scam. Now it's all over the media. You just need to search for Christopher and Goliath Ventures and you'll see that I've been totally vindicated and you were part of it. So those guys often he sends me back a message, so it's pretty wicked, really. All right, so yeah, we've managed to find them. Chris, put the iPad down and go to sleep. Yeah, it probably is, Christopher. If you mute a person, it's not true journalism. Yeah, but what do you mean? If you mute a person, it's not true journalism. I don't get that. Why do we have to take abuse from people? I'm working for this is a what do you call it? Non-profit. Let's go glitter toast, which I really appreciate your comments. I'm not insulting you. I'm correcting your misunderstanding. You should listen to people who know more than you do and are trying to help. Yeah, that's good. Oh, Ponzi Patrol, lovely to see you here, mate. Ponzi Patrol is another YouTuber who fights these, he's investigated some pretty cool stories, and it's the networks that we've been building since we've been doing criminal investigations are absolutely awesome. Just dropping in now, you decide not to upload the video part of this. Well, I don't, because it just shows where I live, and I still live in fear that these guys have got more money than I have, and I get that. Danny isn't trying to help. He's creating the issues. Tell everyone how you cooled the bank and disrupted the company's ability to move the money into assets. Now that's absolutely super classic, that one. This is the mentality of some people. So we got an investor who invested $250,000 and then a day later discovered my YouTube channel and realized that they had been scammed. And we said, I said, how did you transfer the money? And he said he put it into Wise, into the credit card company, the Wise that you can transfer from Wise into money. He said he put the money in there. So we took, because of our networks and our large network of people that help us fight scams, we were actually able to message the timestamp of the transaction. These individuals that worked for the Bank of America had inside knowledge and actually looked into that bank account and saw $100 million worth of transactions. The words that we got back from these people was, whoa. And a few days later, they were able to seize that money and freeze that bank account. It was not me who froze that bank account. I don't have the ability to do so, but it was through the in-house banking system and the contacts that we knew that managed to freeze the funds. And the person then didn't want to provide us the bank account details. But anyway, we managed to figure it all out. $250,000 coming to the bank at this time. We went to the bank that we were told it went to. They saw the transaction. They froze the bank accounts out. Not us. That's what the banks do. So now we've got somebody in the chat room criticizing us because of that, the Ponzi scheme fell over. The mentality of the person who said that, I would question. Do you really think that this isn't a Ponzi scheme? Because that's what you're saying, isn't it? You're saying because Danny DeHeck froze a bank account, I also froze the ability for everybody to get paid. Now that there was actually done, the money actually started They ran out of money in October, November, and December. The reason why the first bank account got frozen, the JP Morgan's got frozen, then they sent out newsletters telling everyone that they were trying to find a bank that could grow at the same rate as Goliath was. So then this was at the time when they were with the Bank of America. They had 2 Bank of America accounts, so we were told, and we know that we helped with information to freeze the second bank account. And I just have to think that is ever heard of Dumb and Dumber? Well, that comment is probably the dumbest one. So that's what true journalism does. We let people comment even if we think it's stupid. We're not going to ban you. We just think that's interesting. Right, so now I'm going through all these comments because these people obviously want to get it out. And this is actually how victims speak. Victims don't speak. I never ever thought for a minute that we'd get anybody that wanted to come on stage and tell their story. Because you're all running around at the moment like headless chooks. You're all hoping that you can get your principal back. All you want is your money back, but you don't want to do anything about it. You won't even throw the people under the bus that we've put on the screen here. 27 people we know have made millions of dollars from associating with Christopher. They have been pushing people over the cliff. We are an organisation, Danny DeHick's my name, and the Avengers are an organisation that are at the top of the cliff telling people not to go over the cliff. Just because your friend jumped over the cliff does not mean you want to go over the cliff. And that's what we do. We are not an organisation at the bottom of the cliff. Now, we've got all these victims coming out to us, and these victims are coming to us now wanting their money back. They want it both ways. They wanted an investment where they were going to get 3 to 8% per month paid to them. And now they realize it's a Ponzi scheme. They just want their principal back. Well, unfortunately, you need to do something about it. And you need to actually go to a lawyer and go after these people on the screen, because these are the co-conspirators. And I'm willing to do it and tell you people, we've got files on each and every one of these people. We've got months worth of research, and we can help you, show you, and prove that these people were aiding the criminal work that Christopher was doing. So false information isn't true journalism either, Ethan. So yeah, that's cool. Thank you. I asked questions. That's cool. Danny loves spreading fake news. Okay, I do. Can you give me an example of that then? We'll wait for you. If you want to come in here and tell me that I spread fake news, that's an extraordinary claim. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So I love that one. Ponzi Patrol said, laugh out loud. Right, Danny caused a Ponzi scheme to collapse. Weird logic. I think that's a pretty good comment. So thank you very much for that one. What else have we got here today? No one believes you. Move along. Okay, that's thank you for standing up for me there. That was in reply to the person that says that I make fake news. And then somebody else is loving somebody else, which I love to see. Bloomberg. What's that noise out there? News Bloomberg. Oh, what's that there? Is that something I should open up, Suze? I'm just going through the chat room here. So keep the questions coming in. Keep the insults coming in if you want. I'm still trying to catch up here. Let's have a look at this. News Bloomberg. This was March the 6th. Oh, Bloomberg. I like Bloomberg. I've been in a Bloomberg documentary as well. Complaint. What are we looking at here? Do we, my dog's yakking his head off. I'll just read the start of it and see if it's, this is about,
Austin and Bird is being sued by investors in Florida who say they were duped into contributing to an alleged $328 million cryptocurrency Ponzi scheme over business relationship contracts drafted by the international law firm. The purposed class action complaint, filed in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida, claims that Austin and Bird architected the legal framework through which investor funds and retirement funds were solicited, pooled, transferred, and deployed into Goliath Ventures. Lawsuits have been pouring into Florida state and federal courts from investors claiming to have been fooled by Goliath's CEO Christopher Alexander Delgado, who's been charged with wire fraud and money laundering.
Fake
this
news.
week, a state court appointed a receiver to protect the investors' funds. According to federal prosecutors, Delgado started a legitimate cryptocurrency liquidity business, which uses investor funds to allow for transfer of different crypto assets in a private pool, and earns profits from transaction fees. However, most of the funds were never invested in the pool, and millions were allegedly spent on Delgado's private purchases and real estate. Thursday's complaint alleges that Alston and Bird prepared an opinion letter assuring investors that the liquidity pool wouldn't constitute a security, which would allow Delgado to raise capital from investors and channel the cash through joint venture agreements without triggering regulatory scrutiny and obligations under securities laws. But this was incorrect advice, and none of the lawyers working on this matter are licensed in Florida. The complaint said this triggered a duty owed by Alston and Bird to the partners or joint venturers in the joint venture it created and represented, and then facilitate securities fraud and other misconduct on behalf of one partner against the rest. The complaint said.
All right. Well, I don't have a paid subscription to Bloomberg News, but that is very good news, isn't it? So that's amazing. And you notice the part there it said it was going after them for something to do with retirement funds. And if you go after people's retirement funds, it's 30 years. Now, remember Madoff? He got 150 years because they went after people's retirement funds. So that is brilliant. So I presume that's this is a lawyer, isn't it? That is so brilliant. Continue reading. Oh, can I read that? Oh, my goodness. Well, we can keep reading then, so let's do that.
Adelaide Schwartzbaum, one of the attorneys representing clients in the purported class, said the complaint was just the beginning. The evidence shows that this scheme did not operate in a vacuum, he said. Sun Law Group, Shaw Lewins and Murphy's Law, the crypto law firm, also represent plaintiffs in this matter. The case is Ulino versus Alston and Bird, LLP, SD FLA, No. 26 CV 60646.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Complaint filed the 3rd of May 2026.
Right, so here's a job for you people. You can email Bloomberg and carry on the investigation. I've been interviewed by Bloomberg in the past on they did a 20-minute documentary on me fighting scams and spreading my fake news, if you want to go there. Kind of sucks. It kind of sucks on the fact that Danny said he's getting the info from Chris's girlfriend. Well, when I say that, this is the messages I do get from his girlfriend, because I have actually sung Chris happy birthday, and I have spent a couple of messages with her. So let's have a look. Let's see if I can find her. Tay. Maybe we should ring up Punic. Sure. Well, I've got his number there. Punic. Sure. Let's see if he wants to talk to me. And I'll see if I can find Chris's girlfriend, who we have these dribbly wee conversations back and forth. Where is she? Tay, isn't it? TYO. So this is the message I got from Tay. Whoops. Is that going to read it? Maybe it didn't. Oh.
Hey, Tyre, I hear Chris is having new problems with banks.
I do taunt them a wee bit, but I'll see if I can get the other message going on.
Do you even understand how many people Chris has helped? How many families have a roof over their heads and food on the table because of him? Not to mention the charities he's supported and the countless lives he's genuinely impacted. You're talking about someone whose actions speak louder than any lies you're spreading. So respectfully, you can stop messaging me from now on.
So that was Chris's girlfriend, and then I replied with messages like this.
If you find out that Chris Delgado only gave away money he'd stolen, would that change your mind? If you find out for 100% sure that he lied to people, and they mortgaged their homes, took out loans and put it into Goliath, and then he used part of that for philanthropy, then will you change your mind? While you defend him, he's messaging Caitlin Strez, the influencer, behind your back, trying to get her to join him on the run. His actions are similar to the scam of Erland Sanchi and Co. his mentor and boss. If you want to know how Chris Delgado's life will go, look at Verlin's life. I won't message you unless it's something very important that could save your life. Okay.
Verlin got sentenced for 2 years in prison and then asked the judge if he could go back to Dubai to tidy up some events and fled the country, never came back, but got arrested in Dubai for doing some sort of mortgage fraud and spent 6 months in prison. He's been out for about 3.5 months at the moment, but trapped in Dubai because he's got no travel permit.
No, my life does not need to be saved. I've known Chris for 5 years now, and he is a great man. So from now on, kindly leave me alone.
So that was her request. This is, since that 5 years, Chris has had 8 girlfriends, and what's that noise? Oh, my fridge is beeping. So I'm just gonna read a couple of these here while I go shut the fridge that's beeping. And you can listen to these by yourself.
Danny DeHeck, did you get the notice from the banks? Chris, it's game over. Hombre. Also, Ali is concerned about your tire BRE Zeppa. Lol, you really have no idea what you're talking about. Again, kindly do not message me. Danny DeHeck, message me when you need help. We've got people who can help you get out of the situation you're in.
Oh, I don't know where you got to with that, but yeah, so we had quite a few messages with her, but the one that took the custard, well, that made the cake, would probably be the one where she said, oops, spell her name right, Tya. There she is. This is the last time I received a message. Oh no, I got another one here. The last message I got from her, I thought your voice was actually lovely. It was quite a nice gesture because I sang happy birthday to Christopher. But this was the November the 20th was the last time she was allowed to message me.
It's honestly surprising how much time you've spent talking about someone you've never even met. If you actually knew Chris, you'd see the genuine, kind-hearted person he is. It's unfortunate that you feel the need to tear down innocent people. That says far more about the world you live in than anything else. If you took the time to know him, you'd realize Chris would never take advantage of anyone or scheme in absolutely any way. The irony is that you even called him on his birthday to sing to him. We still have the voicemail. That alone shows how inconsistent your behavior has been. I'll stand by him through all of this. If you think you're going to take him down, you're mistaken. All you're doing is making him stronger. Keep that in mind. Have a good day.
I wonder how strong he is at the moment. Anyway, let's ring her up. See if she will talk to me. Now it's all over. Is it going to work? Calling mobile. She's probably very upset now. I can sing her a happy birthday. I think she likes that. It's taking a wee while to connect. But anyway, what else have we got? Chris, bedtime, put the iPad away. Susie, that's huge. What's huge? Oh, the Bloomberg thing. Yeah, that's massive, wasn't it? Danny, how did...
Been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
G'day, Tay. Danny DeHeck here. I'm probably not going to sing happy birthday to Chris this year, just saying. But I would like to hear your story, and you're always welcome to come and tell us what it's like to have so many handbags. But seriously, you're more than welcome to reach out to me anytime. We would love to hear from you. I was just doing a video playing some of the, reading some of the messages that we've had back and forth. So you've got a voice. You're an individual. I hear that you're a lovely person and really trusting and really know how to pick boyfriends. But if you ever want to talk to us, we're always here for you. So what else have we got here? So we're just going through these messages. How do we find the bribe paper you showed before from Goliath? The bribe paper. Okay, well, that's a good question. That's not that hard to find. The bribe paper, I presume you mean where they offered me $150,000. Is that what you're talking about? Everything's on my website. If you go to, oh, here you go. Wonder what this. Hello. Hello, Danny speaking.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Jane from Leap Global. How are you?
From where? Lead follow.
Leap Global.
Leap
Yeah.
Global. Okay, how can I help you?
Yes. We are actually a co-sourcing company that
Yeah.
helps businesses in building dependable remote teams or remote staff.
Okay.
So, yeah, I believe I'm speaking with the owner.
That's correct. Yep. How you doing?
Yeah, nice having you on the line. Yeah, you're checking right now. You would need of any a VA, customer service, sales, bookkeeper, or any roles you
Yep,
might need remotely.
I do
We can
actually.
help you with that.
Yep, no, I'm desperately looking for some new Avengers. I need people that can actually do open source intelligent investigations.
Mm-hmm.
So people that can research large scale Ponzi schemes and scams.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, is that something do you have investigators?
We have it.
You have people that are willing to put their life at risk and investigate large scale Ponzi schemes and scams?
I know where this is going to. So yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Do you? Well, obviously they can't. Um, yeah. Where is it? So where did they do it? I'm going to find it. They offered me 150,000. Where was that one? There's lots of blogs. Expose. Even I don't know how to find my own content these days. Now, where was it? Christopher, part 3. Smear campaign. Goliath, money ventures. Clawbacks. No FinCEN registration. Unregistered. Goliath Ponzi, that one. Don't drop the soap. What a real fund would look like. Danny versus journalist sued. Dirty tactics, copyright strikes. Here we go. Florida, there it is. So this is where they literally sent individuals around to where I work, and they dropped off a piece of paper that looked really like it was delivered from the courts. And there's the piece of paper there. And this was down the bottom here on this piece of paper, they said they received an email from an individual that claimed he knew me personally, and he had the ability, that's not the right document, had the ability to convince me to take down all my videos. And here it is here, the bribe and the offer. So you can go through and read that. I can put it on the screen if you want to have a look at that bribe. And this was the first bribe they did. I actually just put it in the YouTube chat, so if you're on other platforms, you can read it. And this is the email that they received, that Chris received from somebody. And then at the bottom here, they talk about how they were willing to negotiate a deal. And then, obviously, when you heard that before, I told them that you've already offered me $150,000, and they didn't deny the fact. They were well aware of it. Right, so where were I? We were, oh, thank you very much. Where are we up to on the questionnaires here? So you go have a look at that one. I put in the chat there. You can go read that. I'm just trying to find where we were up to. I'm looking for Susie's message. Well, we didn't want to miss anything here. Victims. Oh, did you find that already? Oh, you did. Thanks, Steve. Too good. Good idea. I'm trying to find where we're up to. We've got quite a lot of I don't think I've had this many chats in the chat room for a long time. Okay, so I'm getting up to where Susie. I'm going to go back to the big screen. It's a bit easier. The purpose of the class action filed against you as a district court, the Southern District. I've lost where I am, but can you give us legal advice here? I can't give legal advice here. Move heaven and earth to get it in the class action lawsuit against. Yeah, so that's okay then. So that's good advice. So if there's a class action lawsuit going against the lawyers, that would be a great idea, because theoretically those lawyers, I believe, would have their own insurance. And if they've done malpractice, the insurance might actually cover the losses for, I'm guessing. You stuck it up. You don't get to talk to Danny because he knows Nick's voice. I don't understand that. You I don't understand what that one is. Sorry. Danny, can you please show us the bribe against yep, I've just done that. Just want to see it. That is all. Yep, that's sure. So I'm not trying to insult. I'm just asking. No, it's all right. We've shown you that. It's sort of like we sort of get these people who I actually get. I'm funny because we are everyone's friend who's lost money to Goliath Ventures, and we still get people doubting us. I mean, I'm the only person in my ventures from the 1st of September 2025, we yelled out to everybody, this is a scam. Stop, stop, stop. And we still have people who doubt us. Why would I risk everything to come after Goliath Ventures for no reason? And then they don't even give us the credit. They tell us that they believe somebody's bankrolled me to blow the whistle on Goliath. And now some people are even insinuating that because we froze bank accounts, well, we told the bankers what was going on and they saw it and they froze the bank accounts, that we have brought down the Ponzi scheme. Do you not understand what a Ponzi scheme is? So the doubters are really hard for us to comprehend. And I'll take it as a sort of a compliment, really, because it just shows you the people that we're dealing with. You guys have been fooled out of your money by a professional con man. And we've tried to warn you, and the people that have warned you are still getting questioned for why they do it, rather than the fact that they stopped these men. It's just unbelievable. Honestly, it is. I don't know the mentality. If I was you guys, I would be thanking me for saving you with money. Chris is joining. Well, this is going to be good. So, that was funny. Chris, I just clicked OK and you've ran away. But that'd be cool. If you look up adverse media, bank shutdown companies, accounts, where, what's this one here? You're asking the wrong person to read these things. Where adverse media is found, plus allegations led to bank off ramping. I don't understand that. Steve managed to find the link. Thank you very much. So you can actually, if you haven't found that link, it's going across the top there. You can go to deheck.com and literally search for 150,000 bribe attempt and you'll find the article. Prove that they ran out of money, Danny. Let's see it. Oh, really? This guy's really full of it, eh? Okay. There's no money left. Why don't you prove that there's money left? Are you kidding me? So a company that's claiming that they're doing, let me get this right. A company that's claiming they're doing pancake swaps and liquidity pool trading and crypto mining, who have no proof of doing that. And now you're asking me whether to prove that they ran out of money. Where was the money that was in the bank account coming from would be the first question I ask. I mean, this is priceless sort of questioning here. Prove they ran out of money. Well, they've got no money now. And if they got their bank accounts shut down, they must have been doing something naughty. Honestly, what brain cell have you got left in your head? I mean, I don't want to do personal insults, but this is a really low blow. This is showing people. Hey, can everyone please just hit the thumbs up on this video? That will help get this video out. I think this video is pretty cool. So make sure you hit the thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Because it does help get these videos out. There is a lot of, I actually think I need to do a poll as well. Okay, so what could we do as a poll? Let's start a poll. Was Christopher running a legitimate Ponzi scheme? Okay. Yes, it would have continued if Danny didn't freeze the bank accounts. Okay, I'll just say that even though I didn't do it, I'll take the credit. One must have one between 35. I think that's right. 35. Yep. Oh, am I too long? I don't know. Hold it. Let's have a look. Let's see. We go here. 35. Oh, I can't have too long of questions. Yes. Yes. Was Christopher running? Yes. It would have continued if they didn't stop. It would have, yes, it would have continued if was, it would have continued. Okay, we'll just put yes, it would have continued. No, it was a total scam. No, well, was Christopher running a legitimate Ponzi scheme? Yes, it would have continued. No, it was a total scam. Danny and the Avengers rule. I don't know. Anyway, that's enough. Just chuck something in there. All right, so that's interesting. Prove the money ran out. So that was really, really cool. Okay, so Goliath victims, watching all of you fool is delicious. Keep typing and keep talking. Okay, watching all of you fool is delicious. Here is the letter, depending on your willingness to agree to those demands. Goliath will entertain a monetary component in your favor. So that's what Steve was basically saying. If you go into that blog that I put on the screen, which I'll put back on the screen now, you can actually go into the document, which is here, the response, and in here they actually talk about that they would settle. Well, why don't we read it? That's going to be better, isn't it? We'll read that letter, and then you can get that off your chest. So this was the letter that they delivered to me. And the guy tried to run me over when I went out there to tell him he was trespassed, by the way. And theoretically, the police have been informed, and I'm going to get told off for pulling his wiper off his car.
On October 13th, 2025, a client received an unsolicited email from a third party purporting to represent your interests in resolving the pending litigation against you. We are writing you and copying Goliath New Zealand Litigation Council to determine if this is a legitimate communication on your behalf. If this email is legitimate, Goliath, as any active litigant, is willing to explore good faith efforts to amicably resolve the current and future litigation against you. If a resolution can be reached quickly, Goliath is willing to seek a resolution where you are not required to compensate Goliath for the millions of dollars in damages your posts have caused, nor consent to a judgment for those damages if you are unable to pay same too.
Okay, so there you go there. So if a resolution can be reached quickly, Goliath is willing to seek resolution where you are not required to compensate Goliath for millions of dollars in damages. So that they are telling us here that they are willing to negotiate, and they won't go after me for the millions of dollars that I've potentially lost Goliath. So maybe you guys need to sue me for your losses, because if I didn't blow the whistle on Goliath Ventures, it would have been able to continue. Maybe you can try and find a lawyer dumb enough to take that on. Good luck with that.
In light of Goliath's current willingness to entertain a resolution structured to forego recovery of some or all of its damages, or, in the alternative, the entry of a consent judgment for such amount, Goliath will not negotiate on its demand for any resolution to include your identification of all third parties who provided you with any assistance whatsoever, including without limitation, financial, informational and/or documentational, and 2. Production of any writings regarding same.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys have hooked onto this. I mean, wait until you see the letter that they've received claiming that some mysterious person has written to Goliath.
Goliath's operations are completely legitimate, and if you choose to participate in the lawsuit and defend yourself, as you claim on your website you intend to do, you will discover all the information provided to you is false. Goliath is only engaging in these communications to avoid continued defamation and have clarity on who has been paying you and providing you with the false information that you seem to be relying upon. Therefore, to settle the pending lawsuit and...
So I have never received any money from anybody to go after Goliath, and I'll say that under oath if I have to. I will... and there is somebody telling me that they want to know who's bankrolling me. You know, right? So this is what you know, and they're also saying that they've lost millions of dollars, but they're willing to turn a blind eye on it as long as I take down my videos and hand over who's bankrolling me.
Immediately provide Goliath, through its US and New Zealand counsel, with a list of names of people who paid you, and or provided you with any documentation or information, including a description of what information was provided. To be clear, we already know of one such person and plan to file a lawsuit against him shortly.
Well, that hasn't happened, is it? If that person exists. Okay.
Regarding the people identified in number 1 above, all documentation regarding same, including without limitation payment records, emails, text messages, and other forms of electronic communications. If you have deleted any such documentation, an affidavit stating such and providing a third-party IT recovery expert access to the devices to explore recovery of said documents, Goliath will bear the cost of any such recovery expert.
Yeah, so they desperately wanted to find out who was bankrolling me, obviously, and I'm literally going to send that through to my lawyer, this document, once I find him again. Where did he go? Because doesn't this tell you, a lot? I'll just see if I can find, I'll just read another couple of paragraphs. So this is not a threat, this is a negotiation.
Take down all posts about Goliath and make a public apology stating that you were paid to post that information by people who you now realize were providing you with false information. 3. 4. You will need to sign a settlement agreement containing common terms, including, without limitation, release and non-disparagement provisions. If you violate the non-disparagement provision, you must agree to a consent judgment entered in the appropriate forum in New Zealand and the US in the amount of $5 million.
Yeah, so for somebody who doesn't really have, I don't know how to say it, like a business head on them, or not used to dealing with lawyers, if you didn't know any better, you'd think that was quite intimidating. I'm just trying to find, oh, there it is. There he is. So I'm just going to send that through to a lawyer. So depending on your willingness to agree to these demands, Goliath will entertain a military component in your favor based on the time and the misinformation you have received. And then obviously and look at the lawyers that have done this. I mean, do you think we're not going to go after the lawyers who sent this shit to us? Really?
Reservation of rights. Nothing herein is intended to limit, waive, restrict or otherwise alter any of Goliath's rights and or remedies under any applicable agreement, at law, and or in equity, and same are hereby expressly reserved and preserved. This letter is not a settlement agreement, and the terms contained herein are subject to us agreeing to the form and substance of the written settlement agreement.
Yeah, so remember, these lawyers were 4 units down from Eric Clayman's office. So they passed it down the corridor to another lawyer company who just so happened to be 4 doors down from the registered office of Goliath Ventures that had no workers in it. So exhibit number A. So they claim that they received this message, which is nicely formatted in an email from some friend of mine. Maybe it was Steve.
Hello there, Chris. I'm not sure if you watched Danny's video today on you, but he looked a little defeated. I am personal friends of Danny here in New Zealand and helped him in the beginning on Goliath.
You did?
So long story short,
Rob.
he called me like an hour ago after his live broadcast, and I could tell he is very beaten up. Mate, if I were to sit with him and tell him to let it go, remove all posts and even issue an apology and make it public, he would. I was his mentor that he mentioned a few times in his videos about you. We actually briefly spoke about letting it all go on Sunday night, but he will need my support in convincing to make it all go away. If I go by his house tomorrow or Thursday and sit down with him, everything will be gone by Monday. He wants to move on, but he needs that push. That pushes me. So here is my offer. $50,000 up front, $100,000 once all posts are down and he issues public apology. If he chooses not to, I will send the $50,000 back.
Okay.
However, I am absolutely certain he will.
Okay.
Since you're a Bitcoin miner, here is my BTC address to send the $50,000. Once received, I will update you daily.
Now that's ridiculous, isn't it? Anyway, so that was the scenario. And exhibit number 2, I don't even remember what this one was about. So when I read this, I didn't know what it was. It wasn't until I actually gave it to my Avengers. They said, they just offered you $150,000. And I was, oh, okay.
I have recently made numerous posts regarding Goliath Ventures Incorporated, Chris Delgado, and other people affiliated with Goliath Ventures Incorporated. I have always strived to provide the truth to my readers and listeners. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to me, the information I was provided regarding Goliath was false. I was provided with this information and was being monetarily supported by people who had improper motives and personal animosity towards either Goliath or Mr. Delgado. I had no idea. To be clear, I do not have any evidence that Goliath is a Ponzi scheme, nor do I have any evidence that Goliath is operating in any improper manner. I have taken down all of my prior posts to the contrary. I consider myself an honorable person, and when I am wrong, I say I am wrong. To Goliath, Mr. Delgado, and everyone else impacted by my posts, I humbly apologize. To each of you, I am very sorry.
Yes. So if you don't know, so this is a laugh. So ringing up Stephen Davis now. It's good to have their phone numbers.
Plug my ears.
Yeah.
La 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 la.
So Susie was on the phone call with this one, but this is where they admit they sent somebody around to my house. Also, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to listen to this, but I'm going to ping up these messages. So where is the money was the next question somebody asked us. Where is the money? Well, we believe he's got nearly 100 Rolex watches, as our intel shows us today, and he's got one watch worth $1 million, and also we believe he hasn't actually told the retrievers where all the money is. So hopefully they will find 100 Rolex watches in Dubai, and they'll realize that Chris has been lying and he'll go straight to jail. So that's where the money could be. But I know where the money isn't. And it was never in crypto, because they subpoenaed the bank records 3 months ago. Okay, because I know that. Because they subpoenaed the bank records 3 months ago, at least 3 months ago. And Chris theoretically has been helping with the investigation for weeks before he was criminally charged. He voluntarily handed himself in. Now, any good scammer who's not a good Christian boy that's been lying through his teeth for the last 5 years, all of a sudden is going to be telling everyone the truth. Well, that's a load of rubbish. Christopher is lying through his teeth even today. He's not helping the investigators. You don't turn up in a courtroom wearing your Armani suits and your flash shoes and drive away in your pimped out Escalade when you are telling the truth. So that's true. But anyway, listen to this for a wee while. And if they don't answer, you do wonder why, don't you?
Hello?
Yeah, g'day. Steve, is it?
What's up, Danny? What's going on?
Oh, you are watching. We were hoping to get somebody.
I'm not watching, but you're recording me now, aren't you?
Mate, we're doing better than that. We've got 90 people in a chat room, and
That's awesome.
yeah. So,
hey, when are you going to start telling the truth?
Well, you tell us the truth, mate. We're all ears.
No, you tell us the truth. Why do you keep making lies on everybody? You're scaring everybody away. Why are you doing that, man?
Oh, okay. So can you prove that their money is secure? Because everyone's wondering at the moment.
Have you proven it to anybody? You haven't proven anything. And how did you get my number? I don't consent to you recording me.
Oh, it doesn't matter here, mate. I'm a New Zealander. Different laws.
I know it doesn't, but now you've got it on recording.
Okay, then. Well, you tell us, mate, how I've got it wrong. We're all ears.
No, I want you to tell us what you found, because you're not telling us anything.
Well, how do I know? So you're telling me that there's no problems or no problems with Goliath Ventures?
Why are you not giving the evidence that you have? Why do you keep hiding behind your lies?
What lies?
Your lies.
Well, give me an example. I've asked you to prove the money's there. You don't want it.
Everything that you're doing.
Well, okay. Well, give me an example.
Tell us.
No, I'm asking you for an example. You're saying I'm telling lies. Are you telling me that?
You to tell us exactly what you have been saying for 4 or 5 months. Where is the evidence? Show everybody.
Oh, I'm more than happy to prove it to you, mate. And why haven't you reached out to me sooner and put me right? Don't overtalk me, mate.
Anything.
Yes, I have. And I'll do it right now.
And you're scared. You're scared that our lawsuit is going to come at you.
You haven't got a lawsuit, mate.
We do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we do, my
you don't have any jurisdiction over me.
Yeah, that's why you were scared when we had people over there.
Oh, so you're admitting to that? So notice that part there where he said they're scared that when we had people over there? He was a dumbass mentioning that. So it's all connected there, guys.
We have business over there.
No, why was I scared? Because you have people over here.
Danny, tell us exactly where the evidence is.
So this is Steve Davis. Is that your name? And you're a fireman.
Danny, what the heck?
Oh, I've never heard that. Even my podcast was called What the Heck at one time. So hold it, Steve. You're a fireman, right? Stephen, this is going to be a two-way conversation. You need to listen, Stephen. I'm trying to ring him again. Wonder if he's listening. You listening, Steve?
Two-way conversation. I'm going to run the conversation.
Okay, go for it, mate. You just keep going.
200 views that you get every day. That's what you're happy about? Dude, you have nothing.
There's a hashtag called Danny Strong, mate. Maybe you should support me and be a viewer. So because I get 200 views a day, you're telling me I'm not allowed to blow a scam up.
Dude, I got that. Thanks for posting the last video of me. It just got another 1,000 views.
Hey, you had that taken down by Business Insider. How come was that? How come your sponsored article? So a bit crazy anyway. Look, guys, I want to carry on doing this chat. I just wanted to show you that these guys are relentless. We haven't given up. We haven't backed down. At the end of the day, we've won, and it's 0 them and 2 us. Well, I've dropped at the lawsuit. They went against me. We didn't take any bribes from anyone within Goliath Ventures who has all the money. And we've done a pretty good, loyal job. So it does amaze me that we've got people in the chat room here giving us a hard time, even though the majority of good people are my Avengers and people that have lost their money, who are not willing to speak on camera, which is amazing. But in saying that, let's go through some of the things. Susie said, the answer, no, Goliath. This is not a show about Danny. If you really think it's a show about Danny, what are you doing here? I mean, is this really... You think that this is a show about me? I mean, really? I mean, what do you think I do this for? Do you think I do this for YouTube clicks? I've made $17,000 from my YouTube channel in the last 5 years. And just even think that I'm doing this about me. I want my story told. I've got one hell of a story. I'm a cult survivor. I've got a story to be told. I don't live with a chip on my shoulder. In fact, I fight like a mofo at exposing scammers because how can 2,000 people be scammed by Goliath Ventures and only a handful of people are willing to speak about it? And then you think that I want to have a YouTube channel about me. And you think that's a valid comment to make. I mean, go into ChatGPT and look at the 2,500 videos that I've produced on my YouTube channel in the last 5 years. And ask ChatGPT to look through all my videos. So this is how we do our research and say, is this YouTube channel about Danny DeHeck? My YouTube channel used to actually be called the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger because the New York Times actually did a 2-page spread about my quest to name and shame anyone running or promoting a Ponzi scheme or a scam. At that time, I was busting a $1.9 billion scam, which I've always called a $4 billion scam. And that's because the people that ran that scam were taking 55% of the money before it even landed on the platform. Same with this scam. And the New York Times gave me the nickname, the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. And I've just recently changed my YouTube channel to Danny DeHeck. And it should be really Danny DeHeck and the Avengers. And these are people that work for nothing, which you guys who've got money probably don't comprehend that. We work for nothing. I get a few donations, which I'm really grateful for because I'm trying to do this for a full-time job. And if somebody's going to come in here and go, is this YouTube channel all about Danny? You've missed the boat. You're standing on the dock with no friends. Because what are you doing to fight these scams? Are you part of the problem? Did you facilitate the scam by donating to Chris's Christmas party for $5 million? Did you pay for one of the potentially 100 Rolex watches that this guy's purchased? And not only that, we haven't even talked. We haven't even talked about the 2 cars that Chris has got. So Chris is also has got 2 extra cars that aren't on the list, which I'm just trying to find. We got them mentioned this morning. So we've got two Lamborghini Revueltos cars. They're worth $850,000 each. All right. So these are two extra cars that were not mentioned in the indictment. What do they look like? So these are these cars here. So this is what he's got two of that weren't on the indictment. And this is what we've heard this morning. So when you hear that Chris has got two other sports cars, and you remember you heard it here first. And when you hear that there wasn't 18 Rolex watches, there was nearly 100 Rolex watches, remember you heard it here first. And that means that this channel isn't about me. So pay me my money back if you are certain they haven't ran out of money. Are you really thinking that they haven't run out of money? Okay, I can't even answer that question. Where is the money? I think you've already asked that. I might have gone back. Do you think Chris had any money left? It's a valid question. I think they keep the Ponzi scheme going as long as they can. And I think paying the investors is all part of them believing them, endorsing them, and then they get credibility. So they didn't give to all the charities because they really care about the charities. They gave to the charities because the charities gave Christopher something really important, and that was the microphone. And he got in the limelight. So that's cool. What have we got? Everything you say is a twist on the truth. So let's see your evidence that what you say is true instead of making accusations. Well, Mr. Dan D-N6R, I think I've just shown you the evidence. Now, what are you going to do with that evidence? You know, this is the truth. I've given you the evidence, and you're telling me I'm twisting the truth. And then what are you doing with that evidence? You're on to something else. You're looking for something else. I'm going to find this guy. I'm going to find Danny's just full of shit. I've given you the evidence. And that should prove. So I've got a lawyer's letter from a lawyer's company that's probably going to be sued his ass off at the moment and loses thing. We gave you the evidence. Now what are you going to do with it? I mean, it's just ridiculous. Hi, Marshall Trent, another Goliath cult member that is in the chat. I'm giving them far too much time, I know. These trolls are working overtime today. They are. Breeze, will you call in to speak with Danny? Danny, I think they can fully anonymize it. I don't do, you don't have to have your camera on if you did want to call up, but you can, I don't know how to do a voice changer, but there may be an app where you talk to your phone and when you ring up. I don't know, but I haven't got the software with me to make your voice sound like something. Well, I do actually, but I don't know how to do that. I want to see if I can make my voice sound funny. Let's have a look. Have a look at funny. That'd be funny. Hey, if I could make my voice, if I put a voice changer on my voice, wonder if playthrough. I don't want to stuff up my sound. That's the only problem. But that would be quite cool. So I do have a filter system, video sound effects, guest interview, audio system. There is a place here. I'm going to try something because I've got a filter. So I'm going to go main mic, add plugin, and I'm going to distort voice. Let's see. Beep, Roger, round, sample, play. Okay. Okay, so now I've got a voice changer here. Load preset. I don't know if this is going to work. Nothing happened. Factory, speech, cosmic interface. Do I sound different? Let's go here. How do I turn that on and off? Speech, save, load. Don't know. Does that work? I want to add another plugin. Delay, filter, low pass, pitch. That'd be funny though if I did. Sound oscillation, sample play, revert, Sound set stand. I don't know, but there is a way, the software, where I could theoretically. But I don't. If I sound different now, we know it's working. But if not, sorry, it didn't work, and I'm going to stop playing around with that. Okay, right, where are we up to? How much was the BBL? I heard he had an appointment to add a few inches to it. I don't know what that means. The BBL. Don't know what that means, but that sounds fun. Are you still? Are you? Oh, here's another. The same guy that's discovered YouTube and can come up with an anonymous name, can ask questions, and I have to read them out because I can't help myself. Danny, are you still cool, Chris Diago, or have you figured out how to say Diago finally? What? Do you not understand? Like, I'm dyslexic, you see, and I tell people, like, I got some constructive criticism the other day, and they suggested that when I do my introductions that I practice before I read them. And I said, well, would you believe that I read my introduction sometimes up to 30 times before I start doing my YouTube channel, and I still can't get it right because I don't have a memory for pronunciation of words. I can be articulated with my words. I can read something over and over and again. It doesn't work. So if you don't understand dyslexia, if I was to look at this people's names here, right? So this is a valid point. Christopher Diago. Now, people have been telling me all the way along for the last 5 months to pronounce his name. Do you think I'm really stupid and I just don't listen to their advice? Or I cannot literally pronounce the word Delgado. Then as soon as I put Chris or Christopher in front of it, my brain says, oh, I can't put the first name and the last name together. And I have to remember each word individually. So Nick Petrillo. Now, remember that because it's in my brain forever. Tomo Marjanovic. I know I'm not saying that right, but I can't pronounce his name, so I call him Tomo. David Panzik, Steve Davis, Alex Berlenko, James Diago, Hunter Smallback. I can't, Mars something or other. What's his name? Can't pronounce his name. Dan, I have no idea how to pronounce that one. Dancy, I can't even pronounce his name at all, so I couldn't even talk about this guy. Jonathan Manson, and I doubt when I say Manson, because it could be my brain goes Manson, but it's Manson. Jay Newton, otherwise known as Piers Curry, I remember. Matt Burks, is it Matthew Burks? I don't know. Now, Punit Shaw. So I have to pronounce his name with P unit. So in my head, I know how to say the word unit, and then I put Pew for P, Punit, Shaw. And Shaw to me is spelled SWAN in my head. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's how I'm thinking. Mike, now that last name, Chomilinski. Mike, and I just call him Mike. He's got a Ferrari. I know what he drives. I could probably tell his license plate number. Michael Hernandez. Now, I remember, and then today I found out, I presume that's his girlfriend, wife, Stephanie Hernandez, or sister. I don't know. Could get it wrong. Vince Garata. Marty Berthema. Chasey. No, I think Holiday, but it's Holloway, isn't it? Holloway. Eric Clayman. And Clayman because I think of clay. And then man, so he's a clay man because he's fake. He's a fake lawyer. Matthew, Nadia Bringus, Eric Riedman, Doug, I know him as, Douglas Sheckman, Gary Rice. Well, he's an easy name. So these are all the people that I struggle to pronounce. Now, imagine being in a large auditorium and you're about to watch a basketball game and there's somebody who walks into the room in a wheelchair and some idiot from the grandstand yells out, "Why don't you walk? Why don't you walk?" And the guy in the wheelchair goes, "I'm disabled." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Well, when you're in the chat room and you want to insult Danny and make fun of the fact that he can't pronounce a guy that is $328 million of your money that he's stolen, and you're still obviously waving his flag, and you think about this. A guy that left school at the age of 14 years of age because he couldn't read and write and didn't see any point of staying at school. And when I left school, I used to knock on people's doors and tell them I had a lawn mowing business, and would they hire me to mow their lawns? And they said, how much did you charge? $10 an hour, whatever it was. And they go, oh, that's reasonable. And then I say, can I use your lawnmower? So at the age of 14, I was very entrepreneurial. Left school at 14. When I got to the age of 23, after I got myself an apprenticeship and I became a fully qualified painter and a decorator, I said to somebody, they said, you might be dyslexic, Danny. So I went and got tested, and they come back and they told me that I had a reading and a writing level of a 9.3-year-old. Then I said, well, what do I do about it? And they said, well, why don't you could hire a school teacher to teach you. So for a year, I learned how to read phonetics. I hate phonetics. And they even had a homework book, which literally, if I looked at it, I couldn't read my own writing. And I did that for a year. The only thing I got out of that is that you can use a key to unlock a door. And if you've got a yacht, you can park your yacht on a key. That's all I can remember. But my point is, I just can't learn stuff. But don't yell at me from the grandstands and make fun of me because I can't pronounce. None of my Avengers judge me. I have this thing where I say, oh, I can't remember his name, and it becomes a guessing game. He come in just after, remember that message we got from the guy called Nick? And then he told us about Samantha. Well, Samantha's friend, do you remember his name? And they'll say, oh, you mean Philip? And I go, yeah, that's him, Philip. And then I go, oh, that's right. I wrote him down somewhere. So I put everything into a database so I can remember stuff and get to it really quick. And I used to flash my database on the screen, but I don't do that now. And that same database was given to Homeland Security, the FBI, the CFTC, can't remember them either, the USS, and there was one other one we gave it to. Was it the IRS? IRS already had access. Even people in Britain, what do they call it? There we go again. In Canada, we've spoke to those guys over the years. We've built up a database, and they all have access to my database, which is pretty cool. So I think different. And maybe that's why I'm the only one willing to put my face in front of the camera and expose these scammers. And I love it. And my Avengers love it too. We don't like, the detrimental effects these scams have on people, but we love our investigations. And we're really good at it, if you haven't noticed. So I've got no qualifications. I didn't go to university. I can't read and write. And we just took down Goliath. And now I'm getting criticized by one person in the chat room. Let's just laugh. Don't speak on live. I'm more than happy to continue messaging though. Well, that's brilliant. And you ask questions here. Danny has my signal. I'm more than happy to continue sharing everything I know. Well, thank you very much. And that really means a lot. In an ideal world, I'd wish everyone would be as brave as me and put their face on the camera. It does come at a cost, and I get it. Right. So what's it like? So we've got somebody else here. I think they're sticking out for me. Thank you very much. 24/7 trying to deflect the questions from these around you, continually trying to spin the truth. Is it eating you alive? Thank you. That's really cool. Chris, we've got another, I'll put these on the screen. Hopefully they're turning up. They are. Chris, it's actually Delgado, not Delgado. Okay, funny. You watch and listen enough though. Danny, here we go again. Danny, why were you shooting videos in your hotel room and pretending to be in New Zealand? Well, that's a good question. Well, I did go to, look, I don't hide anything I do. And if you haven't got the time to watch my videos, then I'm fully transparent. So have a look at this, go to my videos and come down to this video here, and the American mission. So I went 8 days ago, this video was published, and I went from home and I traveled to America, and I went to Washington for 4 days and I set up my office. So here's Danny. Where's Danny? There we go. Look, watch this. Oh, it was in the airplane, I think. Oh well, didn't get first class, but it's okay. I went past. So here I am. And that's when I first landed in I think I was in Detroit. And then I went to Washington. So why did I go to Washington? Wonder. Well, it's about 8 o'clock in the morning. Got myself a lovely place to stay in Washington today, which is actually fantastic, Washington DC. And now off to check out my new studio. Setting up the office here. So what you might not know is I was actually, when I first got to Washington DC, whisked off my feet out for a dinner with one of my Avengers, and I wanted to go to America undercover. And I wanted to continue doing my broadcast, and I didn't want people to know I was in America because I was fearful that if Goliath found out I was in America, two things could have happened. I could have been served easier, and that's one reason we didn't want to be known. And also, I wanted to carry on the investigation. So the only way to really do that was to organise to have an office set up for me while I was there. And this is what we did. So a good chair, setting up the lights. And I did that because I want you guys to know that I've put everything into fighting this scam for you. Even if I can't get people on the want to come and talk to me live about losing hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's okay. But yesterday I put up a short just yesterday. This one here. So these are the water-cooled crypto minings that they were claiming they were going to do. Now, if you don't know the background about this, it's not rocket science, it's the hex science. Were owned by an independent company that were $250,000 each, and they could be broken into 10 different segments. When that failed, they changed their focus onto liquidity. So that's my office at home, and this was my that was obviously my office when I was in DC. So I walked around DC for a while. Washington. I don't know if you've seen that statue. I have. These are some nice homes, theoretical homes in Washington, and we're just going to walk down the snow. So I went out one night and had a look around, found some police cars, found some alcohol.
Hello.
I even found a furry friend.
What are you doing?
He walked up right between my legs.
I've got a doggy at home called Pixel.
I even found some of these cars. We don't see them around New Zealand. Weird looking car. And this was really unusual. This is the nightclubs. At the it was about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. I forgot the name of the town I went to, but that was really cool. I walked around the streets. I actually had a real good time. So I did all that, and then I went to the monuments. Money. I think we need to watch that one. But this is breathtaking stuff for me. So do you think Abraham Lincoln actually stopped any scammers? It could be a question we could have asked him. What would have he done to people that stole other people's money? So I was definitely undercover while I was there. I even went to where I think Donald Trump gave away had his Bible speech, and we met this nice wee fella. He was after my coffee. But this one here was quite interesting. I was walking between buildings, and I got a phone call of two firemen. A lovely couple, weren't related to each other, but they were friends from the fire brigade, and they wouldn't tell me much, but I said, Steve Davis promoted you into it, didn't he? And they went, yes, he did. And they both lost $100,000. The first thing they said to me, he said, we believed it was real. YouTube Live. And two firefighters lost $100,000 each. And they're still on the fence after 4 months of no payments, hoping. So they said, oh, they're associated with Black Rock. And I said, no, it's Black Block. They told me that Christopher had been on the front page of Forbes magazine. And I said, you can pay for that. I went through everything. I gave them 15 major points while it was a scam, and they finished up sending me a text. They're going to do their own research. I've never heard from them again. So these are people that trusted Steve Davis, who walked into a fire. So this is my journey, right? Then I left DC and I went to Florida. And it was I even went inside the Chase building because I was doing my own research. I mean, why does
what progress we've got from this big flash company that can afford to have some downtown office.
I'm a friggin' hero in some ways, aren't I? I'm not ringing my own bell, but I went to America to continue my investigation here, and all I get is criticism from some. Well, not all. I'm just focusing on the 80-20 rule, really, isn't it? Let's go for the next one. We'll listen to this, but you know,
in Orlando.
So I went through the building. We managed to,
empty. Nothing happening here. No Goliath Ventures here.
Yep, there's your $8.3 million building. We even went to the fire brigade. I wanted
and they probably get the last wages available.
Yeah, so we went all there, and then we even went. I went into Chris's house. I got into a secure neighborhood. Now, if you know anything about the local area and who you are accusing somebody of bankrolling me, tell me how they managed to get me into Chris's house.
Sitting outside, waiting for another vehicle to take me into Iowa Country Club. Apparently, Christopher lives there. I'm going to go sneak up and have a wee look in his house. So it's going to be quite fun because it's quite high security to get in here. So I have to be, we're going to sneak in. I'll keep you posted.
Now, I couldn't actually film it because they would have timestamped when I did it. And they've got like perimeter security in the whole 9 yards. So how I got in there is going to remain a secret to help my Avengers. But no one paid me to go there, okay, guys? But this is the real estate video of Chris's house that I found on the internet. So I just chucked that in there so you can sort of get an idea how a criminal is living his life right now today in this beautiful house that backs onto the golf course. And I'm sure Christopher won't be sitting out the back doorstep anymore after we snapped him out sitting outside in the back here in the back porch. But yep, and then I was staying at Shingle Creek. I think it was. Is it Shingle Creek? Single Creek. And I was on the 13th floor, and then they started doing construction on the roof, for God's sake, and I couldn't hear. And I got that room because I wanted the media to come and interview me. And then Channel 9 News, I finished up going to the media. I went to 3 different radio channels. But they did, once I complained about the room, they moved me to this room. Watch this.
Yeah. Hospitality suite. Have a look. Okay, so what have we got here? First of all, big TV, meeting room for media, and obviously a boardroom table. And if you really want to have a quick look out here, I've got this outside area where I can play tennis. Even had an outside cup of tea if I want. This is where the meeting of the minds actually meet. In case the meetings get serious, yes, there's a bed in the room. Some of my Avengers were laughing about that. And also a bar and a kitchen. Isn't that pretty cool? So that's what we're doing. So interesting enough, they didn't have an office. So when I recorded one of my, when we got the federal indictment, I put the TV on in the background because the next day I was leaving, and I had, I think I had NBC News on the background, which is quite cool. Then I went and met a victim, and I went for a walk one night. I got home back to the last night there. I went for a walk. A whole lot of people here, investors as well. And even though I was wearing my Goliath Ventures t-shirt, I didn't bump into many people that ran up to me and said, "How you doing? Are you with Goliath Ventures?" Rather, I was more nervous about wearing my Goliath Ventures t-shirt than I was turning up at the airport wearing my No Scam t-shirt. I think a lot of people, if they wore this brand anywhere in Orlando, could be up for a lot of trouble. So this is a brand that will leave a nasty taste in a lot of people's mouth.
And I heard that they Goliath Ventures went to Universal Studios and held a party of some sort and damaged some stuff, and they had to fix it. They were being stupid or something. I heard that as well. Even this fella here, look at this. That a fella. So I went to SeaWorld for a day. I needed some R&R. Went on a roller coaster ride, which was absolutely pretty cool. What's this?
Of where it actually finished up going. So here we go.
Oh my goodness.
And now you're freaking out. And now
running around these people.
And away they go.
I queued for an hour, 10 minutes to get there. It was friggin' hilarious. And then I showed you some interesting stuff here on the sharks.
So don't be afraid of the sharks. Stand up to the sharks. Because they are the ones that are captive in Dubai normally. They can't leave. So it's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'll give a bit of story. But yeah, I had a nice time. But this is what happened just as I was leaving, which was quite alarming. I think I say enough about
the court cases that are in Broward County, because they're in-house squabbles. Go and find this lawyer. I've heard that the lawyer that's taken on the case for the new defendant it's not defendant, I don't know, I'm not in the legal terms, but the lawyer that's taken on the case against Goliath is a shark, and he's really good at doing what he does. So if there is any money there, we'll hear it through the grapevine. I'll keep you posted anything I hear, because I have a lot of inside contact.
Yeah, and then when I landed in the airport, so that was, I think was that landing? I think it was just as I landed, I found out this.
Well, this is my second video in the...
No, I can't tell you that one. I think I landed here.
Hello everybody, how you doing? Well, I've now landed in Houston, Texas International Airport, which is quite exciting. Looking for my connecting flight, haven't got too long. When I hit the runway, there was a message that somebody has announced to the world that I'm in Orlando, which is just fantastic, isn't it?
So if that's your post, thanks very much for telling everyone that was in Orlando. But actually, by the time that we posted, I was actually in Houston. I was in Texas. So anyway, so that's quite cool. So let's just carry on here with these questions. Just wanted to see myself so I can stop being attacked. I read the document and I was wrong. It says Goliath will entertain a monetary component in your favor. So yes, it was a bribe. Well, thank you for making sure that we had our facts right. Really do appreciate that. Why don't you join our team of investigators and take down Goliath Ventures like we already have and finish these bastards off, rather than spending our time defending. And you guys are trying to catch up. We've been well ahead of this game for months. You guys have just realized it was a Ponzi scheme and there's no such thing as a 3 to 8% return per month. And now you're going through the stages of grief and you're trying to bargain. Remember that? The first thing is anger, bargaining, depression, and then acceptance. And there's another one I always forget. So why don't you work with us? Why haven't I got these people? Finally, we've got somebody who wants to speak. That's going to be cool. Hello. How you doing? You're on mute at the moment. There's a mute button on the bottom there. It will be over the wee speaker. Just tap the screen. It should pop up. Do you mind if your face is on the screen? I can't hear you. You need to... Oh, good. Yeah, just play around with the mute button. I'll see if I can make it flash. I can't do anything. But there's a mute button that you'll have over the microphone. Do you want to try ringing me back again? Oh, yeah, he's going to try ringing me back. That's nice. Look, I'm really do want you guys to come on stage, and it might be a bit daunting the first time you do it and get all the audio going, but let's do it. I'd love to hear from anybody that's involved. Anybody's welcome. So just in case you missed that, there's the link again. It's in the chat room, and it's already pinned to the top. And you just need to click that. Make sure your audio is connected to the right thing. I'll actually show you how it works. So when you want to come on stage, you'll get a screen like this. And you can see it's just blowing up my camera. So I'm just going to get that back in a second. Like this. And now I'm back. So first of all, you'll need to pick what camera you want to use. If you only have one, it will probably default on the one that works. And then the next thing you want to do is I'm actually going to use this camera. There we go. Look at that. And then it says, what audio device do you want to use? Now, obviously, I'm a bit more complicated than the average bear, but you'll probably have earphones or maybe your iPhone or your Samsung phone. And then give yourself a name. Hello, Danny, if you want, or just hello, and go join. And then it will go away and you'll hear it ring. Well, I hear it ring. And now that's pretty cool. And then I got kicked off. That's what happens if you're naughty. But yeah, everyone's welcome. Give it a go. I'd love to hear from you. But anyway, let's keep reading these questions. I've got a few. I know I'm miles behind. Okay, let's try this again. Now, I'm just going to put you on the screen. If you don't want to, you can turn your camera off. All right, and then theoretically, we should be able to hear you if you get the. There you go. What did you do there?
Can you hear me?
I can now. Congratulations. How you doing, mate?
You can hear me?
I can. We can have a conversation now. Thank you for popping up.
Yeah, the problem is I can't hear you. Something with the Bluetooth settings is not working.
Yeah, try to turn them off.
But
how's that? I can hear myself in the background.
Okay, what about speakerphone?
Speakerphone? Try that.
Yeah.
How's that? Testing.
Now I haven't.
That sounds good to me. Does it sound good to you?
Yeah, it seems good to me. Yeah.
Oh, good. Right. Welcome.
Hey, Danny, how's it going?
Terrible at the moment.
I only joined late right now.
Yep.
Yeah, me too. Been working all day. So, no, I don't care if my face is there. I won't disclose the people that obviously don't want to be named. I don't understand why they don't want to be named.
Yeah, I'm glad.
I think, as you mentioned,
I'm glad we're not the only one that can't figure out why people don't want to. But embarrassment, maybe.
Embarrassment, maybe, yeah. But I think they're some of them are worried about taxes and stuff like that. But I don't think they understand how the laws work and anyways, the point of it is there. I think what a lot of these investors need to understand is that the partners are not victims here.
Yeah,
these guys, they say they lost all this money, but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but they weren't raising all this money from the goodness of their heart, right?
Well, you're right.
Like they were making money on the money that they raised.
Yeah, that's right. Like if you use Mike Krasinski's, for example, there's a video I put on yesterday. He had nothing, and he come to Florida, met Chris, and has built his whole wealth from Chris. And now he's saying that he wishes he didn't know Chris, but before that he was broke as a brass razoo.
Yeah,
yeah.
So, like, I know one of the partners there. Honestly, I mean, I would love to name names. I just I won't. But they said they lost like 1.5 or something around there. Like I don't know the actual number, but if you're looking at it, you're going, okay, well, if you raise 50. Let's say you made 2% commission. I don't know what they were actually making. Maybe
most of them were getting 5 to 8%. The partners were getting 5 to 8% and told to reinvest it and hyper compound it, because why would you take it out? Because you're building your generational wealth. That's what we always hear.
And what does that mean on the money that they actually like they brought in from other people's money? How much were they getting on that? That's the real question.
We don't really know, but I do know that if they put $100,000 in at 5% and hyper compounded it, it turns into a $79,000 profit in 12 months.
So, and the partners you're telling me were getting 8% is what you're saying.
So, some of the, we know that if you can even see it yourself, because Nick Petrello when he did his lawsuit, put his contract on there, and he was getting 8%, 8.5%, I think. And obviously Nick's brought in 900 people.
So when they bring in 900 people and they offer someone else 5%, they were getting an additional 4%. Is that what you're saying?
Well, back in February, they had a video and they said from now onwards, if somebody deposited 100,000, they were going to give them 3%. And if they deposited 500,000, they would give them 5%. But from what we hear is the partner that brought them in would either get cash back, like some of them were getting paid 30 grand a month because they were, you know, and I think Tomo, we've found out, was getting $500,000 a month.
Yeah. So, and that's what I mean. And so when they tell you that, oh, I lost money too, I think that what they're saying is, oh, I lost money on the principal, but they don't account for these partners think to themselves like, oh, well, I made money on the interest. There is no interest. It's all principal. Everything everyone got paid was principal. It's no interest.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you didn't.
Well, thanks for backing us up. I mean, because it's not rocket science, this. I mean, these guys had nothing. And remember when iPhone first came out and you asked Siri, what is 0 divided by 0 is nothing. But when you give somebody if you hand over your, like, let's go Tomo, his brother introduced somebody for $400,000 into Goliath.
Mm-hmm.
So Tomo's brother that we've never heard about has been promoting this and getting, they must pay him somehow, because we have got videos of these guys talking about, I think Steve Davis talked about in a video about how he was getting a commission, or, it was somewhere, I think it was even their own video. They talk about how how do we handle, that's right. It was actually in the video. If you come to my channel here and you go to
I'm
the
on
videos,
mobile right now. So
that's right. I'm showing
that's
people
for
that
everyone viewing. Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
So if you come down to this video where you see them all walking down the corridor, they actually talk about how do we handle paying the commissions to people who refer. And that was like, because every time we watch that video, this one here it is. So if you're looking at my YouTube channel and you're looking at this video here, it's 1 hour 47. It tells you the complete company structure and how they did it. And in here, they talk about, they ask the questions, how do we handle people who refer, which instantly tells us that they were paying referrals to people. And what we did with that video is we actually broke all the timestamps down, and you can actually, for example, if we search for the word refer, here it is. Here we go. Watch this.
People and getting percentages. That is an MLM. So what I would say to that is, if you want to work for my company as a salesperson, you can do that. But there's an official way you have to do that. Like, correct. You have to be background checked. Correct. You have to go through all these processes, and now you work for Mike Hernandez Enterprises, and now you're an employee.
If that's where it's happening, hey, who are you a director? Who's your director?
Correct. Find out, because you have to have someone. Absolutely. That is ultimately to Chris, but you can 100% say you're not a director. You can just, it's real simple. When did you sign your MSA agreement with Goliath?
Yeah, as soon as this rolls out, everything stops. Like
all the side conversations.
So if you took the time to listen to that 1 hour 47 video, you would be blown away with all the things they told their partners to do. And in this meeting, they told all their executives that they were now partners and they had to set up their own companies. And then they were to pay people from their companies.
Yeah. Just to clarify for everyone there, Danny, because I don't think people caught that. What they're doing there is they're coaching their partners and the people that even under the partners how to put the wording so that it's no longer illegal. Because what a lot of people don't understand is MLMs are actually legal as long as you can prove that you're selling an actual product. But they don't even take it to that step. They just want to avoid that subject, do the background checks, as far as I understand, and just and they're telling them that's absolutely insane. I didn't catch that. I actually watched that video and I didn't catch that they're actually trying to.
My Avengers watch this video even today, and we get tidbits that we never heard because we're so in tune.
And they posted that publicly. They
hid it on a Vimeo account. We found it. So 39 people had viewed that video, and it was like 6 or 8 months old. And we managed to nab it. This video has caused us copyright strikes, the whole 9 yards. And
I actually watched that video, but there were so many things that were off-putting with that video that I didn't quite focus on that one there. Oh my God, that's
so imagine what you've got. You've got these lineup of people who are firemen realtors, policemen. These are all bunch of nobodies. And no, what I'm saying, they're not corporates.
No, but yeah, they're not nobodies, but you're saying like they shouldn't be worth that much. I understand.
They should be financial advisors, because these guys are all working for a company that's helping everyone invest their futures, but none of them are financial advisors.
Yeah.
They're all tradies, I'm a tradie.
Yeah. But that's how MLMs work. It's just get in first, or pyramid schemes, right?
Because I wouldn't even say this was really an MLM. It was just that they were paying a commission to some people, and obviously, we know that they were offering, like, some people were inducing their friends to it, and then their friends would say, "I'm only getting 3%," and they go, "Oh, I'm getting 5%." So they started, pushing that back.
That's the thing that I wish that more people would speak out right now, because that's what everyone wants to find out. Everyone wants to find out how much percentage they were making, and if you have a big variance and a big difference there, then the person above you was either collecting an additional percentage on you, or
how about this? I'm gonna do a poll.
But like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. How much? Hold on. What's this? How much percentage were you getting paid? All right. So we know 3%. So I'm going to do a poll. 3%, 4%, and then we'll do
maybe
8%.
5 and high, or 5, and then put another one for higher than whatever. I don't know how many you can put there.
I can put 4. So I'll put 8 plus. Well, we know 5. Let's do 6. And also,
6
let's do 6, and I'll put 1 8 plus, 8% plus, and that's ridiculous. But if any of your partners,
I know. I heard up to 10. I heard around, Danny. I heard around 9% for some people.
Canada got a lot of, and they were offering people ridiculous money. Which people were you getting? And I'll put that out there, because in Canada, at the end, we heard that Pierce Curry was running Zoom meetings to encourage people to invest, and they were offering like 8%. We heard, we got no proof of that, and then we thought, well, they must be getting desperate now because they know that they need cash. And people are saying, well, where's the money? And I'm going, well, hold on a minute. This is a Ponzi scheme. We know a lot of people have pulled their money out, and that some people have actually made some decent money out of this. And I've got people coming to me saying that they put $100,000 in, and then they watched my videos and they pulled it out. And I go, but how much dividends did you take? Oh, I'm not going to share my financial records with you. And I go, well, we've probably got your name on file. Are you really going to wait until the IRS knock on your door to hand it over?
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of them are actually doing, really. So we asked. I'll just finish this poll off here. We've got was Christopher running a legitimate Ponzi scheme? And we've got 34% of people say yes, it would have continued, and 33% said no, it was a total scam. And Danny and the Avengers rule was 33% of people. We had 40 votes. So go and vote for this one now, and I'll tell you what's happening at the moment. So 33% of people are saying we've only got 3 votes, 3%, and we've got 4%. And we've got one that was getting 6% so far. So if you're an investor, please have a go. Anyway, mate, so you have the floor. I've talked too much today.
Yeah, Danny. So I want to give other people the opportunity. So kick me off whenever, if anyone else wants to talk.
We can take 10 people at the same time. So if anyone else wants to join us, please do it now. We can take 10 people on this call. It's like a Zoom meeting. And you don't have to have your camera on. We can just hear your voice.
I think it doesn't really give you the option to turn it off, but I'm fine with this because I'm not gonna. The people I've talked to don't want me to disclose details, and that's okay.
Okay.
And for what reasons I don't know. Like it's absolutely absurd. I will speak to one thing about Canada's laws on clawback and what people have to understand, because I think a lot of people that made maybe a couple $1,000s. They're scared to talk out just because they're worried. Oh, I'm going to go through the legal system, and then they don't want to get dragged through the mud. But Canada's clawback laws are not like the IRS, which will literally screw you up. So anyone from Canada out there, Look, they're looking for the guys that are sitting on, $10-20 million.
Yeah.
They're not after your $2,000, $3,000, $10,000 that you made,
Well,
especially if you spent it
we just found another
but is it
investor
morally correct to keep that? No, it's not. You're right.
Yeah.
It's absolutely not morally correct.
And we're not coming after those
there's
people. We won't dob you in if you're trying to do the right thing. It's people that we're not here to dob people in. We're here to stop Christopher, and we have done that. I'm just going to turn your. I'm going to take you off this canvas, and you can still talk, right?
Yeah, I can still talk.
So
That's
what I'm saying is,
thanks,
if
man.
you can have your camera on in the background, I won't put you on screen. So I'm just saying that other people. So you can talk. I just put you on screen because I thought you had your camera on. You didn't care.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's just because, I know it's been a long day, so I'm just having a beer. I'm up in my attic doing a bunch of construction, and it's the end of the day. So yeah.
No, good on
it's
you.
almost 11 p.m. Yeah, working
I'm
the whole
going to call
day.
it quits. I was actually going to leave this going and see if anyone wants to. When I hear it ring, I'll come and answer it. But
It's really sad.
Yeah.
I do have some other members of family. Is it possible that, because I noticed when I joined, you can't take the camera off?
Well, I won't,
it doesn't give you an option.
I won't put them on
So
screen.
is it? Okay, let's do that. Let's do that then. Okay. I'm going to call, if you don't mind. I mean, you said you're going to call it quits, but I'm going to call maybe some family members. See if they.
You're going to go away and come back.
If someone wants to join and tell their story or something like that, yeah.
Yep, I'm going to keep going through my questions in the chat room where you can do that if you want, and you can pop back in.
Yeah, because I think honestly they need to. Yeah, we'll see. I'll call a couple of guys. All right. See you. Bye.
Yep. All right, so let's carry on going through the questions, and thank you very much to Fluffy, who's come on the channel. Do you see how Breeze is acting? There's a sharp difference between a real victim, and you trying to cry victim. Fitness New Zealand said, but there was always a Ponzi scheme. So if it still relied on new investors coming on board, and then we've got creeps, stop insulting people. There's no reason for it. Just ask about a paper and correct yourself so you can stop. You literally just accused Danny. I don't know what you mean by that, but it's okay. I think a lot of conversation going on in the chat room. I'm just reading everyone's conversation. You can see them behind my head. In fact, I'll put myself on a different screen here so you can see the chat room a bit bigger. In fact, what I'm going to do, and I actually make that chat room on big like that. And then you can see me do this. Ooh, look at that. I'm like the man behind the screen. I'll go over here. Ooh, it's pretty cool. All right. So now we've got Glitter Toast. Was it Glitter Toast? You're part of the massive scam about robbed thousands of people. No, not just you. Their life savings. If it had continued longer, more people would have been sucked and destroyed. And that's true. And that's what we're doing. We're here to name and shame individuals running or promoting large-scale Ponzi schemes or scams. That's why I always say. That's why I can rattle that off. But we were here just to cause disruption. We had no idea that we actually literally could stop Christopher or he would get criminal convictions. We were hopeful that would happen. We were working with 6 different government agencies all the way through. And we instigated it with the first Homeland Security, and it got over their head, actually, literally, and they had to get other people involved. And to reiterate some facts, over 3 months ago, they had subpoenaed all the books from the banks. They had subpoenaed the bank records to see where the money was. This investigation normally takes 2 years. The head investigator from New Jersey, who was investigating Goliath Ventures, said in his 20-year history, he's never had one go as fast as this. So that either shows you the scale of what he was doing. Also, Christopher wasn't really doing much in crypto, even though they're claiming to be a crypto company. So the majority of the money come in and out through banks, which is a good thing. It sped up the whole process, I believe. I just done a Google search. Bloomberg Law claimed Allison Bird was a 2025 leading law firm. Wow, that's amazing. So there could be, if these law firms have actually been helping Christopher and Goliath, and they go after these law firms for malpractice, that's what I'm assuming they're doing. I don't know if that's true, but that's going to be absolutely amazing. Fitness New Zealand says a lot of time and all the payouts, that's victims have had a lot of the time, any and all payouts that clients have had get clawed back and redistributed to everyone to make it fair. And I think, if let's just say Chris has given up the database, the 2,000 people that we believe has signed up for Goliath Ventures, and they have actually taken the money that wasn't theirs, even though they thought it was a legitimate opportunity. So let's just say 100,000 investor invested 2 years ago, made $79,000 in hyper-compounded rewards, and then took his $179,000 off the platform and walks away. There's $79,000 worth of money that we can recoup and either bankrupt the individual or make them give that money back. So there is a lot of money like that. So in 2024, Matt Burke stood up on the stage and claimed that they'd given away $100 million in dividends. Now, if that's true, I say if that's true, that 328 million now becomes down to 228 million. Let's say Christopher's blown. Now, I had a pretty credible source tell me that, first of all, we had the Burke's trucks coming in and out. We've got 2 Lamborghini Ravado cars worth $850,000 each that weren't on the roster. And also, what we've heard is 100 Rolex watches. Now, we know there's 18 Rolex watches on the indictment. Where's the other 82 watches? Now, if that's the case, this is maybe how they've been trying to secure the money. And we know that people like Tomo have been going back and forth to Dubai. We know that all the watches are in Dubai. So every time Christopher goes to Dubai, he takes some more items over, and he's been basically raping and pillaging Goliath Ventures cash flow to buy expensive jewelry, and now handed over 20% of it, thinking that this will throw the investors off. Now imagine if the investors are watching my videos, which they tell me they do. They tell me that they watch all of my videos, to be honest. And they said, especially the day when they did the criminal conviction, I rang up one of them, and he rang me, and I congratulated him and he congratulated me, and we gave each other a virtual hug. He said he's going to go home tonight and watch my video. So that's pretty cool. So imagine they're watching this now, and you guys don't want to talk about these individuals and throw them under the bus. But each of these individuals, have you seen any of them not wearing a Rolex watch? Why was the guy at the Rolex store fired? These are all questions that you really want to answer. Anyway, so let's go. Always, Goliath victim, which is, I'm glad you've got a voice. It's nice that you've been here. Hopefully we're winning you over a wee bit more now. Anyways, I am a victim and invested my whole retirement in Goliath. I'm just hoping some money is still coming. I do believe there is money that may be able to come back. Good thing about this company, even though they say they are a crypto company, we don't believe any money really went into crypto. No, nothing substantial. And if the banks have done bad practice, if lawyers have done bad practice by endorsing bad behavior and all this sort of stuff, there could be a chance. And I bet I know who this person is now. Now you've said that you've put your retirement funds. I'm guessing I know who you are. And you've emailed us in the past under a different name. And if I have, give me a thumbs up or do something nice. Anyway, how's this poll going? So 40% of people so far are saying that they got 3%. Another 40% of people saying they got 4%. And then we've got 20% of people saying they were getting paid 6%. So if you were invested, I think, for over 18 months, you would have actually received all your money back. So that's how come these Ponzi schemes don't last, because they never last more than 2 years unless it just goes wildfire. And we've seen them go wildfire in the past. I have not made money. I've lost the lot. So you hyper compounded your money. That's unusual. Answer this, Daniel Sir. Here we go. So we've got, I know I'm miles behind in the chat room. Oh, there we go. 50% of people have made 4%. We've got 6 votes. We need more votes, guys. Go into the chat room of the YouTube channel that's live. And if you're watching on Twitter or LinkedIn or Rumble, I don't think I've got that going today. Okay, Glitter Toast. Goliath victims, your investment helped the scam continue and drag in more people. Danny stopped it and save the future victims. You're really showing your true colors. So I should be a hero is basically what it's saying. And to be honest, I think I am a hero in my own wee world. I always tell people I'm world famous in New Zealand. Goliath, victim, there are 5 stages of grief. I understand where you're in the cycle. Take care of yourself. And we mean that. Honestly, we're not berating anybody. We understand the 5 stages of grief. What was it? 5 stages. Hold it. It's 5 stages. Stages. I can't even. 5 stages of grief. And here they are here. Denial. Now, who here is still in denial? Who still has doubt that Christopher may not be a scammer? I mean, that is natural. This is why they come up with the 5 stages of grief. So denial, and now anger. And who are you going to lash out at? A YouTuber who's been yelling at the top of the treetops with all his lungs, with his unprofessional words and slurring, not being able to get things correct, can't read and write. I'm a painter and a decorator by trade, and I've been telling everyone that this is a scam since the 1st of September. I even got Homeland Security involved, rung them up and said, let's talk and let me share my database with you. We've been investigating this. We did it. So anger. Who are you going to direct your anger at? Please don't direct it at me, because we've been having anger problems with people since September the 1st. It's time to embrace. So bargaining. I want my money back. Does that sound familiar? Of course you want your money back. Do I want your money back? Yes, I do. And then all of a sudden you realize that no one cares about you, and we care about you. And I'm not nobody, but what I'm saying is, at what point do you turn that around? So this is what I should have had on the screen. Wrong screen. Try that one. I might just turn that screen off. But these are the 5 stages of grief. And so bargaining. Are you trying to bargain with me? Are you trying to tell me that if I didn't stop the bank account that the scam would still go? Are you holding me responsible for the Ponzi scheme falling over? Are you listening to yourself? Because this is the reasoning that with some of the people in the chat room have got. And it's unbelievable to hear. Depression, that's when it all hits you like a ton of bricks. And you realize that, oh my God, I've been scammed. And I've been doing this with My Ventures for 5 years. This is not my first rodeo. And I get accused of all sorts of things. I mean, in fact, something really weird that might not mean much to you, but if we go to my website, you hold your mouse over my Contact Us button, I have smear campaigns. And there was a comment today by somebody who was impersonating my dead sister and posting comments. This is a page which actually reflects all the smear campaigns that people have done to basically tarnish my reputation. Now, you can read all about it. It's on my website, or you can come down to here. I've had copyright strikes. I've got fake news articles. I've had false copyright strikes. I've got YouTube channels that have been set up to defame me. Even had people doing paid Google ads to defame me. I've had mass reporting attacks. My Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Zoom account, Reddit account have all been shut down because people report me. I've had my YouTube channel terminated because I was broadcasting a meeting and somebody come into the meeting and put rude pictures up on the thing, and it caught my while I was streaming live. Great way of shutting down somebody's YouTube channel. And I had to wait 4 days until I got my YouTube channel back. They apologized, and I've got it all documented. Denial server attacks. So my website, if you go down the bottom here, it's protected by Google Project Shield. It's a service that protects free service defending independent journalism, human rights organizations, and public interest websites from digital attacks. So these guys, for 2 months, tried to shut down my website. That's what happened. And I managed to survive that. And then you come down to the fake news that I've set up. So far, I've got 6 YouTube channels set up to defame me. So if I go to here, and I've put the hyphen in there, so you have to remove that. What the heck? Is that one there? What the heck? So these are the sort of channels. Well, that one there doesn't work anymore. So that's good. That's one down. What have we got? But, so they set up all this stuff trying to lose my credibility. And then I get people who doubt me. Why doesn't that come up? Oh, I see what we're doing wrong. So you got to take out all the brackets and the hyphens because we don't want these to have follow-through links. Expert talks with Mr. DeHeck 4 years ago. Oh, that's right. I was on TV. It's my first TV interview. Danny DeHeck facts. Why doesn't that work? Maybe that one there. But you get the point. But these are pretty desperate attempts to defame me. But here's a whole lot of videos, basically all set up to defame me. You know, and these are just, you know, basically crap videos, basically saying that everything I say is a lie. So people sit here and they believe this stuff is real, which does make me crack up, just saying. But my point is, it just goes on and on and on and on. So that's cool. So why don't you want to believe us? Let us help you fight these guys. We're battling with disbelievers. You guys are struggling with, you know, grief, and we get it. So you're going to go through denial. You're going to have anger. Please don't direct it at us. We can handle it if you do. Bargaining, we can't help you get your money back. We can probably give you some, you know, depression when you realize, but at the end of it, we're hoping you're going to get to acceptance. Acceptance might be like, oh, I wish I spoke out. I wish I come on Danny's live when he set up and I tried to fight these guys that have stolen my money, and I tried to do something about it, and I didn't. And I understand. So at the moment, we have 43% of people that were getting 40%. We've only had 7 votes, so make sure you get into the votes. And we're going to keep reading through these questions. So we'll go back to the big screen so you can see them. Get rid of those ugly people's faces. The suicide feeling is real. That's why I came here expecting other victims, but it hasn't been nice. Look, if you aren't already talking to me, please do reach out to me. I can't express it. I'm not going to make anything public. I'm just putting my signal. I've had 2 people in my family, my sister who was 2 years older than me, die. There's my signal. Oh, actually, yeah, I think it went through. So my sister my sister took her life on the 3rd of December at the age of 36 years of age. I was 34 at the time. All right. Now, my stepfather, he met my mum, and I was 7 when he met my mum. He also died by suicide. Notice I'm saying not committed suicide. He died by suicide. He was 36 years of age, and he took his own life on the 3rd of December. My sister was, she was 2 years older, so she would have been about 12, and, you know, something around there. Anyway, she went off the rails, got involved in drugs, prostitution. She had hepatitis C and all those terrible things. She had racing stripes up her arms where she tried previously taking suicide attempts. I literally had stopped her from doing suicide quite a few times. I remember going around to her house once, and she had driven her car into the house, like dislodged the bricks. I called the police. A friend of hers, which was New Zealand's worst case of something, which I won't say. And then this lady started beating up on me because I was trying to help my sister. When I went around to her house, the car had dislodged the bricks. There was 2 empty bottles of vodkas. There was razor blades and no one in the house. And what had happened at my sister's lesbian girlfriend had chased her around the block. In between that, my sister had managed to ring me asking for my help. Next minute, I called the police. I'm in a police car going to the hospital with my sister who tried to cut her wrists, and also another police car was taking the other girl to the hospital. And I'm smiling because that's the only way you can deal with some of this stuff. And my sister says to me that she's been talking to my dead father all afternoon, which is, he's already dead, right? And then, yeah, she got sewn up. But I remember that incident like as clear as. It was, you know, when you fall over and you can see it frame by frame, that whole day I can experience. I had 2 people in my life, both of them died at the age of 36 on the 3rd of December. So suicide is something why I fight and I do this. And suicidal thoughts, I talked about them yesterday. If you are contemplating suicide from this, please reach out to us. I'm here to help. I will not do anything to harm you. I'll only listen to you. I don't care if you ring me I got woken up by the guy that gave me the shirt of his back, rang me at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I woke up and took the phone. I didn't answer it. I actually messaged him and said, "Oh, how can I help you? Are you okay?" It was the first thing I said to him, "Are you okay?" Now, this guy was upset because some other things were going on in his life, and he was looking to blame me. Unfortunately, because he was saying that some people don't like what they're hearing and people are figuring out who he is and all this sort of carry on. And he's looking to blame me because of his investment. And I will take that on the chin. And I'm trying to keep everyone anonymous. But why are we anonymous, guys? Can't we do this again? Can't we do this tomorrow? Well, no, I can't do it tomorrow. I'm working. I have to work for a living. But can't we do this another day and make sure that we are brave enough to have a talk? Why can't, this is what we need to do. And talking about this is better than being silent. These individuals, these bastards here, where's it gone? These bastards are stealing your money, and you want to remain silent because of embarrassment? Well, they are very happy about your embarrassment, aren't they? Don't let them do it. Let's carry on with the questions. I'm going to catch up to these questions. We know, Goliath victim / Nick, that you lost a lot of money. We know, Nick, that you lost a lot of money. So if Nick Petrillo has signed up 900 people and now has filed a discontinuance for the lawsuit where he was claiming that Christopher owed him $40 million, and you've got other people like Punic Shaw out there who have signed up 500 people, where we just heard from Rimo, R-I-M-O, when he rang us before, telling us that Christopher hired a Learjet to go to Mykonos for a fun journey to celebrate the fact that Punic Shaw had got to reach the threshold of sales. And now Punic Shaw is trying to rally together all the people he signed up to do a class action lawsuit with a lawyer who claims he's not going to go after any of the partners. You can't make this shit up. Any lawyer that tells you that he's signed, sealed, and delivered, and the only person he's going to go after is Christopher, hasn't done his research properly. Goliath victims, I'm sorry, I'm sure you are hurting, and I hope you get through this. I'm sorry. These people, I know these people. I have talked to these people on the phone who are saying these lovely messages to you. And I think I know that we're all sincere. We want to help you with this. I'm sorry as well. Nick, I hope you get through this in one piece. So, Nick, is that you? No. Are you making that up? I'm sorry as well. Nick, I hope you get through this in one piece. So, Goliath victim, are you Nick Petrillo? Is that what I'm hearing? Or are you Nick somebody else? And if you are Nick, then why don't you reach out to us and talk to us live? And if you're being accused of being Nick, then, why not? I mean, let's think about this logically, guys. Think about this, right? I don't know if you can process this, but these guys here are claiming they are victims. All right? And I'm calling them out and I'm saying you are co-conspirators. Why aren't these victims reaching out and talking to news media? Why aren't they giving victim statements? So I got asked by Fox 35 News, the first thing they reached out to me and they said, "Oh, have you got some victims?" I go, I said to the other person that helped me get that phone number to ring that guy, I said, I don't want to talk to Fox 35 News. I don't want to talk to Fox 35 News because I'm not going to hand them a smorgasbord of victims so they can ask them those horrible questions. And I said, I'm not talking to these reporters if they just wanted to destroy 5 months worth of research. I was disgusted. Anyway, I finished up knocking on Fox 35 door, and the guy interviewed me for an hour or so and asked me all those questions. He said, I've done an amazing job. He'd also done a lot of research, which I was really impressed by. He'd looked through the court documents. He had an opinion. He gave a voice. He was really good. And but they never used any of my footage, ironically. But I did actually, ironically, Here, if you look at about whereabouts was I? Orlando, I think about here, there. Look at this. So here's proof if you want proof. Here at Fox 35 Studios, and I've just been interviewed at the moment, which is quite cool. So this is my first of many interviews. Hopefully that's going to happen in the next couple of days before I go into my next destination. But as you can see behind there, that's pretty flash. That's the most amazing newsroom I've seen for a long time. Apparently it's brand new. All right, guys, see you in the next clip. Well, look here, guys. Here I am inside Fox 35 Studios, and I've never seen anything like this before. I thought my wee setup was pretty cool, but I'm just going to I'm going to turn the camera around and just so you can see what a real newsroom looks like. Right. So check out how many screens you can have. Imagine taking down some Zoom meetings and having access to all these screens in real time. Isn't this just crazy? Okay. Gotta be careful. We're nearly getting here. All right. That's Fox 35. So then I went off to... well, there you go. First interview done. Now leaving that studio and off to another studio. So after that, I actually went out to the gates and started talking to a victim and said, would you be willing to talk to Matt? And while I'm sitting down at the gate, because I've got nowhere to be and I don't know how to get around Orlando, Matt came out and sat beside me. And I said, well, I'm just talking to a victim now on a loudspeaker. And even then, you know, that individual was too scared to talk. And I get it. You know, and the news people, I understand they want victims. But as you can see here, I've got 3 international news agencies wanting to speak to victims so they can finish off their masterpiece story at really exposing what's going on here. And credit to myself, none of the newspapers have really covered it the way I wanted it covered. I did want my story told because this is a story of Danny and Goliath. You might have heard of it in the Bible as David and Goliath. But we've put everything into this, and so have my Avengers, and we've got more of a story. And here I am now looking at all these co-conspirators and thinking they're all going to get away with it. And no one wants to speak. Oh, it's just breathtaking. Oh, dear. Anyway, that's okay. I get it. But anyway, let's carry on going through here. The only thing investors can do is wait, I guess, and see where the money is left. Oh, I don't think so. But look, Goliath victims, we're probably already talking to you. I have got a few messages coming in, but please, please, please reach out to me. My phone number is pretty easy. It's on my website. You can find it pretty easy. Just hold your mouse along the top and you'll find my phone number and you'll find my WhatsApp. If you search for WhatsApp on my... We also have a victim WhatsApp account, which you can actually join as well. Okay, so now we've got Danny, search bribe and find it. We're still back there. We've got Danny, don't listen to these haters. I've got all you do will expose this. All you did was expose the scammers. Thank you very much. Talk. You will. Was it talk? You will feel better. Now that's an individual who I know who that is, and that's very kind, and thank you so much. We've had some good conversations as well, and people that trust us. So super sticker, 99 cents from somebody, anxious face with sweat. Appreciate it. So then we posted the PDF. We're miles behind with the comments. I'm sorry you're feeling this way. Being scammed is incredibly tough and can take a real toll. Too right. I understand it has been overwhelming. I truly wish you the best and hope things turn out for you soon. I mean, you know, let us help you with this journey. That's what we're doing. If you're struggling with depression and need mental support, please reach out to professionals. Hey, Tyler Peters is here too. Tyler, oh my God, don't get me started. In Florida, you can call. So here's some information. You know, take it and use it. If you need somebody to talk to, there's a crisis phone number here you can do. It's 988, or you can dial, I think in Canada is it 211. Everything's confidential. You don't have to talk to us. And I'm actually not sad that people don't want to be on stage and talk to us. I don't even want to know how much money you've invested. I don't even want to know. I just want people to have a place where they feel they can talk confidently. There's some people as well. I mean, like obviously we had somebody ring up and I broadcast them live. I get that. And you're thinking that's not what we're doing. We're not doing that for any other reason, but we've been researching those people and we know a lot more about those people than they think we do. And we basically haven't got time for some people. Put it that way. So Susie posted some links. You'll find them in the chat room. Impact in prayer for recovery and peace. Goliath victims. Do you know how long until they reach out to victims? Unfortunately, we get told, my first concern was the Canadians. I said, what happens to the Canadians, to the head investigator? And he said, well, they've put out the warning, and the warning has 2 email addresses. So make sure you put a good subject line. Now, if we do help you, I think we can help you with Goliath Ventures Inc. form. Did I have that? I do. So there is a website that we set up, and I did this the other day for somebody because I didn't know how to put it all into words. So let me just go back to, I think we're going to go back to here. Yep, that works. And I'm going to open up this one here. And this is our old form that we used. And I said to somebody, like, if you go to tinyurl.com/Goliath Ventures Inc., you can, if you go there, you'll find my Signal address, which I'm going to actually put up here. There it goes. And you can also see people ask us how, what we are looking for information. So what we've done is we've put 18 questions in here that you can answer. So you'll need to select a, copy it, and then copy it onto a document yourself. And just literally where you got 1, just go in here and type your answer, and then go down to number 2, put New Zealand, and answer those questions one at a time. And then give that to us. Because what we will do is I put that into ChatGPT and then I prepare a 1-pager with the information you gave. And then I put your phone number on the top of it and I send it to the investigators. And I also tell you to send it to 2 email addresses, which we've given you in the past. So that's what we've been doing with people, and that's what we want you to do. So remember that, tinyurl.com/Goliath Ventures Inc. And you'll find that form, and then you can do something about it. So Goliath victims, do you know how long until they reach out to the victims? Well, unfortunately, when you do email them, you don't get a response or an autoresponder. So I don't know, but I have told people, I promise that I will get the investigators to contact you. And if you don't hear from them, I want to know about it. And it won't happen straight away, and nothing's going to happen straight away. But by all means, take us up on that offer. I did, but have not heard back. Oh, good. That's somebody, you need to reach out. Don't wait. I have. Okay, there is not a number call. Can you imagine the man hours that would be needed? Like my Avengers spend hours on the phone talking to people at 11 o'clock at night. And I can tell you some stories where I got woken up at 5 o'clock in the morning the other day. I went to bed at, I think 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I wake up from a deep sleep at 5, but I'm there for people. We're only a small organisation, the Avengers. We will help you if we can, but we cannot. There will be no one on the phones talking to you. Well, they will those numbers you ring, but from our perspective, we just don't have the man hours either. But we are routing information to the right people. The haters get paid to muddy the waters. Well, maybe they do. Maybe I should have done that for a job. And if you think about that comment, that's actually quite good, really. If I was doing this for money, or I was doing this for the Danny show, I think I could probably get other ways to make money on the internet rather than trying to help victims who have lost all their money. Just saying. All right, the emails, the email is everywhere. Every article, IRS, FBI, etc. Who did you reach out to? Well, that's a good question. So there is lots of emails from people's countries, and they do have contact details. And unfortunately, you'll have to go through those if you don't want to use us. All right, so now we'll get to the nice guy again. You guys need to stop using big words. Danny doesn't have the brain power to read them. Oh, well, that's just classic. Well, I can use ChatGPT to tell it to dame it down a little bit if I need to. Thank you very much. We do not, Goliath victims, I'm sorry, we are not the feds. And we are not the feds, we are the whistleblowers. And then we've got, I used the email on the form. Brilliant. Danny has your investigator contacts. Yeah, so if you did want to know something really tricky, if you went to, I bet you didn't know this, but if you go back to my website, if you click on this Goliath Ventures and you click on that link there, it will drop down a box and it will have everyone's phone numbers, who are basically these guys here. But you didn't know that, but I'll share that with you. All right, Danny has your investigators. Danny, contact DHEC directly. You can do. Here we go, Dingo. Okay, Dingo. Hello, Dingo. Looks like you've got your mic on there. Nice to have you here. I won't put you on screen, but if you take your microphone off, you probably can speak. Dingo. Oh, it's the same guy, isn't it? Because last time you were Fluffy, Fluffy Dingo. Have you figured out your mic? You know, I keep going through these messages while Dingo's trying to figure out how to do his mic. Well, they said it would take a few weeks to everybody. Yep. So you're not going to be left behind. I don't think anyone's going to be reporting to a government organisation and never hear back. And if you don't, we'll rally people together. But honestly, we have a massive database, and we actually have a list of people who are whistleblowers, a secret list that no one knows about except my Avengers, and it's not public to any investigator. And we put whistleblowers in there. So we've created areas where we do follow-ups on people who may be waiting. So I literally go through and message people and go, have you heard back yet? They go, no, I haven't yet. I go, good, thank you. And then we follow up on stuff and do the best we can. Little Froggy, I don't know what that one is. Yes, Little Froggy 4746, a frickin' Ponzi scheme? I think so. Oh my goodness, I've stuffed it up now. And there we go. Poll, Danny versus Christopher. Poll is Danny D. Christopher. I don't know what you're on about there, but that sounds right to me. It's one-way street terms of communication. We don't receive detail back. And that's true. Anyone says they're working with investigators, it's normally a one-way street. It really is true that. And I even got told not to send information the other day because they can't use it. Well, they can use it, but then it's discoverable. So it's really complicated to talk with law enforcement, even though I've got some amazing stuff coming through. Yeah, so it's just hard case. And look at this, I've got 35 thumbs up and 1 thumbs down. So that tells you the power to weight ratio is pretty cool, really. Thank you very much for the 35 thumbs up. I have had it in one of my broadcasts before where I had got attacked, and I think I had like something stupid like 80 thumb downs. It was really amazing. But 1 thumbs down out of 35, a thumbs up. Thank you very much. So do make sure you hit the thumbs up on this video, and let's get us out here. Yes, and you can donate to me. I don't do it for the money, but I do need money to survive. I've sat here all day long and haven't made any money as such from anything else I do. I do drop shipping for a living, if you're wondering. Okay, and using investor victims' money to intimidate Danny. Using investors /victims' money to intimidate Danny. That's all they are doing. Go to jail. Now I think I know what you mean there. So the people that's somebody just gave me a thumbs up. Thank you very much. This is my investigator scam fighting technique thing. And this is a get out of jail card free. That's where you might have thought you could get away with the dividends. And I don't know if this will work. And if you want to visit Christopher in jail, whoops, I don't know if that's going to work. I want to fix that though. I'm going to try something here. I did this the other day and it didn't quite work. So I'm going to make me a bit more greener. I'm going to see if I can actually get this card displaying. I've got a wee bar here. Whoop. There we go. There we go, just for a wee while. So this is just visiting jail. And then I've got, if you've been naughty, you can go to jail. Isn't that cool? But you notice my shoulders have now gone a bit different fella. And this was given to me by one of my lovely Avengers. And also it's a wee wallet. And in here, we have something else you may have not seen. We have a full house. We've got the all the aces. I'm going the wrong way. We've got all the aces and 2 jokers. I think I'm not playing that right. It's 2 jokers. Yeah, I've got the 2 jokers. So isn't that a full house? That's what we've got. We're playing with a full house, and that is what we call the scammer pack. So when I went out into when I went to Orlando, I actually had this in my pocket, and this is my lucky charm because this is my scam fighting pack, and I loved it. And it's pretty cool. Now I'll just fix up my green screen here. Let's see where I go. Make sure I'm not burning out too much. I think we've got it pretty much about there. Was that better? That's cool. Anyway, so what have we got? Using investors. Yeah, so these people that are in the chat room are probably using investors' funds to belittle me, which is lovely, but they've all seemed to calm down now. I don't know him personally. I can't vouch for him, but it's a place to start. Yeah, so somebody's saying thank you. All right, now we've got I bet Danny's hung like a child. Okay. The Avenger, this guy was clearly a loser in his early years and continued to be a lacquer as an adult. Tell us again how Mark James paid you for this, you liar to heck. Well, I don't need to reply to that because I think I've been vindicated more times. And I think Susie might have just banned you in the chat room at that stage. So that's crazy, isn't it? Isn't it? Why did people act this manner? I mean, that's what I think Susie had enough at that stage. And at one point you sort of do have enough, and it's all right to have a bit of banter, from people that truly believe that you can get 3 to 8% return on your investment if you just give Chris your money, and Chris buys another tight shirt that's a little bit too tight for him. Danny D may actually be the homeopath from the video you showed earlier. Well, it probably is, actually. Anyways, talking about male members. It probably is, actually. I don't know if we've still got that available, but we did actually show... we're still looking for that watch. I do like this here. I'll just get rid of some of these first. Brinks. Let's see if we've got this video. So this guy here, it actually probably would be more than likely that I've upset this guy here. And just for the record, let's play this video again. Excuse the language.
Yeah, I just want to say that you're a fucking loser and you hide behind your little phone in your other country like a little fucking faggot. I'm not hiding. Now,
it's really funny. I actually live in New Zealand. I don't hide in New Zealand. It's not like I've moved to Dubai. This is where I was born and bred.
Name is on there. My phone number's on there. I'm right here. I'm in Welland, Ontario, Niagara. I got nothing to hide. Nothing to hide, buddy.
He's got no money either. So if you don't know who this is this guy here, I think. Is that who it is? Is that the same guy? I have a look. It doesn't look quite like him. I'll just get rid of some of these other screens. I'm going to go back to that later on. There's Christopher in the courtroom. He's got nothing to hide, buddy. Is that the same guy? I'm just going to move him over. Oops, and we've lost our LinkedIn. Say goodbye to all our LinkedIn people because we've been broadcasting more than 4 hours. But is that him? Moustache? Oh, yeah, I think it is. Isn't it? Has it got the frown on the forehead? Yeah. Has it got it's got hair. No hair. Maybe it's not the same guy. Is it the same guy? I don't know. But anyway, let's carry on listening to this lovely
Just
man.
you and Danny are butt buddies. You guys love to give each other up the ass.
Ooh,
and I see that now.
Okay.
Everyone sees that now. You guys are frauds and scammers.
Oh, you gotta love this guy, don't you? Oh, here we are. We're back again. The mate's back. G'day, mate. You come back. You just come back at a good time. Now, what have we got? We've got green room. Oh, nice one. So we've got a couple of you guys in here, is it? So you're in the green room. I think I don't want to put you on stage, but if you can figure out your microphone. Now, Fluffy, I know you're okay with on stage, but I'm pretty sure I don't know how to work my operating software, but there is a button where you can take them. I'm pretty sure you can hold, sold, left, right, admission, sign. I don't know if I have to. I'll just put you over here, and then I will. Yep, that's
Figure it out, yeah.
Oh, I can. So you couldn't actually hear me until you put you on screen. Is that right?
Is that right? No, until I think. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit complicated. It's not not that I'm technologically illiterate. It's just that it doesn't connect the same way on I guess this guest eCam live. You have to assign certain permissions depending on how your phone's set up. If that makes
All
sense.
right, and you've got Bluetooth on it.
And you've got Bluetooth on it.
I can hear my.
Yeah, and that's the other thing there, right? And then.
And your friends in the green room, but
And
I
your
don't
friends
know.
in the green room, but I don't know.
Yeah, you need to get rid of that.
Well, I don't know if they're
you
on
need to get
or
rid of
not.
that. Yeah, I can see them.
Yeah, I can see them. Okay, so what I will say is, talk with family and friends. Most don't want to speak because they don't think it's going to change anything. All I would like to say is go through this. So for anyone listening, the partners are not victims. You need to go after them. They're not the victims. I think we discussed that in the chat. I think, I know they're driving fancy sports cars and $10,000, wearing $10,000 suits. They're they're not the victims. They might have lost their principal, but how much money did they make on yours? That's what they're not telling you.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
Depending on your location, you need to go after them. I just wish we knew exactly how much they did make, but until people start speaking out, you won't know. And that's the sad thing about this.
They all got
Rolexes and flash cards. Yeah.
So that's a start. Anyway.
That's a start.
Unfortunately, that your Bluetooth's not working because I get your
It's
echo.
not working, so I get your echo.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have an echo still?
Yeah, no, you want to get rid of the Bluetooth.
Yeah, no, you want to get rid of the Bluetooth.
Oh, there's an echo option.
There's an echo option. One of us is an echo. I have you on speaker right now.
Oh, yeah, that's why.
So
So
I'll reconnect. Let me just turn.
No, just turn it off speaker.
No, just turn it off speaker, and it should work. Well, let me see.
No. Yeah, and your friend that's I presume that's your friend in the background there. If you can, have you got a Dingo? Have you got a mute button, or if you turn it off and on, then I'll be able to hear if you want to speak. Because we love to have people having a voice. We don't have to have you on the stage. Oops. That better? I think that. Yeah, we'll come back in a minute. It says guest has muted themselves. So if you want to unmute yourself, you're more than welcome. Or you can just be there in the background. You're more than welcome. I wish I could control more. I don't seem to.
I wish I could control Danny, more. Can you hear me now? Don't seem to.
Yeah, but only when
There's
I
still
speak.
An echo.
Hold it.
Yeah, but only when I speak.
Nah, it's still got me.
Hold it. It might be right now.
It's a 3 second
it's still
lag.
got me. It's a 3 second lag. Okay, let me recharge up one of my other headsets. In your options.
Yeah, you should be able
There's
to.
only 3 options.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have a look and see if I can do it from here.
Default headset, earpiece, and speakerphone. But there's only 2 options for the camera, no options for the.
Hold it, guest interview. Hold it. I might be able to do it myself. What have I got? Try that. I'll just fix the problem.
Okay, I'll talk. Testing.
I think that works. Hey, it
A
was
little
me.
bit better.
So it's just the software I'm using. It's complicated. This broadcasting on 6 different channels and talking at the same time. It's like doing this.
Well, just a note to people: you're trying to do this anonymously, right? So, like, you have to use certain software and also stay under budget, right? So, like, you can't be spending tons of money on Zoom calls. And, exactly, right?
Well, this software I'm using costs $80 US a month. Well, New Zealand a month.
Zoom will cost so much more than that.
Well, they ban me on Zoom,
but
because we report people using Zoom. So Zoom.
They banned you on Zoom, and it's not really anonymous.
They banned me because I was reporting people using Zoom for running scams. So they banned me instead. You just can't make this shit up.
Well, those people are paying them, so yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, it's insane.
But yeah, no, that's right.
I took my camera off just because I just had my hand over my camera.
Yeah,
but
that's a great idea. Now, other people who want
what
to
are
ring
the
up,
steps
do the
for people?
same. Put a bit of tape over your camera, turn it on, but put the tape over the camera, and that's fine with it. I don't want to see your face. I don't really. I hate. I'm not here to. Oh, look, there's a victim. I just want to hear your point of view. I want to understand your reasoning. Yeah.
So, Danny, I think it's important for anyone listening. Like, what are the next steps for these people to do? Should they start launching class action lawsuits or not? Should they be banding together, depending on the region? Like, what should they be doing? Because I personally think they should be going after the partners.
Yeah.
Like, at least some justice there. Like, especially when you see the guy still driving around $100,000 car, and you know,
250.
like,
Oh,
or
150.
how much is a Rolex watch? Like,
well, some of them are. Some I couldn't believe he had $3.5 million worth of watches, and that was just the 10 that we priced up, not the 18 that was in the official document that I missed. And then, so there's probably $5 million worth of watches just in the in the court notes. $5 million worth of watches. Who needs that many watches? What's the time? Sorry.
and if you don't put your name down, you're not going to get anything, right? That's the thing.
Yeah. How long have you been following this?
Oh, I think I called since August. I think, or end of August. I called you the first time, just asking about advice.
Right.
And I mean, yeah, you saved. Yeah, not me personally, but I had a family member that was about to go in, and you actually conference called me and them on the phone, and you convinced them not to.
That's right.
Funny
I do
thing
remember
about
that. I do remember that.
Yeah, the funny thing about that is, like, literally a month later, they had FOMO.
Yeah.
And I'm using gender neutral pronouns here, and they're going, "Oh, I wish I would have. I wish I would have invested." And I'm going, "Oh my fucking god!" And sure enough, well, because at the time you're like probably 2 weeks, but the thing is, the U.S. legal system takes a while to act sometimes. But let me tell you this: it's a lot faster than the Canadian legal system. So
is that right?
So, but, and at least they do their job. And I'm not trying to be political here at all, but I'm saying that it's just known that they've been criticized to be a little bit slower, and which is kind of safe, and they do their due diligence. But you just hope they act at certain times. But again, I'm just astonished that people are just okay with this. They just like, yeah, whatever.
Well, you did mention something interesting before. You said something people are concerned about tax, and I know one victim that every time they got paid, they actually took the money off the platform, and then they put it back.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that would create. I'm not a tax agent, but that would actually create a tax event. And when you hear that people have done that, it's pretty hard to deliver that news, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, my background is a little bit in accounting, and actually, you wouldn't. As long as you can prove that it's like any investment. If you could prove that it's an investment, let's say you put money into like any type of security. If you lost more than what you gained, well, then you get a tax credit. But of course, this is not an actual proper registered security. But like, yeah, I mean, you're not going to get taxed. Look, your principal was used to pay you back your money. Why would you get taxed on the money that is your principal? That's already your money.
Yeah, we've had
that's already your money that they're paying you. Why? How can you get taxed on the money that you get? I don't know how else. I could look this. I mean, you could throw that in chat.
No, it was over a couple of years, so that changes.
Well, if you made money on it, then that's other people's money. That's right, clear. Like that's. But
I'm sure
I'll
they
tell you
get
that
good tax advice. They'll probably realize it's not as bad as it sounds. But as soon as we heard that, we thought, hold it a minute, that doesn't. And as we say, I'm a painter and a decorator, okay? I can't read and write. I can hardly pronounce Christopher's name. So I'm not going to sit here and give tax advice. But I do know when you take money out of crypto, if it is crypto, even though it was, that you do have to, there was another terrible thing as well that we thought about at the time, because you get taxed so heavily on dividends that you take out. So it was like 40% tax You know, so if you took out $100,000, the $40,000 of that was going to be, you know, payable in tax on maybe 2024. Maybe in 2025 you can get it all back again. But I don't know how it
Yeah,
works.
no, but it should be on the difference of what you put in versus what you took out, right?
Yeah.
So like basically like so if that makes sense, and if you can like no one's coming after you for that if you got less money back out than you did. So if you're worried about tax, that means you made more money than that, or you put that money in without paying taxes on it initially. If that makes sense, right? So like you made the money, you didn't declare tax on it, and then you threw it off to Lord Shitbag there. And you're trying to hide it, and then now it's traceable as you now claim it, which is then okay. Then
we had all these
you have a
discussions,
bigger
and
problem than
I can't remember what it was, but unfortunately, we didn't want to rub salt on the wound. But there was some major factor where this taking your money off the platform and reinvesting it. There was some major reason why that was not a good thing to do, even regardless of tax. But I can't remember what that is. So one day we may learn that wasn't a good idea and why. But the logic, what you're saying, makes a lot of sense to me. But I think the mathematics of something that went wrong was there was a kicker at the end of it that because they did this, that meant that happened.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the law doesn't look favorably on someone that didn't at least make the effort. At least in Canadian law, where I'm based, they want to at least see that you made it. So once you knew it was a scam, they want to see at least that you made the effort to pay people back. And if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. And they're not going to go after you. But like, if you literally are just sitting on stockpiles of money and not doing anything, well, you're fucked. Like it's going to come out eventually, right?
There was a really good thing. We were told that anyone that set up, and all these people in white basically set up their own LLC companies. And I was told by a pretty clever lawyer that these particular individuals would now have their LLC companies dissolved, and they would have to pay back everybody the money that they invested with. So that's why my thing is, if you were Nick Petrillo, you know, Nick Petrillo's going, I'm a victim, go after Chris, because that's what he's tried to do by filing the first lawsuit. You want to stick on your stay on target and go after Nick Petrillo or Tomo or David or Steve or Alex, because these are the guys
what I'm telling people.
They were paying you out of the LLC companies. They were getting the cash from Goliath, and they were paying. Tomo was getting paid by Goliath, and then Tomo's job was to distribute the money. And when it all went to batshit, they were telling people not to pay themselves first, but to pay their downline first, because they, you know.
And that's important that you say that, Danny, because anyone trying to join a class action lawsuit right now with their partners know that those lawyers work for the partners, and it's conflict of interest if they are going to go. That you can't go after the partner then with the same lawyer, right?
Yes.
So just be wary of that, and then they're playing the victim. And
the conflict of interest was a brilliant move. And then and also Jonathan Shaw, which I'll mention, told everyone in the Law 360 article that he has reason to believe there was $1 billion locked up. Now that's basically saying to everybody, I know where the money is. So everyone's
giving them hope.
Yep, 25 people rushed to get him to help do his lawsuit. And here he is telling everyone that Nick Petrillo was the first person in the first lawsuit, which means if you said you wanted to go after Nick, he would have to say it's a conflict of interest. And that was what really pissed us
well, his
off.
lawyer is legally not allowed to, right? So you can't join it then. Well, it's conflict of interest. But the thing is you know, they're during that time they're going to give you the crocodile tears, right?
Yeah.
Like if you went through that with them, like say you joined up with the partner to go class action, maybe crocodile tears after you find no money. Like I thought there was, I don't know where he hid it. They're cry, whatever. Like, you know, well, they got money stashed away somewhere, or they're like, they just want to save their own ass. And it takes a special type of sociopath to do something like this.
It's incredible.
I mean, I know people affected. Yeah, no, I know people affected by this that are just, you know, it's sad. I have no words for them.
We It is actually a lot. If I'm not educated, if I ever went back to university and studied anything, I'd study psychology because I just it fascinates me how people think, who invest. People, I used to, when I first started doing this job, I used to say it was greed, and I would take that out of the equation. It's like gambling. These people have a gambling addiction, okay, but this is Ponzi scheme addiction, and it is the sense of doing something clever with your money. You know, I have never really understood why people put a little bit of money in, get paid a bit of money of their own money back, and then make an informed decision to hand over everything. It's like being at the gambling table and then sliding over all the black chips that you own because you're now convinced that it's not a scam. And that is where I am not qualified to figure out that mentality. And it's common. It's
I
not
can
like
figure.
I invest $50,000 and I have 500,000 in the bank. They put 500,000 in.
Yeah, well, I can. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of gambling there. It doesn't run in my blood for the gambling part, but I can see that like some of these other people, they're just desperate. They're desperate to get ahead, and they want to see returns, and they get a little bit of returns and think, "Holy shit! Like I can make it. Like this is the holy grail to my financial freedom." But what I can't understand is the people that fuck the other people and knowingly do it. Or like once they do know that let's say like half these partners didn't know it was an actual scam, but they made and profited off this.
Yeah.
I can't understand anyone that wouldn't say, "Hey, this is how much I made off of it, and I'm going to pay out what I can." At least make some sort of efforts. Be like, I spent this, whatever. I didn't know it was a scam at the time. I was making this much money. This is how much I have left. Why can't I would at least try to make some sort of effort if I was in their shoes to then pay back the people that I had essentially scammed, knowing or unknowing. But
yeah, common decency, I think that's what you call it. I mean, this is
it
a hard
common
meeting.
decency? I just don't understand it. Like I don't understand how. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry,
I'm reading the comments coming from a lot of people that have helped me, and I'm going to make a bit of a disclaimer for myself here. It's incredibly hard running a live meeting and being able to make everything work properly for everybody. And I am thinking on my feet, and people go, "Why don't you record this? It doesn't work." We've had a busy day today. I've got people talking to me that have actually physically seen Chris today. I get intel live, people that have, seen Christopher today. This is how much information I'm getting. I'm getting some funny messages, and somebody just sent me a billboard that's still advertising Christopher, which is advertised on the way to Disneyland. Isn't that crack up?
But furthermore to that point, Danny, if you were to record this, who would want to even join? Let's say, like for me, like you're saying, "Oh, why don't you record this?" Well, this is the chance for people to join. Correct me if I'm wrong with what you just said. You're not recording this.
I'm broadcasting it live.
You're broadcasting it live. So if anyone wants to record it, sure. But you said, "Why don't you record this?" Is it recorded?
No. What I mean is, if I did a recorded meeting, or I did a, let's say
then it has to be live. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways,
I could edit this later on and cut out all the bits of the people that didn't want names on the screen. Or people say, I mean, like, how do you think people like, let's say Mark James feels with this person going and he yelling about him, for God's sake? Accusations where I might get distracted and somebody says, "Oh, such and such did such and such." I can't verify what people say in real time, but I do think if we do the same old thing and expect different results. So I've been doing 5 years worth of investigations on Ponzi schemes and large scale scams and whatever. And the only way I believe that you can actually stop these guys is cause disruption. So we've gone past cause disruption. I've got a lawsuit pending. I've done everything I can. I've thrown myself in front of the bus. And now I'm still get criticized from a few people. I'm not saying everybody, but it's the 80-20 rule. Unfortunately, the 20% of people that talk do seem to get 80% of the attention. But at the end of the day, if we don't do things different,
the P effect.
let's go about this. Why can't we go live? Why can't victims speak out? Why do we have to wait for lawsuits that take years? Why are we not talking about the elephant in the room? And the elephant in the room are these individuals that are on the screen right now. These are people that held Chris's hand and sung and cheered. One of the people on here is the guy that rang me up one day, Ty, whatever his name was, and he was asking if I think he should pull his money out now. And I'm going, what the hell? I'm not here to give you financial advice. And he goes, are you 100% sure it's a Ponzi scheme or a scam? And I'm going, yes, I bet my life on it. I've said that a few times. And then the next minute, the next week, he's in Munich, drinking with his wife, drinking beers with Christopher. And I thought, Tyler.
Yeah, and that pisses you off. That pisses you off. I understand.
Yeah.
I remember seeing that, and I remember thinking to myself, at the first part of the video, I remember watching it. I was going, okay, Danny, you're being a little hard on the guy. But then I realized, oh shit, this guy he's just completely not being genuine. He's just like completely fucking you around, just trying to get information.
Well, I reckon Chris was in the same room with him.
Yeah, no, exactly. And once you watch that video with that context, you're like, yeah, no, I understand why Danny was a fucking, just like, like, well, you're actually pretty nice to him at the beginning. Well, one of the things I did talk to like people involved in this.
The point is he's not a victim. That's the point. That guy wasn't a
He's
victim.
not a victim. He's not he's absolutely not a victim. He picked up on it right away. And he's gone. But these people will try to every trick in the book to just deceive you and just
deflect
it's insane to me. Exactly. But so when I was talking to people to try to join this chat, people I know that are involved, they said, "Well, what's the point? What's the point, anyways?" And honestly, it was kind of hard. I said, "It's about." The more communication, the more you can shine a light on this, the more you even know how to act or where to move forward with this. Because if you don't speak, like you don't even know what your partner was making on percentages on you. We have no concrete proof. Like, but if people start talking, I was making this, we can kind of piece it together. Like, okay, we know your partner made this or X, or hey, what did your partner drive? Things like that.
And if he's driving a Lamborghini, mathematically speaking, how much business would he have had to generate for Goliath to merit buying a Lamborghini or a Ferrari?
No idea. So like they ask you like, oh, well, should I go after my partner? Well, we don't know until you guys speak up, talk.
Well, why not challenge them with it? And all these victims, all these faces that I keep bringing up on my screen, are you telling me all these victims don't want to come and talk about it? Are these guys not all red-faced? Have they not all gone to the authorities and started telling what they know to help with the investigation?
No, they haven't. They think it doesn't change anything. I think they're just. I don't know. I would be pissed.
I always say that, mate. I don't know. The other saying that we have in New Zealand is "yeah, nah," but I keep saying I don't know. Why don't people want to speak up about somebody who's stolen 100,000? If not, we've had $5 million investors on the phone before. Why don't they want to? What is it really that embarrassing that you got conned with 2,000 other people? That's how many people that's what the numbers are in the back end of the system that we had full access. Well, when I say full access, we had investors that gave us their access to the platform, and we could see their passports, we could see their wife's ID, the whole 9 yards. We could see how they put the money in, where they put the money in, how they got paid, whether they got dividends, whether they hyper compounded, all their contracts, everything. And then we noticed that one of them was 1,700, and then another one was 500. Number ID.
Yeah.
So now we're going, hold it a minute. These are all numbered,
not
randoms.
Yeah.
So now we're looking at 2,000 people, we believe, have invested in Goliath, but no one wants to speak. And that's
no one wants to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, and So two things there.
Can I just
I'll start with the
interject there,
first.
guys?
Oh, awesome,
The
man.
the
Nice to
thing
have you here.
I wanted to say there is the reason why nobody wants to interject is because, like, what's the purpose of interjecting? The main purpose is, like, the whole idea of this whole call and this whole thing is that, like, is it editorialism, is it journalism, or is it to find a solution to the problem? And right now, I think a lot of people that are listening in on this is they're looking for a solution to the problem. I mean, the whole idea, your whole raison d'etre was to bring light to a problem.
Yeah.
And if it was
Yeah,
just
but
to journalize it or editorialize
no
it,
one,
well,
no,
we
but
don't
no
need
one
that.
else is
And the
speaking.
point being,
And
but the point is
no,
that
who's
people are
speaking
looking
here?
for the point is
You
that
don't have,
people are
you don't have a
looking
say
for a
to that.
solution to the problem.
Yeah. So what is the
And if you
solution, do you think?
can't, and if we can't find a solution, if we can't find a path forward, then why would we talk about it? Why would anybody
Well,
talk about it? Why is
we
anybody
don't know
going
the
to
solution
bear their
until we
why
talk
are
about
they
the
going to
problem.
relive stuff that they're going to like? Why? What's the point? So,
Yeah.
No, but
guys,
you have
like,
to go
that is
through.
the
You
main,
have
like,
to go
to
after the
answer your
partners.
question.
Let
Like,
him
we have to stay
talk.
on focus. What is the
Let him talk
focus
first.
of this? What is the focus of this discussion? What is
Yep.
the focus of this whole purpose? Right. So we can like, we can criticize people's comments. We can talk about all sorts of nebulous things, but, like, what is the purpose? And that's the main reason why people don't want to talk, because what's the purpose?
I think that you're making an assumption there, though, because we've been doing this for 5 years, and I've talked to many victims, and I think what you're saying is valid. But the honest truth of it is, what's the alternative? Because I've seen the court cases, I've seen the threats, I've seen I'm going to go round and knock on his door and get my money back. But the reality is, no one wants to talk about it, and I believe that talking about it is the biggest thing that you can do to make a difference. Do I have an answer? Well, if somebody invests $100,000 into a Ponzi scheme, they get dividends for a few months, they're quite happy, and then all the money disappears. What is the solution there? Everyone wants their money back. I think, okay, you want your money back. Now, how is that mathematically going to work? Because these guys have blown it all. So what is the solution? Doing nothing? Or talking openly and saying, well, let's find a solution. And the only solution I think would really work is the fact that people need to go after these other people rather than just Chris. And I think that would be that's what I believe would make a difference. And there's one lawyer that's done a really good lawsuit, and he's gone after everybody, including Eric Clayman. He's gone after Black Bloc, which is Matt Burks, which is now off doing something else, working for the Onyx Reserve. And he's now starting up his own crypto company. So he's had no accountability, and he's the biggest bit of evidence we have that these guys have been running a major fraud with that video that's 1 hour, 47 minutes, and 19 seconds long. So why wouldn't we collectively consider the idea of going after these partners rather than just going after Christopher, who looks like he's hiding assets?
Okay, well, I can agree with you on that, and I think that's a more focused approach, and I like that, but I think that has to be reiterated to everybody that's listening, because that's a focused approach that tells people, hey, there's something concrete we can do, and this is why we're doing it, and this is why you should come to us and talk to us, and this is why it's important that you come and talk to us, because it also motivates you to go after the people that recruited you, and it's about going after the grassroots level people, because it's important to go after them, because then it forces them also to go after the people above them. But, unless there's a focused understanding of why we are doing these things, why would anybody want to come and talk, right? I'm just hitting your initial premise there,
Well,
or your point.
let's
Like, why don't people want to come to talk? And
just
it's like,
reverse
okay, well,
engineer. If we reverse engineer how they grew this Ponzi scheme, they didn't just, not everyone got contacted by Chris. So if we reverse engineer it and go backwards and then go after the partners and then they go after Chris, what you just said was really cool. And that's what I propose is, I reckon this is the strategy. And I'm not doing this for journalism. I've got my own personal reasons why I do this. People ask me why I'm doing this. It's not a comedy. It's not Danny's show. I don't care if I'm not here, but if I'm not here, who's here instead? And if I haven't been yelling from the treetops since the 1st of September, then who else is going to call? Well, I've had a lawsuit against me. I've had people knocking on my doors. I've had threats of all sorts of things. Why Does it matter my why? Does it matter if I get a few YouTube dollars? Like I get at the moment, I get up to $500 a month, but I spend 70 to 80 hours. But I get criticized because people are trying to figure out my why rather than focusing on these individuals. Why can't I tell you that I've got a database on every single person on that screen right now? Why can't I tell you I know what these guys drive? I know their phone numbers. I know where they live. I know their friends. I've gone through their social media. I had a team of Avengers go through every single one of these profiles you're looking at on the screen. Now, why can't I help you use that information to go after these guys?
You
Well,
can,
Danny, I'll
but
just say this right now. No, hold on. Let me just speak here. Danny, why always important? The why is always important.
So I've
Because
said my
we
why,
don't know you.
but
No,
I've
no,
said
no,
my
no. But
why.
hold on.
You know,
No,
isn't that
you
good
said
enough?
your why doesn't matter. You
Okay.
said your why doesn't matter. And listen, I don't want to get into an argument with you. I'm just explaining something so that it
Yeah,
makes it
good.
easier for other people down the road.
Thanks.
It's just the why does matter because the why is the reason. It gives people it gives people an understanding of why you're doing these things. In the same way, like why would Chris Delgado want to help me? Why would he want to make? Well, he just wants to make our life better. It was a marketing scheme, but meanwhile, it was just a Ponzi scheme. And so your why also matters. And so to build legitimacy with your audience and to build legitimacy with everybody else around or that's listening, the why does matter. And
Okay.
so,
Yep. Okay, well, let's answer that first. I'll come back to you. Now, I've been in the New York Times, double page spread. Bloomberg's done a mini feature on me, a mini doco on me, my why. I've been in the Guardian newspaper numerous times. All the local rags around. I'm Australasia's biggest scam fighter. My why is I don't like seeing people lie, cheat, and steal, and tell people. I was brought up in a cult. The same techniques that these guys use to scam people is like gaslighting people into believing. They have fear of missing out. They tell people about a passive income that never eventuates, and that's my why. That's what I do, and I've got a team of other YouTubers who fight these scammers, and they probably don't know their real why. But this is what I've been reported at doing. And, whether that's taken on the chin or people want to believe or whatever, I do have a why. I have credibility in this industry. I'm not saying there's no cookie cutter way of actually fighting these scammers. I don't know. I'm still discovering the best way. Like, we're not used to dealing with victims. This scam has brought us a whole lot of victims saying, "Can you help us?" And all of a sudden, my Avengers are going, "Oh, actually, we haven't done this part. Normally, we're just causing disruption and creating awareness." And all of a sudden, we've got these victims asking us, "How do I get my money back?" And we go, "Oh, we're not qualified to do this, but we want to help, but we're not sure how to do it." So we're all learning. And no one in any history I know have actually put a live out like this and asked victims to come forward. I don't even want to call them victims. I want to call them friends. I want to call them future Avengers that are going to help us spot the next scam. Because what we see happen is these people, like Matt Burke, has already started up another company. So he's already gone to Onyx Reserve and started up with Eric, with the guy behind that company, claiming that they're going to do something else. And hopefully people don't follow and think, I'm going to start this process again, but this time I'm going to be cunning. I'm going to pull out after the first 6 months. All this sort of stuff. But people actually use, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I've already got my credibility in order. But I think I've got some great ideas on how to do this. And I'm asking people who want to help, whether you're a victim or not, I don't really want to know. But if you've got some great ideas, because everything else that's been going on in the past years with lawyers win at the end of the day. Christopher's going to get 5 or 8 years in prison because he was helping the investigators. I'm sitting here waving the flag saying, hold it a minute. We just got some amazing intel this morning that says that Christopher could have 100 Rolex watches. He's got 2 Lamborghinis worth $850,000 that aren't on that roster. So I'm willing to put my reputation out the line. I might be wrong, but if that means that the investigators who watch my videos actually all of a sudden go, oh, hold it, Danny might have something here, and we go investigate and find out that Chris is lying and then he loses his bail and now he's in jail, then that'd be another strike of Danny's record. And whether that brings me some joy at night when I go to bed at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I'll have to say it does. Do I have any personal vendetta against Chris? No, I don't. I don't care about Chris. He's just another cog in the wheel of a Ponzi scheme. But if we don't do things different and expect different results, I think that's where we've, okay, Danny went out and said for a week that there's going to be a video and the victims can come on live. And all of a sudden, I forgot what time it was starting. There's 23 people in the waiting room and nobody wants to speak. That's okay. I didn't expect one person to speak. From my experience, no one wants to talk about the elephant in the room. And that's me out. Anyone else want to have a go?
Yeah, sure. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's one is making sure that these people don't do this again, or don't get away with it. But two, yeah, I think the victims right now, they just want to forget about it and just ignore it, and just move on, obviously, because they think they're not going to get anything back. But I think that it's a little bit comforting to them to know, oh, my partner didn't scam me, this dude. Meanwhile, they're driving around a fancy sports car, wearing a fucking, $10,000 plus suit and XYZ, whatever they have on. And I think they're not victims. I could be wrong there, but I think you hit the nail on the head. You want to make sure that they don't want to get away with it. You don't want to see them start another company and do the exact same thing.
Too right.
And
we've
and
seen
think
that.
about and any victim out there, or victim, or person involved in this. Think about how you feel right now, and you want to see that person do the exact same thing to someone else. And I know we're all busy. We all, everyone has everything going on right now, and you'd rather just forget. But it doesn't take a whole lot to expose these people or confront them. It doesn't. Just confronting them or just naming and shaming.
Yeah. I love that.
And honestly, to just talk to the other person about what the focus of this meeting is, well, I think Danny's waiting for more people to join. So yeah, we're just talking about, around the situation and just nonsense, or not nonsense, but but we don't have a focus because we're waiting for people to talk. And I don't know how many people have joined right now, Danny, but have I been the only one plus the other one? Or?
Yeah, no, we've had two people, except for a phone call from who didn't know I did send him a message saying, ring me up, I'm live, and if you want to, if you want to talk and say your piece and clear your name, ring me up live. And he's rung me up live, but I didn't make it clear to him that it was being recorded, and I'm pretty sure he's not very happy with me now. But I've researched that guy quite a long time, and no one likes him. I'm just saying, so I'm not really worried about burning a bridge with him, but I didn't entrap him. I gave him the option to speak, but that's three people. And I tell you the hidden agenda here, guys, is when I finish my lives, I get lots of people reaching out to me on Signal and WhatsApp, and then I spend hours chit-chatting to them. And that's what we sometimes do this for. So I've got 9 requests from people wanting to join our WhatsApp group. And those people, we will chit-chat nicely back and forth. We will spend the time getting to know them. We will not throw them under the bus. It's not what we're doing it for. And that's when we realize that this talk was worthwhile. Now, if I throw out a lure telling everybody that there's an opportunity for people to come on stage, sometimes that's not my agenda. And I'll be the first person to say, we're not trying to, I don't know how to explain it, but there's a method in my madness, and we've been doing this for so long that we get joy when people reach out to us and they want to talk to us. And the first thing they say, I want to be anonymous, 100%. The people that ring me up, we've had hours of conversations with them. We've had emails back and forth. We've had threats. We've had all sorts of things thrown at our way, and we know who we're talking to. If somebody rang me up right now and I didn't know who it was, I'm not going to let them go live. But I've got Romy, whatever his name is, RIMO, his phone number programmed on my phone. So when he rings me, I know it's him, and I'm going to answer it. When I get a +6 one number. I know it's Australia, and I know that it's somebody trying to sell me something. So the other lady that rang up earlier on, who was trying to help me with staff, I asked her if she could help me find some Avengers. I knew that was some cool company trying to sell me something, so I put them live. You know, I'm not embarrassing people. I know the numbers. We got 125 phone numbers from the last lawyer who did a Zoom meeting. He started up a WhatsApp group, for God's sake, put 175 people in the WhatsApp group. And then we went through and scraped all the phone numbers out of it. And we've been going through contacting all these investors. They're all from Punic Shores people. Now, why did we do that? We put them all into my phone contacts. And today, somebody messaged me. I updated the contact name. It was somebody we'd previously been talking to. We are investigators. We gather intel. We try to get one of those big boards together, and we put red string to everybody who's connected to everybody. When you ring me up, I normally know who your upline is. The fireman that rang me up, I said, Steve Davis. Oh, we don't want to tell you who our sponsor is. And we go, I know who it is. It's Steve Davis. And they go, how do you know that stuff? And I go, we have gotten deep. We've got companies reaching out to us now that want to hire the Avengers to do investigations. And I go, I don't know if we all want to sacrifice the rest of our lives into the next investigation, because it is mind-numbing why we do this. And I might get,
So,
anyway.
Danny,
Sorry, mate.
if I can just interject, sorry, just for a second there, because a lot of people are thinking to themselves, oh, well, Danny's tracking me or this or that. But just to clarify, you're doing this, right, to track to see how many of the upstreams had underneath them, if that's correct, right? You're not doing this necessarily because these guys, most of the guys downstream, they did not make money, and if they did, it's not enough to even go after. They're like, and it's just actually insane. Whoever is on the upstream, and anytime you hear the word upstream, that's
model marketing,
the red flag, right? So I mean, like these guys are sitting on a lot of money. And you want to know how much, and so you're tracking all of that there.
Yeah.
Is my understanding.
Yeah, we
which
want to know how
makes
many
sense.
scones are in the basket, because then we can go back to the investigators and say, well, actually, we've found out that Punic Shore actually has 500 people underneath him. And we found a WhatsApp group with 175 people he recruited from the Indian Chamber of Commerce in Orlando, and also the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. And the investors go, thank you. And they go off for a couple of months. They don't tell us thanks. But then we told them the scale of what's happening. And that's what investigators do.
Yeah, exactly. And again, anyone worried about,
just got to go let the dog out. You keep talking to yourself for a bit.
So, one of the things I want you to just say is just what are the areas affected, and who are all the people? Like, in Canada that you're seeing, how many people in Canada, how many people in America, how many people in other areas, from what you're seeing, that would be kind of helpful. Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. I didn't realize you were gone. I just had a couple questions for you there. Just basically, one of the things that could be very helpful is just to just put it out here now. How many people in general were involved in this in different areas around, the world? Different, like how many people in Canada, how many people from what you're seeing in America, different locations in America.
Good question. And you won't believe this, but it's 65% of people we believe are in Orlando. And then also the rest of them are in Canada. And we believe Jane Newton, Jonathan Manchin, and a few other Canadians actually were responsible for the majority of Goliath Ventures. Now, we did try and find some people in Dubai. I do know one individual in Dubai, and I can't say how much because that was a very exact amount. But they didn't invest. They loaned money to Chris, and that was stupid. And then the other one, we have heard there was 2 Dubai investors but we've got no proof of that. So this is an Orlando and a Canada Ponzi scheme, and that's why it's really unusual. And it all grew through places like the Chamber of Commerce, the charities that Chris was giving to, and that's why it's quite fun investigating, because even this morning we found a $4 million investor. I can't tell you how we found that, but we found out, there's a $4 million investor out there, and we already knew them. We've already got a file on them. Have you lost your sound there for a bit there, bud? So you might have just unplugged something, or your headset went blue.
No, I'm still here. I'm just taking that all in. So what I was going to ask was, how much money do you think in Canada and versus America was invested? Because the reason I'm asking this question is the Canadian authorities are a lot slower to act than the the IRS and the Justice Department in America. I mean, they're on it already. It could take months to a year for Canadian justice, and meanwhile, who were the people responsible in Canada? Because right now, I feel like they're just kind of just trying to just hide away and see if it'll all go away.
Yeah.
And
great stuff.
And I don't think that's right. Right. I mean, so I don't know if you can speak
every
with
other
that, to that.
scam I've seen, it's going to be 5 years before anyone gets any money back, because they can't pay out people who have lost. Even the guy that we managed to seize the $250,000, I do believe he'll get all of his money back. But but technically, when? And like the Madoff one, Madoff, is it Madoff?
Bernie.
A lot of people got a lot of their money back, and I don't want to give false hope, but people, you can't put it in yesterday and get it out tomorrow with in between lawsuits and in between government. You're basically buggered, guys. And like what I would like to see, if everybody just come forward and said, this is what I put in, this was the date, this is how I paid, this is how much dividends I took out, oops, I might have to pay tax on it, whatever. And then they all come forward and complain to the authorities, then the chances of this whole thing being sped up is amazing. Now, this is a world record race. We just come first ever that I've ever heard of. The investigator said it's 20 years of doing this type of scam busting. This is the fastest it's ever gone in his career. 20 years with doing this stuff. So that's great. Now, can we not speed it up? And this is what I'm trying to do by saying, let's go after these bastards who are spending your money now. The assets is where the money is. There's been no crypto mine, no pile of crypto. All this money that we're looking at now, and if I can drive this point home, if your lawyers want to reach out to me, I'm an open book. I'm not hiding things from the lawyers. Even Jordan Shaw, I would help with this investigation. He's my worst lawyer in the world at the moment, but I would help him. All right? These
But
guys
what I'm worried
are pissing
about,
your money away.
I know, but what I'm worried about is Canada has not laid any charges.
Yeah,
I don't see anything.
there is an investigation going, I heard, but the American
well, that's what people want to know. Like, just is there investigation? Because I don't know. I haven't reached out. So they're investigating it, and they might be okay.
Well, somebody gave us a link the other day, and I'll see if I can find it while I'm talking. But there was a link, and this person told me that everybody has submitted their information through this. It's actually a form, and I'll see. Maybe Susie might have.
I think you told me that it bounces back once you filled it out. Or is it fixed now?
Not the form. It was something government. I actually questioned it. I'll find it on ChatGPT because I actually questioned whether it was a phishing website or an official government website on ChatGPT because I thought, oh my God, now people are handing over, and this is what you've got to be careful of. So let me bring that up and I'll show you. We'll do it in real time. 1 minute, please call up. I won't show you my ChatGPT records because the oh my God, it's done it again. This is not very painful. Sorry, I'm just trying to get rid of my color scheme. Great question, though. And look, I'm sick of convincing people that we're here to help, but we're here to help. Give me a minute. You talk, ask other questions.
for this.
Yeah, sure. But what do you think the amount is? Like, I know you gave percentages there, but do you
Yeah.
think the 328 million the feds are announcing is accurate, or you think it's higher or lower?
I think it's accurate. I also think if it's all been blown in assets, let's say you went and bought a $300,000 car and you had that
Mm-hmm.
car for 5 years, what's the devaluation on that car?
Right.
All right, so that's what I
Yeah.
reckon's left. And if you were to consider that Chris has pissed your money away, and let's say he managed to spend $50 million on shit that you'll never get your money away. I'm talking about flights, holidays. I
Yeah,
know
yeah, yeah.
that one of his girlfriends, there was a place in Miami. He booked out the penthouse suite for her for a week. He left her a week's worth of, was it Four Seasons? But he left this girl in this room that was probably, I hate to think, the most expensive room in Four Seasons building. He left his girlfriend there for a week, all expenses paid.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's
So
awesome.
you know, guys, I mean, you know, this is the sort of stuff he's done, and you're not going to get that money back. It's just, you know, you can't go back to Four Seasons if it was Four Seasons and say, oh, can we get the money back from you, that girl, because that money was paid. You know where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I know. I understand completely, and that's how kind of I explain it to people as well that are worried that the government's going to go after the a couple $1,000s that they made or whatever, right? I'm like, well, look, if you spent it in Canada, they're not going to come after you. If you're sitting on millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars, they're coming after you.
Yeah.
Rightfully so, and you should pay it out. But if you spent the money and it was a small little profit, they're not. But just announce it. That's the whole thing. That's the shady thing about it. It's kind of
Oh, I get
it's
that. No,
really
I think
weird.
it's so true.
It,
I mean, it's just logic, isn't it? I mean, if you've put $100,000 in and you've got 80 back, and you've lost 20 grand, then you're a $20,000 victim. But if you put
yeah,
$100,000 in and got $110,000 back, and you're going to shut up because you think you're up on the deal and no one will find out, then you're in trouble. And you just need to give
yeah.
a
But if you
$10,000.
show up and say, "Hey, I spent this money. I thought it was profit," just like the restaurant or bars that Chris spent this money at, governments in Canada is not going to make you spend it back. But again, if you're sitting on a huge profit, like it's what I'm trying to say. It's unfortunately a lot of people that use this got this money use the money to pay household expenses. In that case, they're not going to freaking come after you for sure. You didn't know unless
Yeah.
you did know.
Well,
Then you're screwed.
this is
But
the fun
I
part
think a
about
lot of people.
the LLC companies are pretty cool, because if these partners that we've got on the screen here have all set up their own companies, all been responsible for paying people underneath them in their companies, they will literally, because
They
I've got lawyer's advice on this, and the lawyer told
are
me
responsible. Yes.
they are going to, all their LLC companies are going to make them poor for the rest of their life, and they will spend the rest of their lives paying back all the
Yeah.
victims. End of story.
Yeah.
The
And
lawyer
these are
gave
the
them a
guys that
blanket.
are going to be responsible.
Yep, and
Yeah.
this lawyer
These
is pretty cool. All right, this is the address, and this is how the Avengers work. We've got given this address of this website. So the first thing I'm looking at this, and I see this .com, and I'm going, who the hell? Just because it's got one gov in there, you know, when I see that there, I'm going, who the hell is this? So I went through and I put that form. Oh, there's fish face again, and I put that address into a web browser. And then we were questioning whether this form is legitimate. And I think this is Canada, I'm assuming. So I looked at this form and I thought, oh, I don't like the look of it. And anytime I see a form like this, I'm dubious. And so was my Avengers. So then I asked ChatGPT whether this was a government website. So it went through and it come up and it said that it had a government email address in it. And it said that people could just email this directly. So Goliath victims at c.irs.gov. That's an American email. And then it went through and I said, well, actually, can you tell me just about that .com address? Because anybody could set up a form. I could set up a form and pretend I'm a government agency.
Mhm.
And that could be a problem. If I tell people to go to this website and fill out this information, they've just handed over everything to a potential company that could come back and pretend they can help recover their money through crypto, which is bullshit. But that's what this is what scammers do. You get scammed twice. So I went through here and it told me that basically governments do actually use that website to do surveys. And so let's just take this to another level. Hey Chris, how you doing, mate? Lovely to see you here again. Let's get rid of those sunglasses. So I went to this website, and as far as I'm concerned, this is a website that governments do use to do surveys. And as far as I can tell, this is looking legitimate. So if I could be wrong, because I'm not catching up with the chat room, but this is a form that people could fill out that theoretically is going to go to somebody that may do something about it. And I think that's for Canadians. Maybe you know more than I do on that one. Anyone want to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean I do actually. I don't know if that's an American website there, but I know that if any Canadians are listening, you need to contact IMET, which is the international or IMET RCMP. It's the division of the RCMP. Let me just look this up. IMET.
So we have got a couple of Canadians in here, and we've got Queen of Carmen here, and she's been fighting scams longer than I have. And I am way behind with the chat room, but I don't want to lose these messages that people are posting. So I'm literally, that's why I've got this wall in front of me. But you get what I'm doing here. So I'm just catching up, and I see Queen and Karma in a different chat room. Ooh, I wonder if I can do twice. Actually, I might be able to bring up the real-time chat. That might be a good idea, Danny. 1 minute, please, caller. Let's see if I can do that. We're going to go here. That's not the one I want. We're going to go here. We're going to go down to Chrome, and we're going to go chat. Oh, look at that. Now I've got the real-time chat on my window. Life is good for Danny. All right, so that's the real-time chat on the other side of my head. And I'm going to do something, make it look sexy, include desktop, advocate the sound, opacity. Look, I can even turn it down. I'll leave it full just in case I go behind it. See, you can't see me. All right, so that's great. So that's, sorry about that, guys. I'm still learning how to be a YouTuber after 5 years. But what I'm doing here is I'm trying to make sure that we get all the messages. Susie's been absolutely amazing. It's very, very late where she is. You should go to bed, Susie. You've done your day's work. Checks in the mail. Our friend has probably gone to bed. Yeah. But Queen of Karma, well, she's here now. Speaking about these things. So I think what we've got, our other friends fallen off. And thank you so much for the other guy that came in here and gave his point of view. In a nutshell, the main thing that he was expressing was the fact that people might need to know my why before they come in here and ask for my help. And if I don't give a good why or a reason why they should get on here and talk about it, then maybe they should go off and find somebody else to help them. And if there was somebody out there trying to help people, then what does that look like? Is it a lawyer? Is it another YouTuber? Is there an email that you can send your heart's content and complain to? I mean, what is the alternative? I remember a lady I met once, and she said, it's amazing what you can accomplish when you're faced with no alternatives. So my alternatives are going after the partners rather than going after the low-hanging fruit, which is Christopher and Goliath Ventures. Because are you telling me that Christopher ran a one-man ship? Or are you telling me that all the butlers, all the persons running the restaurants, the people, administrators, we've got accountants, we've got a bookkeeper that ran this company, for God's sake. Are you telling me that they are just innocent victims? Nadia Bringus, the person that was taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from people and then putting it into a bank account one day and another bank account the next day because that bank account got frozen. So then they had to go find another bank account. We even know that they used Luminous Bank to put money in. So a bookkeeper who's claiming she's a victim, which we haven't heard anything about, has been putting money in different bank accounts. They've been using Wisers. to get money in. They've been transferring money from fiat currency into crypto to pay people who want to be paid in crypto. Are you telling me that bookkeeper wasn't listening to any or overhearing any problems that were coming up? Did she turn a blind eye to it? And is she a victim? For God's sake, guys, that lady needs to be locked up and stop doing what she's doing. She's closed her company down in Florida on the 2nd of September and reopened it in Wyoming. And Harry J. Samuels, who's been very upset with me exposing all the companies that he registered for Goliath, he's telling me that he's the accountant for the company and he's not responsible, who on his website today claims that Nadia Bringas works for him. But she has her own company and she contracts back to him every now and again. And he's telling me that now he doesn't want anything to do with Christopher and he's no longer going to be the registered agent for Christopher going forward. But he had no knowledge that Christopher was running a company that didn't have any crypto mining. Are you telling me that when Christopher bought all the hardware to do crypto mining, that Harry Samuels didn't see that on the ledger? These $250,000 containers that Christopher was theoretically buying to do the crypto mining wasn't on the spreadsheet. It doesn't, and what does this company do? I didn't look to see what they do. I don't even look. I don't even know if they're selling hair dryers or toothpicks or Toto trees or cars. I don't even look at these companies, he basically said. He doesn't have any idea what was going on with these companies. And all of a sudden, up on the news pops Christopher. Oh, that's one of the companies I registered. And I also registered 20 other companies. And a lady that works with me for years, she works for them as well. And actually, she set up her own company in Wyoming. And my name's on it. My email's on it. But I didn't know nothing about Nadia wanting to set up her company in Wyoming. And I don't provide that type of advice for people. This is what he's telling me. He doesn't provide that type of advice for people. He doesn't worry about the structure of the companies that he sets up. He just does what he does for the money. I go, okay. And Nadia Bringas has set up her company in Wyoming. Oh, and then Goliath Ventures shut down a Florida company and decided to reopen it in Wyoming. And they don't even have any offices in Wyoming. And this is an unusual, they call it willing blindness. Willing blindness.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss. Danny, can you just tell people why people would set up a company? I know from accounting background why you would do it for liability reasons to Wyoming from wait, it's either Wyoming or Nevada, but from any other state.
Cayman Islands, tax reasons.
Yeah. Why would you do that? To maybe just tell the audience why you do that, because I don't think they know.
Yeah, well, I don't really know either, to be honest. I mean, I could make out I do, but I just know the tax laws are different. The accountability laws are different. Whenever we investigate a scam and they have registered themselves in Wyoming, I mean, like we put it this way, we saw a company that set themselves up in Wyoming and we reported them. If you have 3 people report a company in Wyoming, that company gets put into a hold. And we shut down this company and they got struck off for providing the wrong information, and they provided fraudulent documents to open up that company. 3 months later, that same company opened up with exactly the same name. Everything was exactly the same, register, the same everything, just identical. And so one company was shut down for doing dishonest illegal activities. And then they just started up again. So what do? We could sit here and report them again, or just know that any company that's registered in Wyoming is shady as hell. So when we saw Christopher move to Wyoming, we just thought, oh my God, so it's just evading, So the lawyer that we were raving on about that was so good was the one that filed the case in federal court rather than civil Broward County stuff. And we were praising him because if we go to because he went after the Wyoming company, and then he also went after I'll just bring that up. So here you've got explosive federal lawsuit, and this lawyer, if I was going to go after a class action lawsuit with anybody, I would use this lawyer because this lawyer went after everyone. Black Bloc, Matt Burks. He went after Eric Clayman for meddling in Goliath Ventures by sending out newsletters, making false statements he couldn't substantiate. So he went after the lawyer. He went after the company that was advising people that they were doing audits when they weren't. And then he went after the person that was... So here's all the companies here. He went after Christopher. He went after Wyoming. He went after Florida. He went after Black Block. And he also went after the Black Block Management Services as their trading as name. And he also went after Jonathan Manson. So that's what a proper lawsuit looks like. And he's basically saying, we're all in. We're going after everybody associated with Goliath Ventures. Why the hell did Jonathan Shaw only go after Chris? Why the hell is he representing Nick Petrillo? What type of lawyer would represent somebody who stole the money and then telling everyone that's a conflict of interest if they come and use him? That is just shady as F. How's that?
Danny, if you don't mind, if I because I do understand why someone would set up in Wyoming or Nevada, and as soon as I hear that it is, I was just asking so you could take the stage. It is a serious red flag. Actually, it was one of the reasons I called you, is because as soon as I was searching when they did that, I saw that and I said, "Oh shit." So basically, when you set up in Nevada or Wyoming, which they did, one, you can set up through another person, an agent. So, two, like liability reasons, and privacy as well. It's so much harder to find who's behind the company. It's so much harder to seize company assets. It's so much, like everything is just like, it's some of the strictest, along with tax stuff, but you're just looking at it from a liability perspective. That is one of the main reasons, because it just makes it harder. For instance, there is a big scam, not a scam, a strategy, where what you do is you open a corporation in Nevada, and then you put a lien out on your own company for like $1 million, sign off on it, and then if anyone else goes to sue you, you look at the lawyer will look at it and go, well, there's already a lien out on this company, and they can't find out who owns the company from Nevada, if that makes sense. Is that not insane? So as soon as I heard that, I'm going, oh my God, these guys are, they're out for, yeah.
I got another one for you on the screen here. There's a lady called, and I use your name every now and again, but her name is
Lovett Dobson.
Hold it. Is it Lovett Dobson?
Lovett Dobson.
Oh, it isn't coming through. But Lovett Dobson is a lady that has registered 70,000 companies in Wyoming, and she doesn't even exist. So here's a registrar, and we used affiliate marketing 3.0 as an example because we got that struck off, and then we reopened later, same company. And this guy here tried to sue me. He brought my website down because Google listened to him. He was claiming that I caused him to have a stroke and wanted to sue me for $300,000 for his legal expenses. I was featured in a Bloomberg documentary exposing the guy, and then he went and sent the same legal documents to Bloomberg, and they republished the video and excluded him after throwing me under the bus, exposing this guy. So then I couldn't even go back to my Bloomberg documentary and say, hey, this guy, here's Bloomberg, because Bloomberg just said, oh, well, we've done the story. We'll now take his name out of it. But you'll notice when you go to my website, I normally have that featured at the top. That's the video on the top left-hand side of my writing on my website is actually the original Bloomberg documentary with him in it. But now he's literally even just, a few days ago, he's still trying to get my content offline, but he can't because I've got good things happening at the moment.
With Google's Shield or whatever.
Well, I still have to compete with YouTube, but this guy is $1.9 billion scammer. 1.9 billion. And,
is that bigger than Hyperverse or?
Well, it is Hyperverse. It's the continuation of Hyperverse.
Oh, it is Hyperverse. Oh, yeah, right. Okay.
So I've been doing this for 5 years, and I'm still every day have to defend myself against these individuals.
Can I say just one thing? Okay. One thing I learned with talking with you from this whole thing of Ponzi schemers, because I actually watched that documentary and that's when I learned it, is the guy from Hyperverse. These people, they will never, ever admit that they scammed you.
Yeah.
They will come up with every excuse in the book. Oh, the government took my money. They didn't want me to be rich, or it was working, but this or X. They will never admit. So like anyone listening there that got scammed, you will never hear to your face that you got scammed. They'll never come out and say to you, "Hey, I took your money."
Yeah.
They'll never tell you that.
Yeah, and even when I confronted Sam Lee on camera, who's in the back of his limo, and I managed to gatecrash a Zoom meeting where he was trying to start up his umpteenth thousand millionth Ponzi scheme, I got on there and I went, "G'day, Sam," and he just shut up. He wouldn't talk to me. They're cowards. Chris has had so many opportunities to talk to me. They're cowards.
Yeah.
You know, only person that's ever confronted me ever is Steve Davis, and I will take my hat off to him because at least he confronted me. Not that he said anything intelligent. But, you know, these guys are cowards, you know?
Yeah, no. I don't know if they believe their own shit or not, but yeah. Because at a certain point, I don't know how much cognitive dissonance it is like to live with yourself if you were like that, right? And the second thing,
Chris could top himself. You know, I think that's actually a reason. People haven't actually taken that into consideration. You know, what's saying that Chris hasn't? He worked at In-N-Out Burger. He's thrown away his family. He's got these. I don't even want to say. Well, he's got these pretty women all around him at the moment. He's gone through 8 girlfriends, and he's now he's got 2 kids of his own. One adopted child that's on the spectrum. His wife looks like she's lovely. I heard that she's a really kind-hearted person. I mean, Christopher has effed his life.
no?
Eh?
Ex-wife or
no? Well, he's still married. If you go, you can search for Andy Delgado, find the court documents. They're still trying to come up with a divorce settlement. And who put the $1 million up? It's on the house that she lives in. That's what
and it's the investors' money. That's the funny thing. He paid the bail with the people he scammed. The people he took their money from, he paid the bail with that money. That's what you have to understand.
Look at the extra cars they found today. He's bought the family $200,000 cars.
And he drove away with was a Bentley or a Rolls Royce there?
That was a Escalade, pimped out, 150 grand one, I think. You know,
he drove away with their money. Like, it's insane. The other thing I would like to say, just last thing I want to say, is that people that are thinking it's hopeless, look, if there's all these assets, the first people in line to put a lien out on other people's assets are the ones that get paid out. So any victims out there, you need to speak out sooner than later, because once the feds get it, once the government gets it, it will be like, you're better off speaking out now and getting in line. Get in line. That's all I have.
I just want to get the team together. I want these people to know that we're working with them. We're not asking them for anything.
I understand that, and I'm sorry. It's.
I mean, you've been awesome, mate. We've talked once on the phone ages ago, and I couldn't even remember the phone call. And I know, I remember talking to some person that truly believed that this wasn't a scam, and we won them over, didn't we?
Yeah. We did.
They didn't put their money in.
No, right? They didn't put the money in, and thank fucking God.
That's what I call a starfish, mate. That's a friggin' starfish right there. There's like the tide's gone out, and there's all these starfish sitting here with the son of Christopher, and he's drying them out. The fear of missing out, and I managed to grab the starfish and throw it into the water.
You did.
And the person,
and that was a random phone call
what
too.
About all the other starfish? And I said, they are happy in the sun. I can't save all of them, you know.
Yeah. But Danny, just to point out here, I'm not trying to moonlight you, but like, you answered that phone call out of the blue randomly, and I asked you, hey, can you just conference call with someone that I know?
Yeah.
And you said, yeah, no problem. So I mean, yeah, thank you. It was great.
Thank you, and that's such a good story. And I think actually, I was starting to remember this phone call. Actually, I do. I think it was people don't get it. Like you asked me my why, and if people knew my why, potentially they would be more forthcoming to me. And it is actually, I can't be any more authentic. Out of all the people that you've met in the last 12 months, who's been involved in Goliath Ventures, have you really found anyone authentic? Everybody is out to either make money or get something for themselves. Have they all been out for themselves? Have they all invested hoping that they're going to build their future? Have they done it for a charity? Have they deposited $500,000 with Goliath and then think, I finally found a way I can make more money for a charity? Put $500,000 into an investment fund, and the money that I get, I'm going to give it to a charity. Now, everyone I know of has done it for themselves. And I get so much criticism, and it's all part of my job. And people asking for my why. What do I get out of it? And I go, I don't know what I'm getting out of it. I could show you my bank records, and you still wouldn't believe I'm going backwards. So, people, I'm walking my dog in the dark last night at 9 o'clock at night, and I'm trying to send a video message to somebody to thank them because they gave me a $25 donation. And I try to thank everybody that gave me a donation, and it wouldn't go through. And I'm about 5 video messages back on thanking people. But it's the thought that counts. And the money would be great. And if I ever become a millionaire at putting myself in danger, I've got 6 lawsuits on my wall over here. I wish I could show you. But that's last year. 6 lawsuits. Why do I do it? For the lawsuits? For the hope that I'm going to get, super like. I need money to run this. But one bad judgment call from myself and my Avengers, I could find myself in a serious court case for defamation, and I would be bankrupt, and I'd be buggered. So we don't go lightly on anything we do. We put everything into it. And when I went to Washington, D.C., I met one of my top Avengers, and for the first time, and bang, like we spent hours of every day helping other people, and I get to touch somebody who has been helping me for 4-5 years for no gain whatsoever. And they bought me this thing here. They put a couple $100 in here, which meant that when I come home from America, I actually come home with the same amount of money I left with. Because it cost a lot. I had another Avenger that gave me money as well. I met 4 Avengers, and they know me. They're the ones that give the money to help me keep doing this. But it's still, and it's not about the money, but it is for you guys, isn't it? Because it's all been about the money for you guys. But I have to, I have to be broke. I have to be not making any money. I have to have an amazing reason to want to help you guys. And I get one guy in the chat room that gets the majority of our talk. I've got Queen of Karma in here as a fantastic example. She's in the same situation as me. We don't make money out of this, guys, but we have this. She was brought up associated with cults, and that's how we connected. I was brought up in a religious cult. People died in my life because they couldn't live up to the expectations of that cult. But I'm not allowed to fight this fight without having a real good reason. What reason would you like me to say? I do it for the money. Is that what you want me to say? Okay, I do it for the money. You got me. Oh. Why do you invest in these Ponzi schemes for? Let's put it back on you. Why did you invest with Christopher? We need to talk about it. That's what we're doing here today. I've been here for 5 hours and 22 minutes. I haven't had breakfast. It is 10 minutes past 7 in the evening. I've had 1 can of Red Bull, and I grabbed myself a beer that's half full. And that is the only food I have had today. I went down to the supermarket to buy myself some food so I could cook myself lunch before I started my live, and I realized the live was late. I had it programmed for 1 o'clock my time. I normally start at 2 o'clock, so I didn't have a chance to eat. So here I am, and I'm still getting questioned. Why do I do it? Because I care about you guys. I want to help you guys. I don't want to throw you under the bus. I didn't want to upset anybody today. I can't get it perfect.
Yeah, Danny, I understand, and I think it's honestly such a shame that not many people are joining
I think
this.
it's,
And
in some ways, I sort of think of it as a success today. Because
oh, I think it is a success, and I hope people are listening. And I think people should talk more about this because this isn't the only scam that's going on, and half the partners that are doing shit like this, they're just gonna, if you don't talk about it, they're gonna reset up and they're just gonna do another one.
Well,
And
if we look at the 5 stages of grief, I mean, people go through, anger, acceptance, and I think even if we open a can of worms, and let's say if I did this next week, and then we have 2 people talking, then 5 people, eventually they'll process what's just happened, and maybe they, at the end of the day, I might get one message from one person that I can help, who is in a bad way. And like somebody's already mentioned in the chat room, which said that they have had suicidal thoughts. I got told by someone the other day that we will get someone who dies by suicide because of what Christopher has done. And I'm going, yeah, I know. But there people don't speak. But we do want people to reach out to us before they get to that stage. And I don't care when you ring me. My phone number is public. I do turn my phone down, but it vibrates beside my bed. I hear people come in and I open up and have a look at the eye. If your name's in the thing, I'll pick it up. That's what we do. So we're here for people, but don't make this. This is not the money. Does not control your happiness. Money does not control your life. It's not about the money, because I'm living proof of it. I've had it. I've lost it. I don't have it now. I worry about money all the time. I get it, but you'll get it back. And you can have people in your life that build relationships, build friendships, become a better version of yourself, and that should be your main focus. I always say to people, sometimes I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've done some pretty cool things, and I've made some pretty cool money sometimes with some of the ideas I've come up with. I've had 100 failures and found one good one. You know what I mean? But my point is that there's the money will follow if you do the right thing. And I think that's really it, really, isn't it? I'm still trying to. I've finally caught up with all my messages. I'm 100% up to date with the chat room now. Oh, that's great. What drives you, mate?
me, I just have people I care about involved. I don't know really what drives me.
But you think about it, don't you? This has impacted you enough to
Righteousness.
have an opinion.
Yeah, I don't know, righteousness. Just like you see something that's wrong and it just bugs you at night. You just wake up and you think to yourself, "Holy fuck!" It's not right. They can't get away with this. That's how I think of. But I don't know. I also care about the people that are involved deeply, and exactly what you just spoke about with some of these victims. Some of the people that were involved in this, you worry obviously that that they could. I've heard horror stories. I've heard people losing their minds, divorces to, suicide, like you just said there. What people don't understand is it has a real impact, and it's something that, like, yeah, you're right. Money's not everything, but it's hard to see that when you have 1,000 other things going on at the same time. And to think to yourself that someone could do this to another person consciously, like, because Chris obviously knew what he was doing. It's quite sad.
It's
like he quite
it
knew.
really is, isn't it? I mean, I just.
I put this picture together at 12:30 today of all these guys for a reason, because I'm sitting here looking at these guys and go, how do these guys sleep at night? Are you saying they didn't know what they were doing? And Chris is amazing. I mean, if he put all his energy into something else legit, what a waste. He's thrown away his family. He's ruined these people's lives. You can't tell me that these people go to bed at night and just lay their head on their pillow and go, oh, good day's work for a good day's pay. Good night, honey. Give you a kiss. What? All right, honey. See you in the morning. Should we take the dog for a walk in the morning? Or are these guys sitting here sweating, getting lawyers to help them because now they realize it could be in the shit?
Oh, they will be in the shit. Let's be clear about that, Danny. Like, they will be in the shit. All these guys will be in the shit. If there's any justice, all these guys will be in the shit. If they're making commission off this, they'll be in the shit.
Well, it's
not could be. They will be.
In Dubai, you have to prove your innocence. In America, you have to prove guilt or something around there. So I always think if these guys.
Well, Chris is a retard then because sorry, I'm going to censor that R word for the YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's all right.
But what I was going to say. I'm sorry. It doesn't get fucking. What I was going to say is that
mate, I had some
why
really
did Chris take loans out from Dubai? Yeah, why did Chris take out loans from people in Dubai?
But is that what they said?
And I think that's part of the reason why he didn't go to Dubai, because if he owes them, he's screwed.
Yeah. Well, I know one guy he owes a lot of money in Dubai too. And I was,
so like he's done in Dubai. That was his only safeguard.
Yeah, and I said, I said to this person he owes money to, well, when he goes to Dubai and thinks he's got away with it, would you do a lawsuit against him? And they go, yeah. And I go, great. Well, we'll keep that as a backup because we've literally fought this. We've fought this with our nails, and we've scraped our way through. We've actually, I don't know what you call it. It's a dirty fight, but when you put everything into something. And we've fought this on our hands and knees in the trenches. We've actually come at him with everything that we've got, and I don't think they come at me with everything they had. They couldn't work like to file a suit against a New Zealander. You have to go through the New Zealand High Court, and I even rung up the lawyer after they dropped me off the $150,000 offer, and talked to her on the phone. And told her that if that guy ever comes back in our office again, he's trespassed, and you need to ring that guy up. Because they said, and she was like so surprised that I rung her up and talked to her. So, and I said, because people don't do that. But this is what, I'm going to show you. This is the court case. It's on the screen in a minute. So this is the court case that we had prepared to fight Goliath Ventures. We have 23 documents that they filed in the Orange County Court Register. And we received all the correspondence from the lawyers, court documents, other court filings to show whistleblowers, PDFs, images, fake journalist reports, whatever they were throwing at us, we had it all ready to go. And I was representing myself. And then I rang up this lawyer. Listen to this. Got trespassed from my friend's shop today.
Okay.
And then he tried to, I asked him for his name. He wouldn't tell me his name. So I found him in the car park. And
what was that, sorry?
I asked him for his name, and he already would say it was Tony because we needed his name to trespass him from the shop.
Okay.
So then I went out to his car and I stood in front of his car, and then he went to run me over.
Okay.
So I had to step out of the way because he was going to run me over. I couldn't believe it. So if we could have I don't know, if you could give a message and just say, please don't run me over because that's not allowed. But so he used his car as a deadly weapon, and I had to step out of the way, grab the window wiper, bent his window wiper on the way past, and then she sent me a letter basically saying they reported me to the police. And this was after they sent me the $150,000 offer bribe. And I rang up the lawyer because this company that was they were representing had a New Zealand arm to their fleet, so to speak. So I managed to ring up the lawyer and told her to basically stop. I don't.
Sure.
Yeah, and if his name is Tony, but he's actually been officially trespassed from the shop he went into, and he's been trespassed twice now, and we've got it on camera. So,
Okay.
you know how it works. He's not allowed to go there anymore, but that's okay.
That's not fair.
I'm not anybody. I'm a New Zealander, and my job is I'm an investigator. So I'm actually pleading with the lady, telling her to investigate Goliath Ventures for running a large-scale Ponzi scheme and scams instead of representing these bastards. And the last big lawsuit they tried to do against me for $3.85 million in the High Court, I put together a 4-hour, 47-minute long video showing 10 major scams that this guy had done that was coming after me. And then when I got the cease and desist letter, I sent them the video and said, this is who you're representing. So now that lawsuit is in the, it's a landmark case in New Zealand. You know, so these lawyers, I believe, are accountable. So I'm going to use this against these lawyers now, and we're going to come after these lawyers.
You know, Danny, it's probably so late there for you, not anywhere near as late as me. But just speaking to the other, people posting, oh, what's the purpose? What's your focus? What's your drive? It's like, well, okay, guys, you've stated it multiple times. Go after the partner in your region. They're like, right now, me and you, we're just talking about different things you've experienced because no one else wants to join the chat and ask questions.
Yeah,
you'll answer any questions that they're gonna ask. So yeah, of course you're gonna talk about all the shitty things, or how this even came to be, like what you've gone through to get even here, right? For them, they're just thinking, oh, okay, well, like, how does this help me? We've gone through all of this already through the chat. Go after your partners. Your partners are not the victims. Chris has assets. Chris has money. Locked away in assets. Will you get that money back? No one can guarantee that. But if you don't get in line, you don't put your hand up, you don't get anything. And I don't know if you can speak to that as well, but but yeah, of course. Like, and I do find it interesting. This person almost ran you over. It just speaks more to how shady of a, like, and also the accountant that you were talking about there, like, and like, it's just insane. And I think you shared a video about the accountant, almost trying to pull off the same thing, Chris. Like, it seemed like they're also trying to run some sort of scam on themselves. So definitely an interesting, just avoiding whatever slander. It seemed like an interesting individual.
This is fascinating, that what humans do. And, like people, like I'm pretty thick skinned. I often say to people, I will fight this to the death. And I've said that on a few interviews lately. And they go, would you? And I go, well, I am, aren't I? And like, I'm not reckless. I love my life. I don't have a chip on my shoulder, but I'm up for this. And I'll fight other people's battles for them. And I don't want a medal. I don't want a, what do they call it, Nobel Prize. But I think what we want is change. And if I've inspired somebody to speak up or go to a lawyer and go, I want to go after my partner, regardless of what I'm getting preached to do, don't follow people off the cliff like you just have previously. You need to come up with different strategies. Just imagine the impact of every one of these people on the screen getting a lawsuit from people they promoted into it. That's gold. And that's different. And what we've done so far to date is different. A YouTuber from the bottom of the world created enough awareness to stop Goliath. That's great. Whether I get the credit for it, I don't care, whatever. If you can't figure out my why, whatever. But we stopped him. If Christopher is still able to go into court wearing his flash suit, his flash shoes, drive away in $100,000 worth of cars, wearing his super Rolex watch and his glasses, I mean, what the heck is the world coming to? How can that guy keep his chin up and act like he isn't shitting his pants as he's walking back to his $150,000 Escalade? Every time he goes to court, if they haven't repossessed his cars, he'll be in a different car. What message is he sending to people? I don't give a flying F. That's what he's telling people. He has to keep his chin. Like
No,
you said
no,
earlier on.
he's not.
He
Doesn't care.
no.
Yeah, but furthermore, to people wondering, well, is it right to go after my upstream or sue my upstream? And I'm going, yes, it is, because it works like a liability thing. You go after them, it forces them to go after the next guy up above them.
Yep.
And basically, you need this to happen. Because otherwise Chris might actually just get off.
Well, I reckon he's only going to get 8 years, because unless let's say there is 100 Rolexes sitting in Dubai, then he's going to jail, and then he's going to get 30 years, but because he lied. And if anyone knows that Chris has got a Rolex on his wrist worth $1 million, and he hasn't, if you know he's got assets, let me know.
Mhm.
Because we will tell the investigators that he has lied, and as soon as he's lied, he's lost his bail and he's in jail until his trial date. Isn't that?
And in Dubai, they're even harder.
They've chopped their heads off.
Yeah, well, I don't think he can go back to. I think that's why he turned himself in, because I think he miscalculated by getting money lent to him from Dubai. He shouldn't have done that.
When Chris was in Croatia, I phoned up the head investigator and I said he's in Croatia on a cruise ship with Andrew Tate, and they said we know.
Mm.
And that was like, good, just making sure you guys know this stuff. And they were monitoring everything. Like, people don't realize that they had the banks got subpoenaed about 3 months ago.
Yeah, and that's why they had to magically change banks. No, it's because no bank wants to be involved in fraud. People.
And then they had this MSB license approval thing before they could handle money. And I'm going, well, if each individual company each individual partner has their own LLC company set up, then won't they also need to get their own MSB license, because they're handling the money? And people will even wake up to that. And then they said they're doing an audit. They say they're doing the class action audit, whatever it is.
But they're still accepting money, and they can still pay out a $5 million, whatever. Or I don't know, the party they threw.
If I was doing an audit and it was a real flash audit, I'd be telling you who was doing the audit. They never mentioned anybody's name.
No,
company.
They can't. No, that's exclusive, Danny. No, you're not allowed to know.
Susie, go to bed, for God's sake. Susie's still in the chat room. Susie, I've caught up with the chat after all this.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and then the other thing is, I can't remember now. It's
there's so many. Because hindsight's a wonderful thing, but we weren't doing hindsight when we were doing this. We were doing real time, logical things. Like the bank.
Now we're just shooting this shit. But to tell you the truth, I told you before, called you up, and I said this is probably the dumbest Ponzi scheme. And this is not to insult anyone that invested in it. I said this is the dumbest Ponzi scheme I've ever heard of, because the interest rates they're paying out were so absurd, and they probably didn't have to go that high. They could have, like, if I was running a Ponzi scheme, and by God I wouldn't. But what I'm saying is, you're out by 18 months if you can do any math, if that makes sense.
Well, why not do a 5% return per month and do the same?
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. It's like, let's let it last 3 years of joy rather than 18 months.
Well, look at Bernie Madoff. How long did that last, right? That lasts at least 8 years or something. This one, but I mean, you helped out in busting it up a bit, but they were going to be out of money depending on the percentage. It was not the amount of money; it's the percentage they're giving between the 12 to 18 months. And if 18 months and you're going, okay, so you're out of money at 18 months, and you're offering such high. And if what the feds say is true, they found something like only 1 million that was actually in crypto. So it means they're doing zero crypto.
Yeah, there's
it was 100% crypto Ponzi scheme, 100%.
There's another there's another big, massive story that's been in the making for a couple of months. That's coming out sometime soon, and they have tracked $29,000 that was in $29,000 that was ever put into Uniswap, and that was
Nice.
so all this talk about Uniswap. I think they found, I think it was 1.5. I've got what it was. I think it was $29,000 over made by doing trading, or $29,000 put into Uniswap. I'm not a crypto guy. Yeah, you did great, Danny. Thank you very much for the comments in the chat room. Today's been the
Danny,
biggest
one
chat
last
I've ever had, mate.
question.
Yep.
Sorry, and I know it's so late there. What is do you have any intel on what he was helping the feds with?
I think it was bank accounts. I mean, no, I don't, because the feds don't talk to us, and I'd be lying if I said that. But what I'm hoping.
That's all. I'm sorry for. I know it's late. I'm going to bed too right now, so
Well, I'm not too
I'm
bad.
really
I'm
sorry.
7:30 in the evening, but I haven't had breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, it's like 2 in the morning here now. Almost.
Oh,
Oh, I
yeah.
can't. But yeah. So, what do you think what was he helping the feds with?
Well,
Because he was running this scam, or do you think someone else is behind it?
I reckon he's given over the database. So all these people that are sitting here thinking that they invested and they didn't know it was a Ponzi scheme ain't going to cut the mustard. And we've got 175 people that we know have invested in our database. And also these people that I'm just flicking across the screen here, these aren't investors. These are all co-conspirators. These are people who knew. I had somebody telling me that Mike was a nice guy. And I go, nice guys like Christopher stole people's money. I don't have, I'm not going to buy that for a minute. I know that Hunter Smallback's mother's absolutely disgusted in Christopher. I know she was involved in some promotion that she was doing. I know that he looks like Fabian from some Hollywood movie. But that's not going to cut the mustard when he's telling his mate to sign up for this opportunity. I mean, Alex here. These guys are still on YouTube saying they're heroes, and these are just these are thieves. This is the common thieves. This is Bonnie and Clyde. We're here with Bonnie and Clyde's. I mean, look, Douglas makes me laugh. Sheik, I can't even say his name. Sheikman. There's not a video. There's not an airplane flight where he doesn't pop up. This guy's fully endorsed Christopher all the way through. He's not a partner. Gary Rice did all the videography for Chris and Tomo. These guys, I've heard people doing things. I won't say what administration they've done, but let's just say it was a cleaner for a building, and they were cleaning their building and getting $80,000 a month for just cleaning their building. This is some of the administration tasks that they were getting people to do. Those people must have known that that's a ridiculous amount of money to get for cleaning the building. And that's what's happened.
So they're just getting the money out. Yeah.
It's hush money. Don't talk about us. We're covering you. You're in guilt land. All these guys have received either a Rolex watch, perhaps, stupid money for doing stupid tasks. I mean, what's Steve Davis' job? Now, Steve Davis is meant to be absolutely broke, living in a house, and we've lost our mate. His battery's gone flat, but that's probably a good idea, so we can carry on. Living in a house that he's got to the 26th. He's got another 20 days to get out of the house that is now probably owned by Christopher's estate, which is going to be clawed back. They're all buggered. Oh, I was kind of hoping you fell off a good there, mate, because I can finish then. Yeah. So all these guys are basically being bribed with hush money and accomplices, and now become co-conspirators. You literally cannot escape what has happened. I mean, every time I look at a face here, like Matt Burks, he's spending money at the moment. He thinks he's a millionaire. He's off to start up another crypto company. Are you going to join it? Eric Clayman has washed his hands at the end of the scam. His offices were the same address as Chris's officers. I've corresponded with him, and he is the legal department for Christopher. He is an investor with Christopher. He wrote the contracts that you all signed, and now he tells you that he wrote the email letters for Christopher. I mean, Nadia Bringas is a bookkeeper handling a company that's turned over what I used to say was $500 million, which still may be out there. Lots of names, lots of nice people. Vince Garata, we had a photo of him on the back of a bus the other day. Oh, look, you can't make this shit up. Look, that's me. Hope you've enjoyed it. This is not my longest broadcast ever. I have done a 24-hour stream before. And if you didn't know, if you stream for 24 hours, YouTube only keep it if you do up to 12 hours. But I have done a 24-hour stream before. Once upon a time, I used to do a lot of streams that were this long. I hope this video has helped someone. In the description of this video, if it's not there, you're watching it later on, you will find my signal. Do not send me emails. I mean, emails work for you, but they don't really work for me, I'll be honest. I haven't looked at my emails all day long. If you are in a serious way and you want someone to talk to, I am a busy fella, but I welcome you to reach out to me. Reach out to me on Signal or WhatsApp, whatever you like. If you're on the fence, then don't reach out to me. I'll probably be quite rude to you. But if you want my help and you're all in, let's do something about these bastards. You know, come on, guys. Be strong. Hopefully I've given you a voice today. If you can't speak, process grief. And that's what you're really doing. I love everybody that spoke out today. I love everybody that listened to my YouTube channel. And, you know, I feel for you. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm transparent. If you can catch me out, go for it. And thank you for the banter in the chat room from our hater. Always a hater in the room, isn't there? But that's me for today. And this is and for me, it is the 6th of March, 2025. I am Danny DeHeck, and I'm privileged to be part of exposing Goliath Ventures. And I'll see you guys in the next video.